we need to have those witnesses, they must comply. They must send us this information. And for us, for even those witnesses who are still coming here, for them to know that the people of South Africa needs to know the truth. As we have seen yesterday, it's even worse now that Paul O'Sullivan is a loose cannon. So please, let's just try to get those information.
Let me plead with you
Thank you,
not
Chair.
to debate the matter, but just to reinforce what he said. Honorable Mathis.
Chair, it goes back to what thank you, Chair. It goes back to what we raised yesterday about the issue of resources in this committee, and it's costing us. And I think you need to take us into confidence about what are the meetings that are going on with you and the Speaker and the Chair of Chairs and the Whippery of Parliament or whoever's responsible for releasing money, because we cannot continue the way we are as a committee dealing with the matter of national security, and we do not have resources to be able to do that. It's wrong. We even have to delay now because this team of ours is not beefed up. We cannot expect them to do the level of work that this committee requires with the number. It's not possible. So it's not even a reflection on them as evidence leaders, is that they do not have sufficient resources. We don't even have a forensic investigator, even one. So, Chair, I think this is the time, or I don't know if you're going to schedule a meeting, because that meeting is long overdue on what is going on. Why is the Speaker and whoever is responsible not releasing money to this committee? It is here in Parliament, Chair, where we appropriate budgets. We cannot be told that we don't have money to produce a proper report and findings at the end of this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me say this to you, honorable members. When the committee does its work, there will be matters which will come about, and committee members may request further information from the witnesses that appear before us. And I hear the honorable members from the MKP that they have written to you, and I want us to make to do is this way, honorable members. When you write to the legal team, also forward that information to the chairperson, so that it becomes a committee matter. Yeah, and then we will be able to follow it up. The two cases are very serious, together with other decisions that the committee would have taken or will take from time to time. Maybe what we just need to do on the part of the committee secretariat is to have a record of those decisions that would have been taken and the information that will be requested, and have a decisions tracker on how those decisions are being implemented and the follow-ups that should be made. I agree with what you have raised, Honorable Nomvalo. It's very important. It will impact very significantly on the work that we do as the committee. And any member of this committee who feels that there is a gray area that needs to be clarified, you are welcome to do so. Because we are probing allegations that have been made. We can't half-bake our work where we think that information has not been forthcoming. We have a right to do these follow-ups. So I may not say you must respond now. Maybe somewhere during break, you can just, if you have the answers, tell us what steps have been taken to get that information. Yeah, and the matters that you raise, Honorable Matthews, the Chief Whip is here. The Chief Whip is here. They are the leadership of this parliament. They hear you, and it's not that those matters have not been raised with the authorities, but are not matters for discussion now. Less than 30 seconds.
Going to be less than 30. I just want to remind the committee that we need to make contact now with the AG to get the reports and those files of the PKTT done. So we also don't have another delay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's on our decision tracker and if there's been any progress
Yeah,
made on that. That's all,
that
Chair.
will also be helpful when we go to the hearings with the CFO next week. We should have, because the report is ready. The AG's report is ready because it's for the previous. Oh, it's not yet ready because it's 2024. Yeah, but they can check if they were doing real-time audit. Yeah, they will check what work has been done around that. And then we should get a report. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's see. We have done the apologies. May you please confirm that the guest that we have greeted here is the witness that we expected here today.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, everyone present. May I request my colleague, Ms. Advocate Sikalala, to do the honours today. She'll also be leading the evidence of General Fani. Thank you.
Malibongwe. Igama lama nkosikazi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. Before us today, we have Lieutenant General Dr. Molefe Fani. Chair, could I kindly request that you swear him in?
Okay. Lieutenant General Dr. Molefe Fani. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. We have welcomed you to today's proceedings. Before we start with the leading of evidence, we must administer oath. And let me make the following to you before we take you through the oath. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate allegations that were made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to help the ad hoc committee in its oversight work as it investigates, amongst others, the following allegations: the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as the political interference in the work of the SAPS. General Fani, in extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to provide any document that you are expected to produce in connection with the subject matter. In connection with the subject matter of inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Lieutenant General Fani, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You will be required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give shall be the truth. What do you elect, Lieutenant General Fani, oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
If you take the oath, you will follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your full names.
I, Molefe Isaac Fani,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much, Advocate Zikalala and Lieutenant General Fani. It is your time now. I want to wish you good luck.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start our discussion, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani, I want to deal with just a few housekeeping matters. Committee members, before you, you should have a witness statement bundle, which encompasses his witness statement and annexures. And then you should have separately before you also an exhibit bundle that's about 20 pages. And those are the three bundles that we will work through together. Good morning again, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani. You hold two designations. You're both Lieutenant General and you're a doctor. Just for purposes of your evidence this morning, I wanted to find out how you would like for us to address you.
We, anyhow it pleases the House.
Would it then be appropriate if we referred to you as General Fani in the same way that we've referred to other lieutenant generals that have been before the committee? And maybe let me then start from there. You have the designation of doctor. Can you tell us where you obtained your doctorate?
I obtained my doctorate at Da Vinci Business School.
Say that again.
Da Vinci Business School.
At Da Vinci Business School. And what is your doctorate in?
I did my doctorate in Management of Innovation and Technology with specialization in strategy management.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fani, you've been called before this committee to be able to assist us in relation to, in particular, two of the terms of reference. And so if you were to go to your witness statement at paragraph 3, page 3, we, in your witness statement, You outline at paragraph 7, 7.1, and 7.2 the two terms of reference that you will be speaking to in particular in relation to the procurement and alleged procurement irregularities regarding the healthcare contract that was eventually granted to Mr. Matlala's company, that is at 7.1, and at 7.2 in relation to other procurement-related matters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks. So just to kick us off, could you give us your background in relation to your professional background and how you find yourself in the position that you are today?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I started my career as an engineer. I did chemical engineering. And I worked initially as a researcher, and then I moved into operations, into production, into project management. I joined ESCOM. In ESCOM, I occupied various positions, started off as the engineer, moved to being an operations support manager. Later on, I transitioned into procurement. That's where I started my procurement career at Grootvlei Power Station in Mpumalanga. I left ESCOM and I joined CSIR. I was with ESCOM for 13 years. I moved to CSIR. I was there for 5 years, purely in a procurement environment. I then applied for a job in Gauteng as the policy coordinator, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, as the policy coordinator. I was then seconded to go to procurement to assist the person that was leading procurement in that space. Moved to a Central Energy Fund under AEMFC, where I was also group procurement manager for the mining company, wholly owned by government. I then moved to National Treasury as a chief director, responsible for transversal contracting. And the last year of my stay at National Treasury, just over a year, I was the acting chief procurement officer. And when the opportunity presented itself at the South African Police Service, I then applied for a job where I am currently as the divisional commissioner responsible for supply chain management and assets.
Thank you, General Fani. Just to confirm, you joined the South African Police Services in and around August of 2022?
The 1st of August of 2022, yes.
So you've roughly been in this position for just a little over 3 years?
Just over 3 years.
And you are the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management?
Correct.
I just want to refer the committee to the organizational structure, which is in the annexure bundle at page 10. It's annexure MF2. In relation to your direct reporting lines on annexure MF2, are you there? Mm-hmm. So this is the organizational structure within the SAPS in relation to your division, which is the procurement one. And you are the block just immediately below the National Commissioner. That's the position that you hold?
That's correct.
And below you, the rest of the supply chain services then would fall. Is that correct?
Get that?
I was saying then below you, the rest of the supply chain heads and various components within the supply chain department then report to you.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. So, in relation to your evidence, before we get into the details of the contract that was eventually awarded to Mr. Matlala, I thought it might be of assistance if you were to take the committee through the usual process within which procurement is done within the SAPS. Just take us through the various steps that will follow. And so I'm going to ask you to turn to about paragraph 13 of your witness statement. Let me know when you're there.
I'm on 13. It's not the procurement process, it's the BAC process.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair. The
That's
proc-
the section that's headed the SAPS procurement framework.
That's on page 6 of the
Yes,
statement.
on page 6.
Thank you very much.
So, just at a high level, your witness statement already details how the procurement process within the SAPS, but if you could take us maybe through a step-by-step of how kind of the initiation of procurement projects up until we get to contract signing. Maybe we can take each step at a time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to start by indicating that the procurement policy or the national instruction that governs procurement within the South African Police Service stems from the National Treasury regulations that are promulgated in line with PFMA. And within the South African Police Service, we've got the national instruction. The national instruction gives us a method and methodology of how procurement will take form and shape within the departments. Working together with the national instruction is the delegation of authority document. The delegation of authority would then clarify some of the delegations that are given in the policy if they are not expressly indicated in the policy. Governed with that or coupled with that is the appointments with regards to delegation by the accounting officer, giving specific delegations to functionaries within the organization. So procurement process typically starts with the compilation of the procurement process, a procurement plan. The procurement plan is normally put together and submitted to National Treasury around March, April of each year. The procurement plan indicates all the procurement needs that exist within the organization and the needs that needs to be satisfied through a tender process. Any other need that has to be satisfied through a quotation process would follow a different process, which is also indicated in the procurement policy of the South African Police Service. Now, the policy of South African Police Service differs from all other, but they are all aligned to all other organs of states, but they are all aligned to National Treasury prescripts. Now, once the need has been quantified and has been put in the plan, various environments in compliance to the policy would then activate procurement needs individually. Just for an example, this health risk contract was or had prominence in the procurement plan and was activated by the end user that the procurement process must start.
Just for clarification, so you're saying that the current contract that we are concerned with, the health risk management contract, that was initially reflected in the procurement plan, and that contract was initiated by the end user, and can you confirm that the end user was the division Human Resource Management?
I can confirm that it was, yes.
Okay. So just for orientation, we are at about now paragraph 17 of your witness statement. Okay, so once the end user has now indicated that they would like a particular good procured, what is then the next step?
Once the need has been activated, we then assemble a team that would look at the bid specification, because we need to have quantification of the specification.
Okay.
Now,
just General Fanny, just for purposes of committee members, in the exhibit bundle there's intended to be a flow diagram that shows the various committees that are involved. Unfortunately, it didn't print properly, so there is now a loose leaf that indicates the various committees involved. So what we are now starting with is a discussion about the bid specification committee. You can take it from there.
Thank you very much. The bid specification committee's responsibilities is twofold. One would be to confirm the existing spec, its relevance, or to craft a new specification for the acquisition of the goods and the services that are required, as identified in the procurement plan or as identified by the need that's activated.
So in trying to use maybe a bit more layman language, when we talk about, identifying the particular spec, this is essentially the committee that says you want to procure a particular item. This is the various requirements that must be in the item. If you could give us an example of just how that specification or process is done, just,
Right. Each need would follow a unique process depending on the type of need that has been identified. For an example, if you're looking for an existing component for an existing product, you would then have to craft the specification for the product that you are looking for. If it is for a service, it will also take a different form whatsoever. There are some of the services that would require additional mandatory requirements, such as if you're buying health products, you would then have to have SAPRA accreditation or other types of accreditations that are required.
Okay. So, for example, this is the committee, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. This is the committee that says if I'm procuring skipping ropes, there's skipping ropes that will be made of leather or will they be made of material? Those kind of requirements. That's what the committee will essentially be specifying, those details for people who want to bid.
Correct. We would then have to prompt in terms of what the need was. Remember, the acquisition of a product would be to satisfy a need. It could be a means to satisfaction of the need. We need to establish what the need is and how we will satisfy that need. So the bid specification committee will then look at the how product or the how the need would be satisfied.
Thank you. How is that committee then composed?
The committee is, we as the procurement, once the end user nominate, or once the user indicate to us that they have a need for a goods or a service, we will then write to them and ask them to nominate members to serve in the committee. It is a practice in South African Police Service, and it is stipulated in the policy that the divisional commissioner in that space, because of their delegation in terms of finance accountability, they would be the ones that commit the division in terms of the need is required and that there are funds available for the acquisition of that goods or service. They will then nominate individuals to serve in the bid specification committee. The component head responsible for demand will then also nominate individuals from procurement space to also serve in the bid specification committee. And that nominations will be combined and sent to me for approval as the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain.
Okay, so what I understood you to be saying is that in respect of the health risk contract, the end user would have nominated the individuals who would have sat on the bid specification committee from human resource development, because that are the people who are from that environment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then thereafter, they would have sent those nominations, which include people from that environment as well as from supply chain. They would have sent those nominations to you in order for you to approve those. So the names of the people who are eventually on the committee are approved by you.
the end user sends nominations to the component head of demand, who consolidates and sends to me for approval.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right. And then so after this bid specification committee has completed their process, I think in terms of the flow, the kind of very simplistic flow chart, then the tender is advertised. Is that correct?
We have other quality assurance steps that we have put into place within our procurement process, and it makes prominence in the policy as well. We do have a pre-advertisement committee that sits. It is a committee within the component procurement. Their function is to look at the relevance, the accuracy, fairness, and whether the tender would be equitable when sent, and that there is no issues of brand preference or any segregation of any type with regards to that. Basically, they're looking at the legalities that should be embedded in the tender process, and then the tender would be advertised.
Okay, thank you. So can we then move in relation to the next very important committee, which is the bid evaluation committee? Can you then take us through what is the role of the bid evaluation committee? Just for purposes of orientation, we're on page 10 of your witness statement, starting from paragraph 24. But if you can just talk us through the role and the functions of the bid evaluation committee.
The functions of the bid evaluation committee, also clearly stipulated in the procurement policy, indicate, among others, but might not be exhaustive, because members of the bid evaluation committee are expected to do due diligence beyond what is stipulated in the procurement policy, but within the confines of the law. They need to make sure that whether the responding suppliers complied with the applicable bid specifications or conditions of tender, capabilities or abilities of the bidder are there to execute the contract. Issues of tax compliance and needs to be taken into. We also have other government initiatives such as NEEP that needs to be taken care of. We also they have to look at whether the standard bidding documents have been completed and they have been accurately completed in line with the guidelines provided by National Treasury for the completeness of the bid specifications committee. They also need to do other checks, legislative checks, such as to make sure that the in-service status of the owners of the bidder are in order. What I mean by that, they need to check that the owners of the companies are not working for government. They also have to go and check whether the supplier or the bidder has not been restricted by National Treasury. They also have to check whether the owners of the company have not been restricted to do business with government by National Treasury. There is a process and a way to do those checks. Those are among other things that they're doing. But finally, when they are done, they have to compile a comprehensive report to the bid adjudication committee nominating a supplier. Either nominating the supplier, in this instance, they were nominating a supplier to be appointed, or not nominating any supplier if there's no successful bidder that could be nominated at the end of that evaluation process.
Okay. So the bid evaluation committee, and I guess the clue is in the name, that they're the ones that evaluate the bids that are subsequently then given in order to eventually make a recommendation. So they do the evaluation, but they ultimately only make a recommendation in the report that goes on to the bid adjudication committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then the last committee that we want to speak about is the bid adjudication committee. Can you confirm you are the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee?
Correct.
All right, and at Annexure Bundle, page 348, you let me know when you're there.
I am there.
At Annexure Bundle, page 348, this would be your appointment, as I understand, from the National Commissioner in order to serve on the Bid Adjudication Committee.
Correct.
And it then sets out your roles and responsibilities. In that case, in your case, it's to chair the BAC meetings. It also says to strive to be punctual for meetings. But at 3.3, it also talks to the fact that you are required to assess the recommendations of the Bid Evaluation Committee and determine whether to support or not support the award of the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
At 3.5, your Bid Adjudication Committee, which you chair, then has the power to be able to make recommendations on various things like deviations, contract extensions, variation orders. And at 3.6, it states that your committee, the BAC, is required to ensure that all necessary documents have been submitted. 3.7, disqualifications are justified. 3.8, scoring has been fair, consistent, and correctly calculated. And 3.9, ensure that bidders have declared interests.
Correct.
And over the page, the BAC is required to ensure that the evaluation was done according to the advertised criteria, and also has the power to request the Bid Evaluation Committee to make any kind of reconsideration of their submissions if required. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so ultimately, and the Bid Adjudication Committee is the committee that makes the final award.
Correct. In line with the delegated authority by the accounting officer.
Yes, and is this the delegated authority, or is there another document that you wanted to refer to?
No. In terms of this, to make awards, it makes prominence in exactly the same document. 3.4, award as delegated by the accounting officer.
Correct. And can you confirm that your committee has been delegated, or you have been delegated to make an award?
The committee has been delegated to make the award.
Thank you. And then what is then the last step that follows from there?
Once the committee has received a report and they have satisfied themselves that all the requirements have been met, and that this supplier or this bid can be awarded, then the Bid Adjudication Committee then signs, all the members signs in agreement. Should there be anyone that has a different opinion, that would make prominence in the minutes. We take the minutes, and we also take the recording of the discussions, so that we make sure that the form is signed by everybody, the minutes are captured, and they are approved accordingly, and the recording is kept accordingly. Then the engagement with the supplier would be the supplier that has been awarded by the BIC would then be notified of the award. And in terms of delegation of authority document, the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain, who is myself, is approved to sign the contract with the winning bidder. And once the bidder starts the work, or before the bidder starts the work, whichever is applicable or is convenient, the end user, if necessary, will then have a service level agreement entered into, which will regulate the relationship between the winning bidder and the operational environment in making sure that the performance of the contract from both ends is seamless and that the service is received accordingly.
Thank you, General Fani. So I'd like to be able to turn then specifically to the health risk services contract. Just briefly, can you outline what the health risk management services contract tender was essentially for? What services were being procured with this tender?
The health risks, this contract has quite a number of layers and services that are required to be delivered by this supplier. They are supposed to screen new employees. They are required to screen existing employees for issues such as ill health, terminations, or medical unfit. They are also required to do any other services that are related to the health of the employee within the South African Police Service as contracted in this contract. There's quite a number of I've just condensed all the services, but it's basically got to do with all the issues related to new sign-ins, all issues related to current employees, all related issues, health issues related to service termination, ill health issues, or any other health risk issues within the South African Police Service.
Yes. And is my understanding correct that this would have had to have been a service provider that was either in the medical space, being able to do the various assessments and tests and so on, to be able to render the services? So as I understand it, and you'll correct me, the previous service provider was Metropolitan, and that this is normally a service that is bid for by entities that are in the medical space or can provide health services.
The determination of what would be a qualifying criteria for any supplier to provide goods or services within the South African Police Service is determined by the end users. So the end users in the bid specification have crafted what would qualify a supplier to provide the goods and services. In that bid specification committee, we had end users or end user representatives that operate in that space, and they have crafted that bid specification. We as procurement are supposed to ensure that the procurement process to acquire those goods and services is in line with the policy that we have within the South African Police Service. And the end user had provided us with the specification, and we published according to that specification.
So just at page 17, paragraph 42, you detail the relevant chronology in relation to how this tender eventually unfolded. So the initiation of the process began on the 8th of November 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, for the needs, there may have been other steps prior to that where we write to each other to ask that they submit nominations and submit spec and that, but the actual satisfaction, starting of the satisfaction of the need started on the 8th of November of 2023 with the bid specification process.
Okay. And then can you take us over and just take us through the various steps that have been taken?
Okay, the high-level steps that also took place in this regard, on the 16th of January of 2024, we had the pre-advertisement meeting was held. As I have indicated earlier, this is a quality assurance group that assists us with making sure that the bid spec response is accurate and that we would not have unfairly excluded others by virtue of crafting of the spec. The bid on the 31st of January, the bid was published on the SAPS website and e-tender. On the 8th of February, we had a compulsory briefing session. The briefing session is mainly to ensure that the prospective bidders come and ask as many questions as they wish to clarify any matter that they may not have understood so that we get a responsive bidder at the end of the day. On the 19th of February, the bid was closed. Only 22 bids were received, and Medicare 24 Tshwane district was one of those bids that were received. On
Just to pause there, so 22 bids were received.
yes,
One of the bids that was received was from Medicare 24 Tshwane District, which is the company that was essentially owned by Mr. Matlala.
correct.
Correct. Can you then continue?
On the 29th of April of 2024, the bid evaluation committee, having conducted the evaluation process, then prepared a report recommending the appointment of Medicare 24 Tshwane District on May of 2024.
So the bid evaluation committee sat and then prepared its report. We are going to go and have a look at the report a little later. But ultimately, following an evaluation process, the bid evaluation committee essentially then recommended to the bid adjudication committee that Medicare 24 Tshwane District must be appointed.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can take it now from May 2024?
May 2024, I believe that the chairperson of the committee, this committee, wrote to the National Commissioner prior to May 2024. The dates I don't have, but it should be there in the response by the National Commissioner,
Okay.
where the National Commissioner was asked as to whether Mr. Sunil Belucham, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, apologies if I'm not, from IDEC, had contacted him, asking him about the issues of Medicare 24 Tshwane. The National Commissioner then contacted a functionary or an official in supply chain.
General Fani, maybe to assist you, can I ask the committee, can you turn to Annexure MF6? So the context to this request for information that's at MF6 is that when the National Commissioner gave evidence, he indicated that when the tender was being adjudicated, that he received a call from a member from IDEC warning that there was a company called that was linked to Mr. Matlala that was bidding for the contract. And so what is at Annexure MF6 is the responses, the further responses from the National Commissioner following his engagement with the evidence leaders. And just to recap, the responses from the National Commissioner says that he was contacted by a gentleman from IDEC called Mr. Sunil Belucham in and around May 2024. So just in terms of the timeline we're talking about, this is after the bid evaluation committee has completed the evaluation, but before the bid adjudication committee awards the contract, makes the final award.
Correct.
And what the National Commissioner indicated was that this gentleman from IDAC had raised concerns that there was Medicare 24 Tshwane did not have a valid tax clearance certificate and had been blacklisted, and that it seemed to have been linked to an entity that was linked, or a person that was involved in Tembisa Hospital. So you were then indicating that from this response, he said that he spoke to an official.
Yeah, he had not spoken to me. He had spoken to the official in my absence. I was on leave at the time, and National Commissioner was assured that there is nothing untowards with regards to the evaluation process. When we started, I'll just mention that part here because it's critically important, even though we are not dealing with the adjudication process. When the bid adjudication set and we did the declaration, it would appear that the bid adjudication committee members did not know of any concerns that were raised by IDEC, because when I called upon for them to declare, none of them had any declarations to make with regards to this contract. Neither did I have any declaration because it was unknown to me that this concern had been raised with the National Commissioner.
Yes, but it had been raised with the National Commissioner. Who's the official that the National Commissioner says that he spoke to?
In his letter, in his response to the chairperson of this committee, the National Commissioner has indicated that he had spoken to Major General Hankins.
Yes, and in what capacity was Major General Hankins acting at the time?
I was on leave. She was acting as the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain.
So then, despite those, the concerns were raised, then it proceeded to the adjudication.
The unknown to the bid adjudication committee, the tender was tabled to the bid adjudication committee for adjudication, and we did sit as the adjudication committee to adjudicate.
And then on the 18th of June 2024, Medicare 24 Tshwane was awarded the health risk management services contract. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, General Fani, can I now request that we look at the bid evaluation committee report? It's at Annexure MF7.
Can I get the page?
Page 368. So, certainly just to clarify, the heading of the document is written Submission Bid Adjudication Committee. Is this the report of the Bid Evaluation Committee?
That's the report compiled by the bid evaluation committee for consideration by the bid adjudication committee. Correct.
Correct. So even though it's headed Bid Adjudication Committee, we must understand it as the BEC report.
Correct.
Right. So, just starting at page 370, paragraph 5. this is the list of all the bidders, the 22 bidders that had submitted bid in responses to the advertisement.
Correct.
And Medicare 24 Tshwane, its full name is not written out, is indicated to be bidder number 20.
Correct.
Can you then take us through what the first phase of the adjudication process was for this contract?
The adjudication.
The evaluation process.
Thank you. I was about to highlight that
Yeah.
the adjudication does not have phases. The evaluation process, the first phase is the mandatory documentation. So mandatory documentations here would be clearly stipulated, and if none of the bidders submit those mandatory documentation, they would automatically be disqualified. Coupled with that are the issues of bid documents, standard bidding documents, which must also be submitted. If any of the standard bidding documents are missing, the supplier would, or the bidder would also be disqualified from the process.
Okay. So essentially, the bid evaluation committee starts out with 22 bids and assesses them for whether the mandatory documents are present. And at page 375, paragraph 8, it then excludes 10 bidders from there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so after checking whether the mandatory documents were there, what remains are 12 bidders.
Correct.
And as you see, bidder number 20, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, is one of the 12 bidders.
That's correct.
Can you then take us through the next phase? Or let me ask this question. So, is it then your understanding that having excluded the 10 bidders, the 12 that had remained had all the required documentation in order to be able to proceed to the next phase of evaluation?
In the report that was submitted to the bid adjudication committee, it would appear that the bid evaluation committee had applied their mind and have made certain that all the relevant documentation and all the relevant requirements of the bid documents have been complied to, and in the report then they're recommending that the suppliers be carried to the next phase of evaluation, and all other suppliers that were disqualified, in the report it was clearly stipulated why they were disqualified. We have interrogated that report as a bid adjudication committee and made certain that the reasons cited for disqualification were justified.
So can you take us through the next phase of evaluation that took place?
The next phase of evaluation, once you have gotten the mandatory as well as the SBD documents, would typically be, in this instance, was to go and look at the functionality, what would term functionality in the evaluation process.
But what does that mean practically?
What it means is you're looking at all the stipulations that were made in the bidding documents that the supplier was supposed to comply to in order for them to fulfill the requirements of the job.
Yes. So if one looks at paragraph 9.1, the questions are, does the bidder have a live operating system in place on a 24-hour basis? Is there a 24-hour line to get a hold of the bidder, should they be required? Does the bidder have the necessary functional equipment like mobile units in all provinces when required to conduct medical examinations and tests? So, and that's just examples of the various functional things that they were looking for.
Those are the things that they looked at in order for us to ensure that the bidders have not claimed to have these functions on paper. We would then add another leg of due diligence where we physically go to the facilities listed in the bid documents, the address listed in the bid document, to make sure that these facilities or these functions actually are catered for by the supplier.
So in relation to Medicare 24 Tshwane district, where did they go to ascertain that these services actually existed?
It would appear that they went to the address that has been provided in the bid documents.
And is there, this is the document that ultimately serves before the bid adjudication committee. So is there anything that more in this document that indicates exactly what that address was?
No, in the address, in the report that's given to the bid adjudication committee, the address was not stipulated. It is an understanding and that we only entertain what is submitted in the bid. So the address was provided in the bid documents, in one of the SBD documents that the bidder has provided. Should there have been a different address that the bid evaluation committee would have to go to, the supplier or the bidder would have had to write to us and indicate, to the bid evaluation committee and indicate a different address to the bid evaluation committee. It doesn't appear that such a change of address was indicated to the bid evaluation committee, to the information at my disposal.
So the bid evaluation committee at 9.2.3 on page 376 essentially says that it conducted a due diligence at, and amongst others, at Netcare Occupational Health, Carawell Holdings. I'm reading the wrong one. It's actually 9.2 point. Oh, no, yes. 9.2.3. That they say that they conducted due diligence at Blue Collar Occupational Health, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, and Mkhwanazi Trading Pty Ltd. And the report only says that due diligence was conducted. It doesn't indicate whether it was successful, but is that your understanding that they found these services that they were looking for?
It is an understanding that if all was in order in terms of the criteria that was set for the evaluation, we would only in the report reflect what was the deviation so that we may understand the deviation, so that in the adjudication phase we may understand the nature of that deviation that was discovered during the evaluation process. And in this instance, all those suppliers where there was or were deviations were highlighted as such, and we have interrogated that list.
Okay. And then following that due diligence exercise, there then remain 7 bidders who go into the final phase of evaluation on issues of price. It says price matrix report.
Yes. Correct.
And the 7 bidders are indicated from page 378, paragraph 10 of that report.
Correct.
And again, Medicare 24 Tshwane district is included as one of those.
Correct.
And then what is the eventual process that is undertaken on the price matrix report?
The price matrix report would be populated. It becomes quite a cumbersome document. All the suppliers that made it to price would then be populated on a matrix. A formula would be applied. And then there will be a ranking with regards to, and the BEE scores will also be included. And then there will be a ranking in terms of the supplier with the highest points. In this instance, the supplier that had the highest points on those 2 attributes was the Medicare 24 Tshwane, and the BEE, the bid evaluation committee, populates that matrix, and the outcome of that matrix is then put into a report indicating that the supplier is the one that had the highest points in terms of that matrix population.
Okay. And so the ultimate recommendation at page 379, paragraph 12 of that report is that from the bid evaluation committee is that the tender or the award be given to Medicare 24 Tshwane district.
Correct.
This report is then what ultimately serves before your committee, the bid adjudication committee.
Correct.
And it serves before the bid adjudication committee with 2 annexures, if I understand, if that's correct. I think they are, just to take one step back, at page 368, the 2 annexures that are outlined. Can you just indicate what they are?
The first annexure here is the need activation, and then annexure B is the bid specification document.
Okay, so this report plus the need activation and the bid specification are what goes to your committee. Can you then take us through how the bid adjudication committee then decided to then approve this recommendation to appoint Medicare 24 Tshwane district?
The bid adjudication committee, the secretariat of the component head, let me start there. The component head, I'm getting feedback, Chair. The bid evaluation committee completes their evaluation and they put a report together. Once the report is put together, the procurement policy makes provision for quality assurance in the process. The section head procurement would then go, and his responsibility is to go and check and validate that the claims that are made in the report are indeed accurate. It may require, in some instances, for them to consult the source documents, the bid documents received, just to ascertain that even the reasons for disqualification or the reasons for qualification have been met before that matter is submitted to the bid adjudication committee. Once the section head has looked at that, he signs the report to indicate his satisfaction of the report. He then passes it over to the component head, who does another set of validation or quality check of the document to make sure that the section head had not missed anything that needed to have been identified as an anomaly in the process. Once the component head is satisfied that everything is in order, he or she will then sign and then table this with the Secretariat for deliberations with the bid adjudication committee. So we do have sets of quality assurance steps that we have in place to make sure that the submission that comes to the bid adjudication committee is not thick and cumbersome, including the source documents, and that the evaluation report is totally independent of all the other attachments that they are there. Typically, what the members of the bid adjudication committee would do is that each member would receive their file with all the documentation required. They would go through the file and make sure that they look at all the aspects that they need to look at. The angle of how each member would look at solely rests on them with regards to what are the things that they would be looking for. But when we do look at the issue, some of the things that we normally would look at is that indeed the needs were identified and there's funds available for this. We're also looking at that the bid specification committee did sit and approved the specification. We also look that the tender was duly advertised, and it was not only advertised at a medium that cannot be accessed by all the suppliers to look at issues of equality, and we also looking at that every reason that was given for the disqualification of the suppliers is indeed in line with the policy and is also in line with the applicable legislation, and that no supplier has been disqualified unfairly. We would then look at any other matter that may be of interest at that time from one tender to another. In this instance, we have looked at in that fashion. When we did have deliberations in the bid adjudication committee,
Yes.
Each member would then have to highlight what are the issues that they had concerns with, and each member has indicated they were not material at all. We were worried about the time frame of the contract. The time frame of the contract, we were asking why the contract was not done in 5 years, based on the nature, and we did come to a conclusion as the bid adjudication committee that the circumstances in subs do change from time to time, and a longer term contract would not be necessarily required. Other than that, there was nothing material that could stop the award of this contract based on the information at our disposal at that time submitted from the bid evaluation committee.
So if I understand you correctly, because the main issue you say that the bid adjudication committee considered was the length of the contract.
Yep.
And didn't consider whether the mandatory documents were submitted, whether there was an evaluation properly done on price, and so on.
Apologies. We would not discuss things that are already contained in the report, which do not require any clarification. So that information was provided in the report, and we did not have to have any deliberations with regards to that. My role as the chairperson of the committee. Can I proceed,
Yes,
Chair?
you can
My role as the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee is to afford each member an opportunity to indicate their decision with regards to the submission. You will pick up in the recording, each member was asked to make a comment with regards to the adjudication, and there is nothing material that came out. All members indicated that they're okay with the submission at their disposal.
Okay. Can I take you back to Annexure Bundle, the Annexures Bundle 348?
I'm with you.
Yes. As I understand the Bid Adjudications Committee's functions as set out in this Annexure Bundle 348, is that the Bid Adjudication Committee is required to ensure that all necessary documents have been submitted. That is one of the requirements of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
Correct. I have indicated when I started, if we were to relook at every document that was submitted as part of this bid and look at each document, it will defeat the process of adjudication. The evaluation process needs to look at all the documents, all of them, line by line, and make sure that that work is complete and that they are not disqualifying any supplier unfairly. In the process, as a build-up to adjudication, we have included 2 quality assurance processes that then make sure that the source documents are indeed, have indeed been looked at correctly and that they have been populated correctly. It is impractical for the Bid Adjudication Committee to look at each document and to have a submission of each documents that are put forward that have come with the bid document. It is quite a very, very, very huge number. You can imagine 22 submissions. If we were to look at 22 submissions, we might as well have our job descriptions changed completely and just look at bid adjudication issues. Hence, we have made sure that we've got quality assurance along the way to ensure that we are okay as Bid Adjudication Committee with regards to what is contained in the documentation. However, there has been instances in other documents or tenders that have been adjudicated where we have requested documentation to make sure that indeed the documentation or the information has been populated correctly. It was, in the opinion of the Bid Adjudication Committees at that time when adjudicating this document, that the report was complete.
Thank you. Can I, so you indicate now in your evidence that it would be impractical for the Bid Adjudication Committee to look, as it says here, and ensure that the documents are submitted. But in relation to the bidder that you eventually award, shouldn't it at least be able to ensure that that bidder has all the necessary documents submitted?
As I have indicated, the report appeared to be complete with regards to how information was compiled and submitted to the Bid Adjudication Committee.
And then in just at page 349, in terms of your requirements, yes. Yes. Yeah. And then at page 349, paragraph 3.10, and that one of the further requirements is that the evaluation, that it is required to ensure that the evaluation was done according to the advertised criteria.
Correct. If you go to the report itself, you would indicate it. You would notice that the just give me a second. One of the things that we are looking at to ensure that the bid was evaluated in line with the advertised bid, we ask that the bid specification be attached. The bid specification was attached. When members of the Bid Adjudication Committee evaluate in their own space, because we provide the files, they look at the advertised bid, they look at whether the criteria that has been indicated for advancement or for exclusion is indeed in line with the bid specification that was issued with the tender. Yes, the bid specification was attached, and we did look into that. We may not have made statement in our reporting that we looked into that. But though that is one of the attributes that we look at. And yes, the bid spec was annexed as Annexure B in the submission, in the evaluation report.
Does the bid adjudication committee, is there a report from the bid adjudication committee that outlines what process they undertook when making the final award?
We remember the delegation that we've been given as the bid adjudication committee is that we must adjudicate an award. Should it have been necessary for us to adjudicate and make recommendations, we would have made the recommendation report to the next level of approval. In this instance, as the bid adjudication committee, there's two source documents that we use as evidence that we looked at the matter that was sent to us for adjudication. We do have a decision matrix or decision sheet that we fill in. You may want to refer to that later as an annexure, but the decision sheet, we would clearly indicate whether we have approved, not approved, or referred back. And we would list the reasons why we did not approve, or we would list the reason why we referred it back on that decision list. Sometimes when we do approve with conditions, and we will clearly stipulate what those conditions are. And we will clearly minute in the minutes of the committee what were the resolutions of the committee. Because if we were to detail he said, I said, and he said, and that said, we would probably have cumbersome set of minutes. The resolution of the bid adjudication committee are listed in the minutes. If there are sometimes instances, for instance, this one, where the members of the committee indicated that they approve, and the issue was whether 3 years or 5 years, but that was immaterial because the tender was advertised on 3 years. The discussion around 3 years or 5 years was whether the end user was justified or shouldn't have considered the 5 years, but it was immaterial at the time because the tender was advertised for 3 years and the adjudication and evaluation and everything else had to revolve around 3 years.
So, if I understand, then your evidence is that in respect of this particular tender, there's no report that explains the basis on which the bid adjudication committee awarded approved the award of to Medicare 24 Tshwane. I'm talking about a report that one can look at to see what the reasons were for approving the evaluation. There's no report that exists.
The decision matrix is essentially a report. We reduce our decisions for not approving or refer back in that decision matrix. In some instances, like I've indicated, if we need to make stipulations of the conditions for approval, we would do that. In this instance, there were no conditions for approval, and the report clearly indicates that it is approved, and each member of the bid adjudication committee has attached their signature indicating their agreement to what has been listed on that decision matrix or decision sheet.
But this decision matrix is not in your bundle.
It is there.
If you can make it available to the committee, that would be, I'm sure we can do so at the break.
Okay,
or so on.
I've made it available to you. I will indicate to you outside the meeting what that is. Okay. We might have it.
Are you talking about the minute?
No, not the minutes. The cover sheet, that decision sheet, it clearly indicates what the decision was of the committee. It can only be 3: approved, not approved, or referred back. If it's not approved, we clearly stipulate the reasons on that sheet, and if it was referred back, we clearly indicate why we referred it back, because the minutes are not shared with the end users, only the reasons why we have done that. If we approve, it is by default that the members of the committee have agreed to the contents as contained in the bid evaluation report that is sent to the bid adjudication committee.
Yes. Just for my own clarification, this decision matrix, does it say anything more than approved, not approved, or conditions?
It doesn't say anything more than that because there was no other stipulations to be made.
So is there a report that sets out the reasons for approval?
What we have done since resolved to do is that in the minutes we would say approved as presented so that it completes the sentence. The report as was in terms of the recommendation that is there in the report was approved. Remember, we are approving the recommendation that is made to the bid adjudication committee.
Thank you. So the minutes of the bid adjudication committee are in Annexure Bundle 394.
Adjudication committee, they don't do any independent verification.
Correct.
They just look at the bid evaluation report and they tick it off. You're gonna ask that, the committee.
Get back to that with the board document that comes. So, would it be fair to say that the bid adjudication committee doesn't do any independent verification of its own? It essentially relies on the report that is tabled before it to make its determination.
The members of the bid adjudication committee are at liberty at any given point if they need further clarification with regards to any item that is on the bid adjudication bid. Let's call it a bid evaluation. Let's call it what it is here, bid adjudication, bid evaluation report. If at any given time they require. There has been instances, like I've indicated, where members of the bid adjudication committee requested further information to be in the position to qualify the statements or the claims that are made in the report in order for us to make an informed decision with regards to the matter that served before us.
So what I understand you to be saying is that there have been instances where they've done independent verification. What I'm trying to understand is with regards to this particular adjudication process, was there any independent verification that was done outside of reading the evaluation report and considering the evaluation report? Was there any independent actions taken by the bid adjudication committee before it made the award?
It would appear that no information was solicited outside what was presented to the bid adjudication committee, because nothing was advanced by any member in the committee. The process would be, if by any chance the member of the bid adjudication committee wants matters clarified, they do not contact anybody outside of the bid adjudication committee. They would have to come to the bid adjudication committee and request additional information. We have to have controlled documents and we have to have a record of what was given to the bid adjudication committee. So it would appear that nobody has requested any other information outside what could have been requested through the bid adjudication committee process.
Just a clarification, you say that it would appear that there was no additional documents sought or no independent other information that was sought. You were part of that adjudication process.
Yes, I was.
So it's maybe a little bit more than something that would appear, it would be something that you were involved with, is that
No,
correct?
what I meant was, if any member of the bid adjudication committee requested additional documentation other than what was presented in the file on this matter. Such a request was not done through the formal sitting of the bid adjudication committee. The information that we adjudicated on was on what was in the file and what was presented to the bid adjudication committee.
Okay, so yes, okay, thank you very much. So we were looking at the minute of the bid adjudication committee, which starts at annexure page 394. And just confirm for me that item 7.6 is the tender that we're concerned with, the Medicare 24 Tshwane contract.
Correct.
And what is over the page at page 396? What is the recordal that's made by the bid adjudication committee?
Sorry, please repeat the question, sorry.
Just at page 396, over the page, what essentially is the recordal that's made by the bid adjudication committee?
The adjudication committee approved the submission that was put before them, and it's minuted as such.
Thank you.
Maybe just to corroborate the point that I've made earlier on with regards to should there be a need for additional information on 395 on item 7.4, you would note that when we adjudicated that memo 54, the BAC wants clarification on a criteria used to select the winning bid. We do interrogate the reports, and when there's additional information required, we then stipulated as such in the minutes. I just wanted to indicate that point that I have made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General Fani. I guess the point is that in relation to this health risk services contract, you didn't request additional information. You may have requested it for other submissions, but you
Yes.
didn't request it when you were adjudicating this particular tender.
That's correct.
So then I think in the timeline where we are is that the award is then made, and it's made on the 18th of June 2024. Is that correct? You know, I'm reading that
we're back
date
to the
from
bundle, yes.
yeah.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
reading that date from
Yeah.
page 21
The
of the
award,
witness statement.
we sat on the 14th of 2024, 2 days before June 16th, and yes, we adjudicated on the 14th of June and awarded on the 14th of June, and the contract was signed on the 18th of June.
The contract was signed by the 18th of June.
Correct.
And the contract was signed by you?
The contract was signed by me by virtue of my delegation in terms of the delegation of authority document.
So where we are then in the timeline is that the contract is awarded in June 2024, and then in December, there is a meeting that is held. So can you then go to page 24 of your statement? Paragraph 47.
I'm there.
And then can you explain to us then what took place in December 2024?
In December of 2024, there was a media article that or report that spoke to the subs having awarded a contract to a fraudster, and the minister then called us into a meeting. And
Can I just confirm, when you're saying the minister, you're referring to Minister
I'm
Mkhwanazi?
speaking to the minister at the time, Minister Mkhwanazi, called us into a meeting, and the National Commissioner was there, and all other areas were there: internal audit, legal, finance, And in that meeting, the minister then instructed rather, that the contract be audited. The procurement or the supply chain management handed the documents over to internal audit in subsequent days thereafter, for internal audit to do their audits of that contract.
Thank you. So just in relation to that meeting that was held, do you recall the date of that meeting?
Not offhand. I may provide that, because I think it was a calendar request. I would provide that if it is there.
And can you just give us some insight? What was the nature of the discussions that took place in December around this contract?
I may summarize it that the minister had indicated that there's an article that he's uncomfortable with, that may bring the organization into disrepute, and he would like to get a briefing with regards to what's happening with that contract. The briefing was provided, and based on what was advanced to the minister at the time, the minister then took a decision that a full audit must be conducted and an audit report must be produced.
So who conducted the briefing to the minister? Who conducted the briefing to the minister?
I did the briefing of some sort, no, I did the briefing, I think. Yeah.
So you conducted, and can you give us insight to what you explained to the minister about the award of this contract?
I just gave the chronological sequence of what happened, and based on that, because of I did not know the extent at which there were anomalies in the tender, the decision was then taken that let's then quantify the anomalies that are being leveled in the report, and the internal audit process kicked in.
At what point in time did you become aware that the tender had been awarded to Mr. Matlala's company?
I only became aware when there was a media, this media report came out. At the time, I did not know Ket Matlala at all.
So I'd like for us to be able to consider the audit report that was then done by the SAPS internal audit. Can I ask you to first turn to page 413? Of the annexure bundle.
Thank you. I've got it.
So,
Can
you...
Sorry, Chair. Can you just afford me a minute to stand and sit again? I'm sitting on the tip of the chair. I'm short if I go too far back. I can't reach the mic if I go too far. Then I have to sit up straight. Just a minute. Apologies, members. Thank you. Apologize for that.
No problem. General Fani,
Okay, Chair. No, I thought sorry, Zigala. I thought I was going to do this without disrupting the meeting. If you are not familiar with this, you might not be able to know how to use this so that you can pull back. So I don't know if the general has been assisted with that.
Can you?
You've got to pull this the table. That's why I was pointing to somebody next to you.
I'll still have to reach the mic. The problem is the mic, it gets too far. Then I can't speak. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's fine. The problem is the mic, but I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Can you look at the document at page 413? Can you just explain to the committee what document this is?
This is the document that was, it's an audit report that was put together by Mr. Mkhwanazi. He was the acting chief audit executive at the time. He had since left the employment of South African Police Service.
Okay. And I had wanted to indicate this is a preliminary on page 413. It indicates that it's a preliminary report. Is that correct?
Correct.
This report is dated January 2025. Was this report shared with you?
The preliminary report, yes, it was.
The preliminary report was shared with you. How
Yes.
was it shared with you?
The chief audit executive, Ms. Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and the risk and compliance Brigadier Matou came to my office, and they read the report and they left with the report. I never got the hard copy.
Okay. And can you confirm that a final audit report was subsequently filed?
I cannot confirm.
If you go to MF11, there's a final audit report that is dated April 2025.
The report was advanced to me a day or two ago, which I then put in the submission. But prior to that, I had never gotten a copy of the report.
Yes. But have you now had an opportunity to read the final audit report?
Yes, I have.
There are some differences between the interim and the final audit report, but in the main, many of the conclusions that were in the interim report are eventually taken to the final report. So for purposes of the evidence and to ensure that we're looking at the final report, I propose that we then look at the final audit report that was filed.
That will be okay.
Chair, it's 1 minute before the I think anticipated break, but I am going to go into a new topic in relation to this audit report, and it might be detailed. I wondered if it might be a convenient time now.
Yeah, I think it will be good that you take the new theme after break, because you cannot do anything in 1 minute. Once you finish asking the questions, I say break. So the only thing that I can do now is to request the chief whip to instruct the members to break. Honorable members, before we take a break, let me just go back to what Honorable James has said. You know, as leaders, we have been taught that we must always be the first to serve and the last to get the rewards. So I'm going to persuade you that when you go for break, if you find any queue, the leaders must be the last in the queue. Thank you so much. We are coming back at 14 hours. Yeah, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani. Good afternoon. The last time I greeted you was in the morning, and now it's afternoon. Advocate Zikala,
Thank you, Chair.
I allocate you an hour to conclude the discussion with Dr. Fani. If you go beyond an hour, I can use my discretion to allocate you no less than 20 minutes after an hour. Yeah.
Looking at the final audit report that had been given. Just give me a second, I just want to go to the document. So the final audit report is MF11 at page 429 of the annexure bundle. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to page 447 of that bundle.
I'm at 447.
Thank you. At paragraph 3.3.4, this is now the internal auditors. They say that they have observed the following red flags and/or evidence of fronting in the bid of Medicare 24 Tshwane district. And they begin to detail in the paragraphs below why they have indicated that there was fronting in the bid. Can you just begin to read out what is indicated, maybe starting from paragraph 3.3.4.3?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will read 3.3.4.1, and it says the bidder is a registered company with company registration number. The company was established in 2019. A company was registered and is registered on CSD and was vetted by the National Treasury. I do not have enough information to substantiate why that was an anomaly.
Okay. But, and then now at 3.3.4.3, can you indicate what the internal auditors have indicated about their finding that there was fronting?
Their report says there is only one director of the company who is an African male. The address of the registered office is 103 North Rand Road, Baden-Boksbeek. I don't know how that constitutes fronting.
Yes, I was asking
cannot
if you
vouch.
could read 3.3.4.3.
Oh, 3.3.4.3.
0.3, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The bidder is operating under franchise agreement with the franchisor with its own company registration number. The bidder and the franchisor share the same business address. The bidder did not indicate in the bidding document the third-party supplier arrangement.
What do you understand that to mean?
What I understand this to mean is that in the tendered returnables, there is no evidence that was found by the auditors with regards to an agreement between the two parties.
Yes, but as I read 3.3.4.3, sorry, it's difficult, it's just, they say that when you look at the entity, it is operating under a franchise agreement or tries or purports to operate under a franchise agreement, but that was not indicated in the bidding documents that there would be a third-party supplier. Now, would that be the kind of requirement that would have caused the bidder to be excluded?
We have stipulated in our tender documents that if you are not operating at your premises, you must provide us with the water and lights account, or you must give us an agreement where you have with the person that owns the building. In this instance, it's not just about rental, it is about operating and utilization of facilities in that space. It appears that the bidder did not own the facilities, but has a franchise agreement that was picked up by the auditors.
Yes, but what the auditors indicated 3.3.4.4 is that that franchise agreement was not signed by the franchisee and so could not be relied upon at the time of bidding. So going back to my earlier question, wouldn't that have been a mandatory requirement that had to be complied with in order for this bidder to have progressed?
Right. Let's one. The franchisor signed. The franchisee did not sign, and the document was available. The question that we can then ask is that is 3.3.4.3 being nullified by 3.3.4.4, because 3.3.4.4 says an agreement was there but not signed, and 3.3.3.43 says there was none. So internal audit may have to answer that one. I am not, I cannot vouch for any of the statements.
So, but whether there was none or it was not signed, wouldn't in both circumstances it mean that the mandatory requirement was not complied with? Either there was no supplier agreement or there was a supplier agreement that was not signed. But under both circumstances, what I'm asking, doesn't that mean that there was that particular mandatory requirement to show a third-party supplier was not complied with?
The requirement is that there should be one if the bidder is not the owner of the facility. What this 3.3.4.4 seems to suggest is that the franchisee did not sign. What it is not saying is that the franchisor signed and what the nature of the relationship would have been. I would presume that in the clarification, when legal was writing to the bidder, clarifying issues before disqualification, they would have clarified this. I'm not privy to that. But the document must be complete. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm asking you, and maybe I'll ask, what it clearly indicates was that the document wasn't complete.
What it indicates is that the franchisee did not sign, which makes the document not to be complete.
So doesn't that mean that a mandatory requirement wasn't complied with?
It would appear, well, it is not being complied to if the signatures are not complete.
Just to clarify, is that a yes?
It's a yes.
What was the role in the franchise, the franchisor and the franchisee? What was their role in the bid? He seems to suggest that maybe because the owner was the franchisor didn't matter.
Chair, if I may also indicate is that the internal audit had qualified that, if I may read it, the franchise agreement is not signed by the franchisee and cannot be relied upon and was not a requirement at the time of the bidding. That's what the statement is saying. I do not have the document to verify which was the requirement. So it gives two contradictory statements, that sentence that is written there. Maybe they wanted to say and was a requirement, but
Yes.
what is written here says and was not a requirement.
Yes. Can you go to 3.3.4.8? Can you?
The bidder submitted a company profile of Medicare 24 holding and not the third-party supplier's declaration as required by the special conditions of the bid. It should noted that Medicare 24 holding did not bid and therefore their company profile is irrelevant for this bid. By submitting the company profile of the Medicare 24 holdings together with the bidding documents, the bidder assert that the bid will be executed by Medicare 24 without making third parties declaration. The finding is correct.
That finding is correct.
Correct.
In so doing, would that have been a mandatory requirement that was not complied with?
Not mandatory. It was part of the criteria for evaluation.
Can you go to 3.3.4.10?
3.3.4.10, the pricing schedule submitted by the bidder was different from the pricing schedule issued with the original bid documents in that the control numbers on the top of I would assume that it says on top of each page were changed. The SBD 7.2 bid cover page and pricing schedule were submitted for forensic analysis to establish whether they were signed by the same person. The forensic analyst established that the signature of the bidder on SBD 7.2 did not correspond with the signature of the bidder on the submitted pricing schedule. Therefore, the pricing schedule submitted by the bidder could not be relied upon as it lacked integrity.
What does that mean?
The specialists had a look at the signature that was attached to the document. They are specialized. They are specializing in that form. The question that could be asked is, would any reasonable man could have seen that the signatures were not the same? The answer is no.
As I read 3.3.4.10, they say more than just the signatures. They say essentially that the pricing schedule had been tampered with and that it was not the original bid document, I'm reading from the second line, that had the control numbers that were submitted. So, and you can clarify or with me if I'm incorrect, but as I understand it, there are certain forms that have particular control numbers that must be submitted with those original numbers and so on, and the pricing schedule is one such document.
Correct.
And that in this case, that pricing schedule had been tampered with. And so it was not the original numbers or control numbers of those documents that had been used.
It's an audit finding. The BEC should have picked up the format of the document, and indeed, if internal audit picked it up, and it is warranted. One of the tender requirements that we have is that the submitted schedules should not be changed or altered in any form. If they have been altered, this should have been a disqualification.
So this requirement that the pricing schedules that were submitted had been tampered with, this should have resulted in a disqualification.
Correct.
Can you turn to page 450? This is paragraph 3.3.8 of the audit report. Can you read, because it's a long paragraph, can you read the finding just before where they discuss the Treasury regulation?
right? It is alleged that the bidder committed an unethical conduct in respect of the procurement process in another organs of states, that is Gauteng Provincial Government at Tembisa Hospital. There were allegations of alleged procurement irregularities committed by the Director of Medicare 24 Tshwane District prior the evaluation of the bid. The bid should have taken into, the BEC should have taken into consideration the allegations raised on the media about the director to inform their due diligence methodology. The due diligence did not ascertain all facts concerning the bidder, resulting in a material control weakness.
What do you understand the internal auditors to have been flagging there?
All that internal audit is saying is that with the media statements that were made concerning the director of this company, the bid
And this is Mr. Matlala.
that is Mr. Matlala, the bid evaluation committee should have disqualified the company. Let me just clarify what is the correct process. The correct process is that when you evaluate the tenders, you evaluate the tenders as received. In your report, you then highlight the issues that should be considered by the bid adjudication committee. If those concerns that were highlighted by the bid adjudication committee are outside the tender process, the bid adjudication committee will adjudicate the tender. If this supplier becomes the winning bid, the bid adjudication committee will not award that tender. They would have to refer that matter to legal services so that legal services can give direction with regards to what needs to happen with regards to that bid. You do not disqualify any person on other matters that are unrelated to the tender when you do evaluation and when we do adjudication. You highlight those in the report and you make sure that legal services assist you with crafting a report for disqualification of that supplier. Treasury regulations indicate that if for any reason the bidder who has received the highest point, they are not saying disqualified for other reasons, that has received the highest point cannot be appointed. Such a bidder, such reasons must be given, and such bidder should not be appointed or be awarded a tender. Had we known as bid adjudication committee, I'm not sure to what extent the bid evaluation committee knew about the issue of Mr. Matlala. We would have, as I've indicated in my affidavit, we would have flagged this with legal services, and legal services would have crafted us a reason which justifies why the supplier should not be appointed.
Thank you. General Fani, as I read this paragraph, it's maybe making 2 points and to discuss with you. The first point that it makes is that there should have been a due diligence process that picked up the fact that Mr. Matlala was a person who was in the media reported to have been involved with Tembisa Hospital. And that there was a failure in the due diligence process regarding that. What I understand you to be saying is that had you known, you would have gotten a legal report or so on. But can you answer the first question, which is whether there was a failure with the due diligence process, that it should have picked up that this was a bidder who was who was alleged to have been involved in procurement irregularities in relation to Tembisa Hospital?
Right. Honorable Chair, I wouldn't say there was lack of due diligence done. We rely heavily on information that is recorded for us. In the CSD report, I would refer to page 453. In the CSD report, the CSD report
Yes.
indicates.
Can I indicate the CSD report is at page 457 of the annexures.
I've got it as 454.
Yeah. Let me just check. You are correct, it starts at 454.
Yes. In the CSD report, this does not talk about Ket Matlala. I'm looking for his name. It talks about Vusumuzi Matlala, but that's
Yes.
immaterial.
Yeah, that is, as I understand it, the name Cat is a nickname.
Yeah.
So I think it is Mr. Matlala.
As I've indicated earlier, I had no knowledge of Vusumuzi Matlala. I may have heard in the news that there's issues at Tembisa, but it for me personally, and probably for other members of the committee, that for us to link him at that time to Tembisa did not happen, and for a reason that it did not appear to us at that time that this person is the person that is being wanted. But importantly to note is that we rely on information we get from CST. The framework that governs restriction of suppliers in government clearly indicates that a department or entity that has experienced any anomaly with regards to the supplier, either in terms of crime committed or in terms of performance of the supplier, initiate the process for restriction. It would appear that, based on the CSD report, that such a process was never embarked upon by any department, resulting in this individual or this company being cleared on CSD not to have been restricted. We have also gone to the register of restricted suppliers that National Treasury publish. We have looked for both the directors of the company, and we have looked at the company itself. There is no such a restriction. But I'm just saying, from a procurement process perspective, we have clarified that had we known that this person, Vusumuzi Matlala, or the company that he operates under is suspicious, as I've indicated, we would have flagged it with legal, and legal would have provided us with direction that this is indeed a suspicious transaction that SAPS is about to conclude.
So, and I understand what you're saying. You're saying within the formal government structures, there was no restriction on the company or the person such that it was not indicated that this was a blacklisted entity.
Yes.
Or a restricted entity. Am I correct in that understanding?
You are correct. From both CSD perspective as well as the registers that National Treasury keep, that we look at before we conclude on any tender process.
I guess the question, and as I understand the issue that's being raised by internal audit, is this, though, in the public, was an entity or a person that was flagged as having been involved in significant public procurement irregularities at Tembisa Hospital. This was in, and they have held the view that at least that should have been flagged by the bid evaluation committee. So I'm separating two. The one is the formal registrations that exist on the CSD, but whether, as they indicate here, that considering the extent of the allegations that were in the media, were those allegations completely irrelevant to the tender that was being adjudicated by the SAPS at the time?
I'm unable to answer on behalf of BAC. Certainly on my behalf, I did not find a link, and I'm sure the members of the BAC at the time, otherwise they would have flagged it in the deliberations. At the time of the adjudication, I did not even try to establish the link because it did not appear in my head that there is a link between this matlala and the matlala that is, or any other matlala for that matter. The assumption that is made is that the bid evaluation committee and the bid adjudication committee ought to have known, and I dispute that.
And maybe just the one last point before I move off this. I think as I read 3.3.8, the comment that is being made by internal audit is not that you ought to have known, but that a proper due diligence ought to have taken place that would have picked up this widely known information. But
the procurement due diligence was done. The procurement process cleared the supplier and the director based on the treasury regulations that we need to comply to. Any other form of due diligence that ought to have been done is not part of our process, and I would not speak to it. It is unknown to me.
okay. So if you turn to page 4.5.1,
Is it 5?
451, 451.
Page 451. I'm
I
there.
added
I'm
a
there,
lot of-
Chair.
Okay. The general findings by the internal audit is at 3.4.1.1 that the evaluation process in use is extensively dependent on the use of manual documents, therefore is open to abuse and manipulation. What is your comment on that?
Correct. Correct. I have flagged our technology management services for a procurement of technology in order for us to utilize technology. I have indicated in my affidavit that the integrated finance management system that National Treasury is working on for years now should have assisted government in making sure that the manual submission of tenders are eliminated. We are stuck with manual elimination at the moment because IFMS has not been implemented. I have asked Technology Management Services to ask for an exemption at National Treasury so that we can procure a system in order for us to alleviate some of these issues. We have been using another system in our quotation process called Intender. That system has fallen off because of the disputes between SITA and the service provider. So we are back to manual system with regards to that. We are testing on the quotation side a new process on CSD. We will implement it shortly. It's one of the developments that we are doing, but it only deals with the quotation process. The tender process is still manual. For whatever reason, IFMS has not been implemented, and it is impacting on us and how we can fully have an automated process for us to eliminate some of the challenges that we are experiencing at the moment. Until then, we are stuck with the manual process.
At paragraph 3.5.1, the internal auditors say that raise the issue with somebody or a position called a facilitator in the evaluation process. And they say that the role of the facilitator in the bid evaluation committee previously exposed and is continuously exposing SAP's bidding process into corruption risks. And then at 3.5.2, they give 2 examples of cases where the person or the people who occupied the role of the facilitator was then subsequently being charged with procurement fraud. Can you see that?
I can see 3.5.1.1, 3.5.1.2.
Yes. And those are, as I understand it, examples of previous cases where the person who occupied the position of the facilitator was then subsequently charged with procurement fraud. What is your comment about this finding that the use of the facilitator causes corruption risks in the bidding process?
I'm not sure how internal audit qualified that. The role of a facilitator is not above the role of the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee. The facilitator's responsibility is mainly to be in the position to submit the documents to the members for perusal and to keep the record of the discussions. The role of the chairperson is to ensure that the information, in fact, the role of the chairperson and the role of the members of the BEC is to ensure that the information that is captured on the sheets before they sign, these sheets were signed by members of the BEC indicating the correctness of the information that is submitted. So their role is to ensure that they double check and make sure that the correctness of information that was at their disposal is indeed captured on the sheets and is indeed captured on the report which they have signed. How the role of a facilitator has rendered the process into corruption, we will look into that. I'm not going to dismiss it. I would just want the internal audit to advise me proper so that we can write it off in the processes. However, there needs to be somebody in the process who dishes out the documents and who makes sure that there is record keeping. And that role is done by a facilitator. I'm not sure what we will call that, maybe a typist or a data capturer, but he will still be fulfilling exactly the same functions. What is of concern here is that the role of the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee seems not to have been adequate if you look at the things that happened in the bid evaluation committee. And we need to strengthen that role and make sure that the chairpersons of the bid evaluation committee play the role that they ought to play in making sure that the deliberations of the bid evaluation committee are done in such a nature that there are no audit findings.
Who was the facilitator for this particular bid? I see the list of people. You can find it at 369.
I don't have 269.
369, page 369
369, oh, okay.
of the annexure bundle. Who were the facilitators in this evaluation process?
I don't want to say the wrong name. It was Captain Cartwright.
It was Captain Cartwright.
That's right.
Okay. Can you go to the exhibit bundle? It's the small bundle. Let me just find the exact page. Just apologies, I can't seem to find the exact page I'm looking for. Not here. What page is it on? Page 18. Okay. If you go to page 17, or if you go to page, let's start at Exhibit 3, It's a Media 24 a News 24 article.
Page 70, page,
If
small
you start
bundle,
at
big bundle
Sorry, if you start at page 11
of the big bundle.
of the exhibit bundle,
Okay.
it's the small bundle.
You're referring me to page
11.
11. Of the small bundle? Or
Yes. Do you have a
no.
just, can you give us a moment?
I received only 2 bundles. No. She gave me the documents way before everybody got here.
There was an exhibit handed out today.
Yeah, so I did not receive. Thank you very much. I've got the copy, Honorable Chair.
If you can go to page 11. At page 11, this is an article, a recent article, but I think there was an earlier one in relation to this contract. This one is titled Tender Profit Cat Matala rented SAPS Medical Clinic 6 months before the award. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that. Thank you.
Can you see that? If you go then to page 17,
Got it?
and there's a heading that says backhand cash. Can you see that?
I've got that.
And then there's a section that has a red line.
Got that?
There's paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3. On the 4th paragraph, can you see that?
I see that.
It says that Matlala channeled cash to Captain Brian Cartwright through a proxy company. Cartwright was the facilitator of the tender for the SAP supply chain management. So, can I get your comment on that?
This is a media statement, and as far as I'm concerned, there's a forensic investigation that is done. Some of these things will be clarified by that forensic investigation. I note the statement, but that's as far as I can say.
So, and I understand you saying that this is an allegation that arises from the media statement, but in the internal audit report that had been furnished first in January and then in April, they particularly identified the person who sits as the facilitator as being the corruption risk. Is that correct?
Yes, they have flagged that the person is a corruption risk. And they have also indicated here in the media report that he got the money. If this is proven to be correct, then disciplinary processes must be initiated against this individual. In fact, even criminal charges must be laid against him.
Since the audit report was first, the preliminary one was furnished in January and then the final one in April, what steps has been taken to investigate the allegation that this person who played the role of the facilitator was the corruption risk, or was one of the corruption risks?
That role was given to internal audit to do, and the internal audit subsequently did the audit, and the forensic audit is underway. What I have done on my side is to make sure that this individual does not get appointed in any committee to play this role until such time that his role in this matter has been clarified.
So he remains within the procurement department?
He is within the procurement environment doing administrative duties and all other matters, but not in the tender process.
And then I just want to go back to the audit report. So at 3.6 of the general findings made by internal audit, they say that all bids that had been submitted for this tender did not comply with the administrative and mandatory requirements of the bid and should never have proceeded to phase 2. Can you give me your comment on that?
Sorry, I missed which one you're reading.
I'm reading from the final audit report. I'm back at page 451. Apologies.
Page 451. Okay. All right. Just before I comment on that, the internal audit report said the role of a facilitator, and that's what we are dealing with. It did not speak of Cartwright. It's only the media report that spoke about Cartwright. But we will extrapolate and say that because Cartwright was the one that was playing a role of a facilitator, we need to take precautions and make sure that he does not facilitate until further notice. I just wanted to clarify that one.
Yes, I think that, that is correct. The internal audit report said that there is a particular role called the facilitator, who has in previous cases already been shown to be a corruption risk, and they flagged that as a corruption risk. Subsequently, media reports indicate that the person who may have played the role of the facilitator in this tender received money from Mr. Matala. So yes, that is a deduction, but what I'm asking you and for your comment really is that as early as January and finally in April, this particular role that is played within the procurement environment of SAPS is being flagged as being a massive vulnerability and what gets targeted for corruption. Your comment?
I would, as I've indicated, the role of a facilitator ought to be that of making sure that the documents are provided to the members and making sure that the scoring and documentation of such discussions is updated and is accurately captured. That does not supersede the role of a chairperson who has an overall accountability. And that does not supersede the role of the members of the bid evaluation committee, who must make sure that what they are signing for is indeed what is correct. If for whatever reason that person is dominant in the discussion and in the processes, which it shouldn't be, then we have a challenge with regards to the whole makeup of the bid evaluation committee and the strength and the power that should be exercised by the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee, and I have serious concerns if that's the case. It has been flagged in the report, and we have looked at it in our discussion in August when we had a three-day session with my team to make sure that each committee and how it functions needs to be strengthened so that we do not have repeat audit findings of this nature.
General Fani, at the paragraph 3 of your statement on page 2, you indicated that in preparing for this hearing, you spoke to a number of people, and one of them was General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
What was that concerning?
Not in preparing for this hearing, in pertaining this matter. Just before I went on college, when Mr. Cartwright's statement was in the media, General Mkhwanazi was looking for a specific report pertaining the same matter, not this matter, but pertaining the whole Madlanga Commission matter, which he wanted from procurement. And then he indicated to me at that time that there's a media statement out which flags Mr. Cartwright, and they are doing further investigations. And based on that, then I took the decision that Mr. Cartwright's involvement in the tender process should be in abeyance until such time that the investigation is complete. That's as far as I have discussed that matter with General Mkhwanazi, and no other discussions on any other matter.
General Fani, I guess what maybe we require clarification is, you say that the facilitator is only there to help shift documents or to be able to move things around. Can you maybe articulate for us one more time what actually is that role of the facilitator that is being flagged here?
Hence, I have indicated, let me clarify what the role is. The role is, there's a chairperson and there are end users. And the role of the facilitator is to make sure that they prepare for the BEC evaluations. And they make sure for each stage the documentation is given to the members, and the members peruse the document. And once the members have perused the document and they have finished with the document and there's another document required, and if a decision was taken, the applicable documents that needs to be updated or filled in are filled in, and they are filled in correctly.
So is this the person who is in charge of the documentation, or at least updating the documentation? And unfortunately, to use the same word, facilitating that documentation is provided to the members of the evaluation committee?
The documentation are supposed to be managed by the chairperson of the committee or any person delegated by him who is part of the discussion. I'm not sure what the relationship was between the chairperson and Mr. Cartwright at that time in terms of who managed the documents. But in the meeting, that person will then facilitate the dissemination of information and making sure that the decisions are covered correctly. There should be a scribe that does that, but he must furnish that information to the members of the committee. The chairperson checks the accuracy of the information that is put in the documents after he has also perused the documents, because he's a scoring member of the committee, and making sure that the information is accurate.
So, and I think we will get to this, but both the preliminary and the final report essentially finds that there were certain issues in relation to the documentation of this particular tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would have been or let me ask it as a question, and would that have been the type of documentation that would have been administered or controlled by a person such as a facilitator?
Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee is supposed to fetch the documents from storage and make sure that he keeps guard of the documentation. What we need to establish through a forensic investigation is who handled the documents and how were the documents handled. It does not come out of the reports that are furnished to us. And I would like the forensic audits to go and establish exactly who handled the documents. And if Mr. Cartwright handles the documents and there are issues pertaining to changing and falsification of information, it then justifies the outcome of the audit report. From where I'm sitting, I am not aware who managed the document. I would place that responsibility on the chairperson because that is what is expected of him.
Okay. Thank you. So can I ask that you look at the conclusions of the audit report at 4.3, also on page 451. 4.3.
I'm the Honorable Chair.
Or maybe let's start with 4.2. A significant finding that is made is that absolutely none of the bidders should have actually proceeded towards the next phase of evaluation. Do you agree?
I cannot dispute 4.2.
At 4.3, the internal audit report finds that the BEC, the evaluation committee, did not have the appropriate skill and competency to evaluate the bid. Your comment?
The levels of the members who were at BEC is at the Major General level. It's a fairly experienced and fairly senior position in the South African Police Service. In fact, it's 2 levels down from the National Commissioner. The appointment of these members, it is explicitly indicating that they are quite knowledgeable about the process. What is stated in the appointment letter and what is stated in the audit report is concerning. But I'm of the opinion that they were experienced to perform the job that they were performing. By virtue of the level they are in, and by virtue of the experience they have, and by virtue of the number of tender processes they may have dealt with in the past.
Okay. The second sentence in 4.3 says, evidence of individual bid scoring evaluation sheets could not be found in the bidding file. So when the internal auditors went to the files to look for the individual scoring sheets, those could not be found in the files. Your comment?
The methodology that was used by the bid evaluation committee probably was of the fact that they consolidated the discussion, but they are in a best position to attest to how they have used the methodology that they have used.
And so I just want to go back with you over this, your response. The criticism that is being put forward is quite a significant one, that they couldn't even find evidence of the individual bid scoring. The recommendation was then taken to your committee, the bid adjudication committee. Your committee, as I understand it from the delegation of powers, is required to at least satisfy itself that these functions were done and properly done. So insofar as the criticism and the finding from audit is that they could not even find the individual scoring sheets, is that not a significant finding as against not only the bid evaluation committee, but also the committee that eventually made the award?
Honorable Chair, my response to that is that the bid evaluation report has provided us a consolidated report of the members of the bid evaluation committee. And that consolidated report gave us a picture of what were the reasons for disqualification of certain suppliers, not individual score sheet. And that is sufficient enough for us to look at the reasons provided by the bid evaluation committee for disqualification.
General Fani, are the bid evaluation committee members required to give a consolidated report, or are they individually required to score the bids?
It depends on the nature of the tender that we have. For an example, in this instance, they were not scoring. They were looking at compliance. Technical evaluation, you either had that competence or you didn't. And if you had the competence, you would qualify to the next stage. If you didn't have that competence, you would not go. For an example, in this tender, if we had allocated points for each level or for each competence required, and let's say, for instance, that individual does not have a qualified dietitian, if a dietitian was required, and we give them 0, they would, if they get the threshold required for that tender, they would have proceeded without a dietitian, and we need a dietitian. Therefore, in order for us to make sure that all the elements of this bid are all the requirements for this service are met, every little point on that bid specification ought to have been met. So I'm of the opinion that the committee looked at all the documents and they jointly look at whether these companies have got that. If there were points allocation required, each individual would have had to score their points, because you would have wanted to have an overall point and make sure that the threshold of that specific bidder is met as per the tender that was advertised. There was no threshold indicated in the bid because all attributes were required. Any tender that did not meet any of the attributes ought not to have been pulled into the price and BEE evaluation. I am of the assumption that that's the methodology that they used to look at the tenders and look at whether the tender, but they are in the best position to advise how and what methodology they used with regards to this tender.
But what I'm asking you, because your committee eventually awarded this tender, was whether there was a requirement for individual evaluation or consolidated evaluation. Were there requirements in the bid specifications that would have required individual evaluation?
It's not in the tender process. It is in the tender, the procurement policy of subs speak of into scoring sheets.
Yes. Can I clarify?
Sure.
In terms of the specifications,
Sure.
were there specific specifications that would have required individual scoring, or was a consolidated in respect of all the specifications sufficient? That's what I'm asking you. Was there in the specifications the type of specifications that would have required individual scoring?
The specification we would not put administrative functions into a bid spec. The functions of the bid evaluation committee are not in the bid spec. They are in the procurement policy. So in the bid specification, there wasn't mention of each member having to score independently, but there is pronouncement in the procurement policy that should happen.
can I just get your clarification? Was there, I get it, not in the specifications or so on, was there an element in the evaluation that would have required individual scoring by the members of the evaluation committee? You indicated in your response now that if there were points that would be, it wasn't a yes/no answer, it was points that had to be allocated, then that would have to be done on an individual basis. I am asking you, was there aspects of this particular bid that would have required individual evaluation?
Not as far as I'm concerned, no.
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 So, can you now turn to paragraph 4.5 of the conclusions? Or can we maybe start at paragraph 3.7? Internal audit finds that the bid adjudication committee did not exercise due care in considering the evaluation report of the bid evaluation committee. What is your comment there?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
At paragraph 4.5, it then requests, it states that members of the bid adjudication committee and the bid evaluation committee should be subjected to disciplinary processes for failing to prevent irregular expenditure. Your comment?
Each member will have to go and exonerate themselves in that process.
Can we turn back to your statement, please? So, now leaving the audit report, having received these two audit reports, would you agree with me that the findings in the audit report are significant?
Yes, they are.
And would you agree with me that they demonstrate, or at least signify, that there were some significant irregularities in the awarding of this, awarding of this particular contract?
Based on the issues picked up in the evaluation process, this tender should have not been awarded, yes.
Now, stepping back, where do you believe the errors and flaws occurred, in your opinion?
The issues that are picked up in this report indicate that in our bid evaluation processes, we have deficiencies. We've also acknowledged that there are deficiencies in the meeting that we had with my team, and we need to have tighter controls with regards to that. We also need to get to the point where we have to look at the nominations that we get for members to sit in the bid evaluation committees. We also need to make sure that within the procurement, if there are elements of criminality and there are specific individuals that that have been found in other processes or otherwise, we have to be in the position to manage or deal with that and make sure that there are seamless issues with regards to our procurement. We have already started and embarked on a number of corrective actions that we need to put in place in that process, and we are implementing them at this current moment.
General Fani, in relation to, so you say that you now looking back believe that there were errors and flaws and irregularities, and given that there's a criminal investigation, the possibility of corruption in the bid evaluation process. Would you agree that there may have been, and maybe placing it no higher, deficiencies in the bid, in the processes that were led by you in the bid adjudication committee?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
Yes. So you agree that there may have been errors in the bid evaluation committee, but would you agree that there may have been some errors and flaws in the committee that was chaired by you, the bid adjudication committee?
I wouldn't say that, because if you look at the completeness of the report that was tabled at the bid adjudication committee, it was complete to a point that it was easy to even adjudicate on that tender. What we are looking for, as I have indicated earlier, is the flow from a procurement perspective, procurement process perspective of events, and from the bid specification perspective, we also have looked at the flow, and the flow indicated in the report that everything was in order. What we've also looked at was where the grounds for disqualification of suppliers justified, if you look at what was contained in the bid specification, and we have established that they were justified. What was not indicated, that there was an omission that advanced the suppliers forward to the next level of, is something that we could not detect. You have mentioned that we've indicated that there was corruption. In the procurement process cannot detect corruption. It just makes sure that the process is fair, transparent, and that if there are elements of corruption that are apparent, we will then be in the position to expose those. But in terms of detection of corruption, which may have happened outside of the procurement process, we might not be able to detect that. But we are applying our mind to make sure that what has been advertised as a tender and what has been provided in terms of the evaluation report to us is indeed, they are indeed mirroring. And we have done that, and we have done the due diligence as the bid adjudication committee.
And maybe let me put this to you, because it's in my mind and I would like to be able to get your view. Your evidence in relation to the bid adjudication committee was that they considered the report, and on the basis of the report they were given, that they felt satisfied that it was sufficient. You say that there was no independent verification that the bid adjudication committee did. It didn't call for more documents. It didn't ask to see what was underlying the report. It looked at the report and satisfied itself only by looking at the report. If the criticism is made to the bid adjudication committee that it was no more than a rubber stamp, what would your comment be to that?
I have tried and demonstrate that in other matters, we have indeed demonstrated that we are not just rubber stamping. We do look at the attributes of other things that needs to happen. In this tender specifically, we have received information. What we also rely on, which I should not take away, is the quality criteria that that is embedded in the process. The verification of the source documents is done within the procurement environment, and they sign to satisfy that they have looked at the information and it is to their satisfaction. What we then have to do when we pick up an anomaly, we would go and probe on that anomaly. For an example, when this tender came to us the first time, we did not adjudicate because the validity of the tenders was questionable. So we referred it back until that validity was done. And only when we were comfortable that validity was okay, we adjudicated the tender. So we do look at other things that are critically important with regards to the adjudication process.
Can I ask this? Doesn't the process that you outline at least highlight this vulnerability? It is easy to manipulate the bid adjudication committee because all you have to do is ensure that you don't highlight the anomaly in the report, because it doesn't then pick up that there's an anomaly. If the report doesn't highlight the anomaly and it sits outside the report and is in the bid documents, the bid adjudication committee itself does not exercise an independent mind, does not itself do any independent checks, and therefore it would never be able to pick up any anomalies in the adjudication process. Your comment?
Honorable Chair, we have since put together a property audit team to assist us with looking and verifying that suppliers that are advanced have been advanced correctly, and that they should not have been disqualified, so that the process of adjudication is done in a seamless way. If we were to verify each and every document that we have received, as I've indicated earlier, it will become a cumbersome process. The property audits will then assist us in terms of making sure that they validate that indeed the processes that we did, that the BEC went on or embarked upon, were indeed above board. You are correct in your deduction. We have picked up that, and we have put corrective measures in place to make sure that there's a property auditors from the internal audit department between the bid evaluation and the bid adjudication committee to pick up any anomalies that could not have been transparent in the process. It then also has indicated to us that the quality assurance processes that we have put in place are not serving us as a bid adjudication committee, because they ought to have picked up these anomalies, but they did not. And therefore, we needed to put in place another measure, and we have put that measure in place with immediate effect.
And this may be my second to last question. As I understand it, what you're telling the public and what you're telling the committee is these are forward-looking measures that you have put into place. But as at the time of this adjudication, if the flaw was not in the report, it would not have been picked up by your committee.
Absolutely. I tried to find a way to reason this in a scientific manner. And the closest I can explain how some of these things could have gone through was in a bank environment. Was in a bank environment. The teller had no means to determine whether the note was a fake or not. And lifting up in the air was not sufficient for them to do that. And a machine was introduced to look at those things, to eliminate the issue of fake notes that goes into the banking system. And what we have done now, in the absence of technology, we've got the probity audits that are in place. But I have indicated that for us to have a solid and seamless process, we need to have a technology that will assist us with regards to making sure that...
General Fani, I made an undertaking that was my second to last question, so this is my last question. Can you, you have set out your views in your conclusion. I don't know if there's any of that you want to be able to read to the committee or set out and
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that the things that we will look forward to, they are on page 30 and page 31. We are looking at making sure that we've got a seamless procurement within the South African Police Service, and we are working tirelessly with Internal Audit and Risk and Assurance Committee to make sure that we implement these measures. We have a working document with my team that we are implementing, and we are hoping that we will be in the position to do this. The issue of these contracts, this is the only contract in my entire career that was cancelled under my authority, and I take it as a serious concern that at least in the last 32 years of my working life, I have one contract that was cancelled. I wanted to leave the service with 0 contracts that do that, and I will work tirelessly to make sure that the controls are in place. Together with internal audit, we will make sure that we are okay with regards to the tender processes. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, that would be the witness's evidence in chief. Thank you.
I'm giving you a standing ovation. Honorable members, can we applaud her? We are very proud of you. Next time, if you need any kennisgeving, you can mention the name of Honorable Shongwe, Honorable James, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Kola Barnett, and say they know me. And we will never forget this moment that the parliament of your country has given you an opportunity to lead evidence here, and you did it very magnificently. We are very proud of you, and we hope that you will keep the standard. You must not grow feathers, and you must not grow horns. Just continue to serve to your abilities. This was splendid. 8 Sonderlek. Honorable members, it's now 15:24. We are starting at 15:30. And the first speaker here is going to be Honorable Skosana. He has made a request to me that we may have to bring him earlier on the list of speakers. We are allocating 20 minutes per speaker, and that is inclusive of the responses. And we follow the same approach that we followed yesterday. We don't take follow-up questions in between the questions and the responses until all of us are done. And the chairperson has declared yesterday that he is not a time storage. There is nobody who is going to be allowed to use half of a time and say, I'm going to come back. If we give you 20 minutes and you finish in 5 minutes, the 15 minutes are no longer usable or reusable. Who else wants to come after Honorable Skosana, or is it only you? Is it you, Breitenbach? Okay, we will take Honorable Skosana, then we will take you, and then we will go to Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable I want you to start at past.
Can start now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, thank you so much. We have come to the end of presentation of evidence. We are now at a point where, or at a phase where honorable members are going to ask you questions. And then you will respond to the best of your abilities. Are we okay?
I'm okay, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I think we came back at 14 hours. We normally run for 3 hours and take a break. Yeah, but at any time you feel like you want a comfort break, you can always indicate to the chair.
I've been drinking a lot of water. May I take 1 minute and then
Okay.
come back? Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Is it granted, Chair? Sorry. Thank
No,
you.
I have agreed to it. Okay. Honorable Skosana, may we please start? Your time expires at 10 minutes before 4. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lieutenant General Fani. Chair, I want to emphasize that one. Today we have a doctor in our midst. And when he arrives here, he arrives as a doctor and he will leave here as a doctor as well. Good afternoon, sir. The doctor is busy there.
Honorable Chair, I'm listening
Yeah.
attentively.
Because we are alone. Normally we are used to witnesses, especially at your level, who brings legal team you know, at the back there, I could see that you can do things for yourself. You know, others who came in here before you, they normally have, you know, a legal team behind them. But today, I've just seen you are the only person and with the, I mean, from government who came here alone. And I want to give you a thumbs up on that. That normally we have seen people coming with a lot of people here. Now, you explain to us in terms of the procedural compliance of this award, in particular the Ket Matlala one. Am I right?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Lieutenant General, you confirm that SAPS procurement is strictly governed by the National Instruction 9 of 2020, delegated of an authority documents and SAPS procurement framework. Am I correct?
Among others, correct.
And none of those instruments were suspended or varied on this tender. Am I right? None of these instruments were suspended or varied for this tender. Yes or no?
Correct. Yes.
Was this tender included, duly approved on annual procurement plan submitted by the National Treasurer?
It was part of the plan.
Do you have any documentation showing the Treasurer accepted the plan without reservation?
The requirement from National Treasury is for us to submit the plan, and they acknowledge having received the plan, and on periodic basis, which is quarterly, then we must furnish additions to the plan or deviations to the plan and the progress to the plan, and we are complying to that requirement.
I'm going to rephrase my question once again. Do you have any documentation to show that Treasury accepted the plan without any reservation?
Honorable Chair, the process from National Treasury is to accept receipt, and if there are concerns, they will highlight those concerns. There is normally no written approval of the plan on record, and the answer is no. We do not have such, but the report was received, and we are providing feedback on quarterly basis based on that plan. The assumption is that the plan was accepted because they have not indicated any deviations.
So there was no reservation from Treasury?
Nothing received by my office from them.
Bid specification committee, in terms of legitimacy, I'm going there now. You stated that the BSc members were nominated by HRM and demand management and approved by you, am I right?
Correct.
Did you independently verify their competency?
The letter that appointed the individuals from HRM did indicate that they have the competence. We wrote to them and say they must appoint competent people, and the letter came back and says they are competent. I'm forgetting the word that was indicated there to indicate the high level of competence that they have. If I find it in the attachments, I will indicate it to you. But that's the expectation, and that's what was confirmed.
So you approved that plan without any hesitation because you were sure of the competency?
Not only the competence, Honorable Chair, but also the level of seniority of the members and the experience they have in the field of work that they are in.
But today we are finding ourselves wanted, irrespective. Regarding this tender of Ket Matlala, am I right?
Correct.
Did you receive any objection or red flag concerning about the BEC composition before the tender was advertised?
No, Chair.
Were the specifications reviewed by legal service or any internal audit before advertisement?
It is not the requirement in the process. The answer is no, Chair.
Now, you just said that at that time you did not have the probate team, am I right?
Correct, Chair.
And why?
I don't have an answer to that. I think at that time we relied on the embedded quality assurance processes that we had, and later we picked up that those embedded quality assurance processes were not sufficient, and then we needed to have more levels of quality assurance. We may have to review these levels and squeeze them down so that we may have a streamlined and a shorter procurement process, because we're now going to have very tedious levels in the process. We just have to be left with a level that provides us with the quality assurance that we require. At the moment, we have added the property audits to provide us with that assurance.
Now, the internal audit alleged that the tender was advertised for 20 days instead of the 21 days. Do you still maintain that the advertisement meant the minimal legal threshold?
It was for 20 days, which was in contravention with the administrative functions as included in the regulations of Treasury.
So am I correct that they've breached the normal tender system?
Regulation, yes.
And what is the consequence management regarding that?
Each member or each functionary or each group that has been found to have transgressed the regulations would have to be subjected to a consequence management process. And that consequence management process will start as soon as we have finalized the forensic investigation of this matter. You would note the feedback that was given by the National Commissioner that disciplinary processes for any of the members that were part of any of the committees would be put in abeyance until such time that the forensic investigations is concluded.
You know what is amazing, Doc, you might not have been there then, but the people who were evaluating the bid for blue lights were arrested, am I right?
I'm informed, and yes, they were.
They were arrested, do you agree?
As far as I have knowledge, yes, they were.
But Brigadier Jonker, Lieutenant Colonel Malan, Captain Cartwright, and the list is endless. Major General, there's a certain name which I'm not sure whether it's German, Zinge Melier. Those people and others were not arrested. Am I right for this tender?
I have not looked at the details of the people that were involved. It happened prior to my time, but I do know that that tender, people were arrested for having contravened one area or the other.
Yeah, but this one, I'm talking about the one which is cancelled now. This one, not the blue light. I'm talking about these members that who were evaluating this tender, this one in particular, the Ket Matlala one. They are still roaming free.
I'm not privy to the determination test that was done, and I'm not privy to the disciplinary process they underwent at the time. I would not comment on that at this moment, Chair.
Thank you. Internal audit says that the BEC lack appropriate skills. You disagree, or do you agree with that?
I have indicated that the appointment was explicit that they are knowledgeable, and the seniority of the individual and the time they have spent.
But sorry, Doc. Do you agree or you don't agree with that? The internal audit is the one which says that. Your internal audit.
My determination of competence was the confirmation of those who nominated them to be part of the BEC. How the internal audit arrived at the incompetence, I cannot respond to that.
So in other words, your internal audit, you don't have a trust in your internal audit.
We do disagree from time to time, but we
Okay.
do have a sound relationship.
Did you personally verify the qualifications or experience of these BEC members before approving their appointment?
No, Chair?
Internal audit, again, found no individual scoring sheets can you confirm whether such sheets existed at any point?
In this tender,
Yes.
I have not gone to that level to check. I have only received a consolidated report, and the reason why I'm giving that answer, Chair, is that I have not had full access to the records. I have been out of office for the last 2 months on training. I only had yesterday to come and verify some of the information. It could be there, but I cannot vouch for its existence or its non-existence. Had I had an enough opportunity to go through all the documents, I would have been in a position to have a clear answer.
Let me put it to you. If they do not exist, how did the BEC comply with the requirement of each member to evaluate independently on this tender? Besides that, you were out of office. I guess before you went on leave or whatever, you should have known that, because we are talking about something which has happened, I think, 6 to 8 months ago now. Am I right?
No, I've been gone for 2.5 months. Honorable Chair, in my evidence, I have indicated that in instances where there are thresholds to be met, an individual scoring would have been expected and a consolidation then done, and that would have, the consolidated would then have found prominence in the evaluation report that gets submitted to BAC. In this instance, the methodology that was used could be proper, spoken to by the evaluators, but what we have received as bid adjudication committee is the consolidated report of the evaluation of the bid evaluation committee, duly signed by members of the bid evaluation committee.
Yeah, but there were a lot of defects. Procedural defects are so clear in this tender, and I think you must accept that. I don't want to go deeper because it will eat a lot of our time. But they are there. It's clear that there's a lot of wrong things which happened to this Ket Matlala tender here.
The errors that were picked in the evaluation process, I agree to some of those, and unless those that I have explicitly indicated I don't agree to. But in total, this tender should have not been awarded. That's what I had said in my evidence.
Now, you know, I wanted to ask for documents which will show us what exactly happened. But I'll ask, did staff check whether Media 24 or Mr. Matlala himself had ever been flagged by any organ of the state before the award?
Yes, we have.
And what was the result?
Not flagged.
I'm sorry?
Not flagged.
At all?
At all.
Now, did staff verify any third-party arrangement on this issue? I think the evidence leader asked about it in terms of franchise agreement or ownership structures before this award.
Chair, I have spoken to that I have no knowledge of existence of such. In fact, the audit report has indicated that there is such an evidence in the document, but it was not duly signed by the franchisee. So there is such an arrangement, but it is not fully or completely signed by the franchisee. I'm not sure whether the franchisor signed it, but in terms of the audit report, it exists, but it was not signed.
Now, your internal audit says the facilitators created a corruption risk. Did you ever receive any prior audit cautioning against the use of, in this tender? Because remember, as the BAC chair yourself, were you certify about all these matters which I've raised here? Did you satisfy yourself that all the boxes were ticked?
In as far as the report is concerned, in as far as the bill specification is concerned, we have satisfied ourselves, and we have relied on assurance as well as an additional cushion. The issue of facilitators as a risk has never been flagged with me. It only has found prominence in this audit report, and it is something that I'm going to work on to make sure that how do we then assign those responsibilities in a process, because those responsibilities has to be done.
Thank you. Let me come to the ministerial power. General, you agree that the PMFA vests the accounting officer, not the minister, with responsibility for procurement compliance, correct?
Yes, PFMA is an administrative act.
Did the minister issue a written directive to halt or cancel the tender?
The engagement and the
General, let me ask this question again, because otherwise sizobuyela lapha kule nto yaka Dr. yaka Mrs. Dihas. Did the minister issue a written directive to halt or cancel the tender? Yebo noma cha?
Do you want to deprive him of his doctorate?
I have not seen any directive nor written confirmation from the minister instructing for cancellation.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
Which is why worrisome, Doc? Which is why worrisome? You are a divisional commissioner. You should have known by now whether the minister, was this a minister's directive or the national commissioner directive to cancel the tender?
The matter is an administrative matter, and
Thank you.
The accounting officer ought to have cancelled the tender, not the minister.
Now, the national commissioner wrote to media 2024, Medcare 24, on March 24, 25, requesting reason why the contract should not be terminated. Do you remember that?
I was informed, yes.
Was this done because of the ministerial directive?
It was done as a result of the internal audit report that has highlighted the defects in the
Not
process.
the minister.
Not as far as I'm concerned. But
Yeah, because you said you don't know, I remember.
Yes.
Was the BAC consulted before the cancellation was initiated?
No,
So they left you in the limbo.
correct?
Was the legal service consulted before the cancellation was initiated as well?
It is my understanding that internal audit and legal services worked on the cancellation process.
Do you accept that ministerial intervention in this procurement award process can be amount to unlawful interference if not grounded in the PMFA? Am I right?
I have indicated that the Minister Mkhwanazi at the time was concerned about the reputation of South African Police Service and he needed an explanation. And as a result of that, the National Commissioner was asked to look into the matter and he instituted investigations. The involvement of the Minister after that meeting is unknown to me. I never had a subsequent meeting after that with the Minister or any person relating to this matter.
My last one will be, you know now, if you were employed by SAPS from Treasurer, if I remember well, at the level of Lieutenant General, based on your qualification and experience, outside SAPS without policing experience, why the same process is turned into a criminal offense regarding the employment of Brigadier Mukwele and SAPS, at SAPS crime intelligence, in your view?
I do not know the merits of the matter and the circumstances around the appointment of the other person. I do not have any view.
No, General, I know that you must close ranks, but I'm just asking to say, because you know that HR matter made some people to be arrested because I mean, it's not an alleged. We know that the Brigadier Mukwele is not a trained policewoman. But as we are sitting here with you, we know that General Mkhwanazi and other generals, I mean, General Kumalo and other generals were arrested. So you don't have a view on that?
If all the boxes, like they say in English, the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, there is no justification for arrest.
Thank you, thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable President Bach, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
There you
Honorable Member, Honorable Chair.
So, you're a Lieutenant General in the South African Police Service.
Correct.
That's an extremely high rank.
Correct.
These days there seem to be a lot of lieutenant generals. In my day it was not quite so many. It was a rank that few people attained, but it appears that many people have now attained that rank. Nevertheless. And your job description is what exactly?
I'm the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain within the South African Police Service, with delegated responsibilities and other delegated responsibilities assigned to other members in other divisions, but the tender process remains mine. Governance, compliance, monitoring, evaluation remains mine, together with internal audit as an anchor.
It's quite a big job. A lot of work for one man.
Indeed it is.
It's also an important job that carries a large level of responsibility.
It deals with the purse of government.
Yes, it deals with taxpayers' money.
Sure.
And so it needs to be dealt with a great deal of circumspection.
Sure.
Now, what bothers me, generally, is that throughout the day today, you've been saying things like, in my assumption, these processes were followed. I assume that they were competent. And I don't certainly expect you to know everything about everyone. That would be unfair. But certainly with a tender the size of this, I would expect you to become quite hands-on with ensuring that every I is dotted and every T is crossed. Did you do that?
We have been in the position to interrogate the information at our disposal. And based on what we have been in the position to adjudicate the tender, and we were satisfied at the Bid Adjudication Committee that indeed the I's and the T's have been dotted, have been taken care of.
I'm sorry, you appear to have misunderstood my question. Let me try again. Who is we? Are you referring to the royal we as yourself? Or are you talking about a group of people?
The Bid Adjudication Committee has members, and I'm part of the members of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
I presume you chair the Bid Adjudication Committee.
I am the chair. The role of the chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee is facilitation of the discussion in the committee, and all other responsibilities of the Bid Adjudication Committee make prominence in my function as well.
Where does the buck stop? With you?
The appointment of the Bid Adjudication Committee is that the Bid Adjudication Committee must adjudicate and award. It stops with the Bid Adjudication Committee, not me.
So you're absolved of any responsibility?
The responsibility I have in the Bid Adjudication Committee is exactly the same as the responsibility of other members in the Adjudication Committee.
General, you either don't understand me or you're sidestepping me deliberately. I asked you what your job was. I asked you what your responsibilities are. And I want to know where the buck stops for tender procedures in the South African Police Service, and it appears to be with you. I'm not referring to bid adjudication committees. We're talking about you.
The responsibilities with regards to procurement, I have some delegated functions, and some of the functions are with the accounting officer. The accounting officer has an ultimate responsibility, but he has delegated some of the functions to me, and I am carrying out those functions. The delegation of authority document clarifies other issues such as thresholds and whatever else that is clarified in that delegation documents.
So tell me then, who bears the responsibility? Which individual person, because there must be one, bears the responsibility for the mess that is this tender?
The irregular expenditure framework indicates that there must be a determination test done, and once the determination test has been done, there must be consequence management that's done. The determination test outcome or any other investigation will then determine who is at fault, and those people must then go through a consequence management process. The forensic investigation is underway, and once it is completed, we will then, with certainty, as indicated by the National Commissioner, we will then have certainty of who then takes the blunt with regards to the mess that we are in, if I were to quote what you said.
Yes, but I don't think anyone has any delusions about the fact that it's a mess. And someone is responsible for the wastage of a vast amount, yet again, of taxpayers' money. Would you agree?
Honorable Chair, one of the requirements of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is to determine whether there was value for money with regards to the tender, with regards to work that was done. The determination test was done. There was value for money. So the fact that the tender was irregular does not necessarily mean there was a wastage in terms of money. We did receive the service, and we have signed off the service that was received. It's critically important that the correct narrative is put out in the market, that irregular expenditure does not necessarily mean that money vanished. All that it means is that some of the legislative requirements have not been met, but the determination test determines whether there was value for money. And indeed, there was value for money. We have received services from the supplier, and there has been engagement with the supplier and the end user to determine whether the services were received and that money was paid. That misconception, I think we need to clarify. No money was wasted in this instant. However, the appointment of the supplier was irregular.
I'm not sure that it was irregular. I think that's probably putting it euphemistically. It certainly appears to me, and I'm sure other members here, that the appointment of the supplier was in all probability corrupt, which is a little more severe than irregular. Would you agree?
Until we receive the forensic audit, I will stick to what procurement prescripts determine, and which is irregular.
Yes. So you absolve yourself currently of all responsibility for this tender, the irregularity of it, and you don't consider it that it was your job to keep proper tabs on it.
My responsibility in this instance was to ensure that the bid adjudication committee does its job. In my opinion, the bid adjudication, with the information at their disposal, did the job. Whether there were other things in the bid evaluation committee, I must put it on record that because I'm the member of the bid adjudication committee, I cannot get involved in the bid. I'm the member of the bid adjudication committee. I cannot get involved in the bid evaluation committee matters. I have specifically stayed away from bid evaluation committee matters. If I do get involved in the bid evaluation committee matters, I must recuse myself at the bid adjudication committee. The procurement prescripts are very clear with regards to that. What I probably would have to go and do on my return to office would be to find a way, have a discussion with the National Commissioner and recuse myself from the bid adjudication committee so that I can make sure that the process right up to bid evaluation committee is done seamless. But the current setup does not give me permission to fiddle around with the bid evaluation committee. I'm not involved in the bid evaluation committee. I would have then transgressed because I can't be an evaluator and adjudicator at the same time. That's why we have put a layer of quality assurance to ensure that the quality is done properly. But that's a discussion I'll have with the National Commissioner upon my return to office.
Yes, well, that doesn't appear to have worked too well. Nevertheless, the Auditor General found with a specific bid that you think the bid adjudication committee did their job and did it properly and everything's hunky-dory. The Auditor General found that, in fact, there were 2 areas of non-compliance with this particular bid, yet it was still awarded. I'm sure you're aware of that. If you're not, I'll help you.
The involvement of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's involvement.
General, please, you talk a lot. You take a long time to answer relatively simple questions, and you're actually wasting time. And I'm not talking about the involvement of the Auditor General. So listen carefully. The Auditor General found in this process that you say the Bid Adjudication Committee did their job. He found 2 areas of non-compliance. Are you aware of it?
We have provided the Auditor General with the report, and they also audited post-award. Prior to the award, the Auditor General had not looked at the matter. They personally came to me during the auditing cycle and requested the documentation, and I provided the documentation. They would not have been aware of the process prior to us having found out through our own internal processes that it had irregularities. I do not agree.
Well, the Auditor General found that the bid was awarded to a supplier who did not meet all of the phases of the evaluation criteria. And he found that the tender was not advertised for the 21 days as required by procedures.
The internal audit report had already picked up on those. The Auditor General picked up already what had been picked up by internal audit.
So then
And we have spoken to that.
So then explain to me why you think it is that the Bid Adjudication Committee did such a wonderful job.
The Bid Adjudication Committee, Honorable Chair, with the information at that disposal, adjudicated this tender. And the information at the disposal of the Bid Adjudication Committee, I'm of the opinion if it was to be given to any other person, they would arrive at the same conclusion. What the Bid Adjudication Committee did not know about was irregularities that happened which did not filter through in the report. And that is what we have highlighted in this committee earlier on, that we need to look into that. I think the evidence leader has probed on that one, that some of the irregularities that filtered in the report, if they were not picked up by internal audit, the report, and they do not find prominence in the report, they would not have been picked up. And I have indicated, yes, and I have indicated that...
No, you've already answered my question,
Yes.
thank you. You can't just ramble on for as long as you feel like. I have no more questions. Chair, I'm saving the time for the Honourable Cameron, who has many questions to ask.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mkhwanazi,
Molotat.
for the awarding of the Medicare 24 tender from Mr. Keti Matlala.
No.
Did you ever receive a bribe from anyone in respect of the same purpose?
No.
Did you ever get an instruction from your superior
No.
that against all odds, Medicare 24 must be given that tender?
No.
Are you aware of the implications if found to have deliberately misled Parliament, the legal implications of that?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Let's go to your paragraph 19 of your statement. You make mention that the end user is actually the one who nominates those who must serve in the bid specification committee. So is there a criteria that defines how the end user, or what criteria must the end user use to nominate those particular individuals, or is just subjective from that particular end user?
Honorable Chair, the nomination criteria for members to serve in the bid specification and bid evaluation is that they should be technically knowledgeable with regards to the procurement that is being embarked upon.
That's the only criteria?
That's the
knowledgeable and credible
Yes.
in terms of the procurement policy?
The reason why we appoint a chairperson and the facilitators from a procurement environment is so that they can bridge the gap with regards to the procurement knowledge.
Do you confirm that the people who served in respect of this particular tender, the people who served in the bid specification committee are knowledgeable and credible?
The members are operating in that space, and they are section heads in that space. They ought to have been knowledgeable with regards to the services that are required with regards to this. What made it easier for me with regards to this one, the section heads at the level of Major General who manage the section and who know exactly what needs to be delivered were part of the bid specification as nominated.
Are they credible?
There is no reason for me to doubt their credibility at that time.
Are the people serving in the bid evaluation committee credible and knowledgeable?
Knowledgeable, I would say yes. Credible,
You don't know.
I don't know. I do not have
not make
a
sure.
measure.
Are you not the one who's supposed to agree on the nominations of individuals to the BC?
I am.
So how do you not know if they are credible? If the policy instructs you to appoint people who are credible in the BC, how do you not know whether those people that would have been appointed in the BC are credible? What criteria was used? If you say the criteria is credible and knowledgeable.
We are using quite a number of things in our in the policing environment. One of the things that probably was used by the end user to nominate this was to look at their
No, let's
disciplinary.
leave the end user now.
Yeah.
The end user is already nominated.
Yes.
The ball is in your court.
Yeah.
You are the final arbiter of who must serve in the BC. Then are you confirming before Parliament that the people you would have agreed that they must be appointed to the BC are credible?
The criteria used is knowledge, not credibility. It is expected of every member of the South African Police Service to be credible in their dealings.
General Fund. It's towards the end of the week for us to fight. It's in your statement. You say in your statement, the procurement policy instructs you or obligates you to appoint credible and knowledgeable people. So don't dismiss credible now.
Sure.
It's too late for you to dismiss credible now because you have done that statement under oath.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying, are you saying, confirming before Parliament, that the people who served in the bid evaluation committee are credible? You said they are knowledgeable. We have taken that.
Sure.
Are they credible?
I cannot vouch on credibility.
Okay, so you appointed people in the BC that you can vouch their credibility.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. What does both the preliminary and the final internal audit results suggest about the credibility and the knowledgeability of those people?
It only single out the facilitator. It's very silent on the rest of the BC
Okay.
members.
That's fine. You say there are moments where you appoint consultants to assist the bid evaluation committee.
Ever since I got into the South African Police Service, we have not.
No, I'm saying, you say
Yes,
in your
in
statement.
the policy, yes.
In the policy says
Yes.
there are moments where you have to reinforce the BC with consultants.
Yes.
So, in your own knowledge or the information you have received, has this been done before or when you were there? How much has it costed? Because as I'm seeing it, it's what criminal lawyers would call a trial within a trial. So you have got a procurement within a procurement process. You are undergoing a procurement process for another item. Now you have to procure the services of the consultants to assist the procurement of this item. So that's why I'm terming it, criminal lawyers call it a trial within a trial. This looks like a procurement within a procurement.
In the 3.5 years of me being in South African Police Service, I have not appointed consultants to do our procurement. We have only, in line with the agreements we have with CETA activated some of the procurement in line with the CETA Act with CETA, and we have, in terms of knowledge of AMSCO, have asked them to do some of the procurement of some of the ammunition and firearm procurement. But in terms of sourcing services of consultant outside, we have not, in as far as I have been in South African Police Service.
Paragraph 22, you mentioned that drafting specification, which I agree with you, drafting specification of a tender, in particular of this nature, is too much technical because it's a healthcare related tender. It requires a technical skill. So, do you have an internal technical skill within the specification? Did you have, in respect of this tender, I don't want to generalize, did you have an internal technical skill in your bid specification committee that has led to the awarding of this tender?
The appointed bid specification committee have the technical skills required.
Okay. So all the specification processes that which you table on paragraph 24.3 have been followed. Paragraph 24.3.
I'm going through that,
You
Chair.
detailed there a lot of issues in relation to the specification process and all that. So in respect of this tender, was all that process followed in due course? And is the audit report in actual agreement with that?
All of them have been looked at, and they are there in the evaluation report. But there has been an audit finding on 24.3.1. Yeah, only on 24.3.1.
So there is only one aspect where the internal audit finding says this one was not adhered to.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it will take us back to the credibility of your PEC members. Ne? Maybe we'll go there later. Since your appointment in the supply chain management unit, have you ever found officials colluding with service providers for purposes of awarding tenders?
No.
Have you ever found consultants, even if prior your arrival, ever been consultants who have been found to have colluded with service providers and bribe service providers to gain tenders, or most importantly, consultants colluding with service providers to give them information in respect of the specification, the budget, and all the stuff?
There's only one matter that I can recall where we have found that the suppliers on the panel had prior knowledge of the budget. And that's a recent matter that was highlighted to me by the acting head of DPCI. And we have dealt with that matter. We are dealing with that matter, rather.
It's one incident.
That's the only incident that I
At
can
what stage
recall.
is it now? How are you dealing with the matter, and at what stage is it now?
We have advised the end user. It was a few days prior to my departure. I have advised in writing the end user on the process that needs to be followed. They must report the case to SAPS, to a police station rather, and have a case number, and then they must then go through a process of making sure that they restrict the supplier if the supplier is found wanting through the investigation that they need to have.
When are you going back to office?
I will be back on the 12th of December.
This year?
I probably would be back in office in January.
Okay. Will you be able to formulate a written report in respect only of this aspect
that.
of this process?
Up-
To
up-
update the committee on the detail of what you have found and the consequence management steps that you are taking?
I have access to my emails. I'll prompt the Lieutenant General in that space to furnish me with what happened in that space in my absence, and then I will furnish that report. I would request the committee to send us a request, but I have noted.
You can whisper to that man on your right when you are done. It's going to give you the details. Okay, who is responsible on putting together the procurement plan that you regularly submit to the National Treasury?
The ultimate responsibility is mine. The needs are compiled by the end users. The demand manager or the component head demand puts together the plan. The process within the subs is that we present the plan to the National Commissioner, who is the accounting officer, for his sign off, and he does that, and we send it to the National Treasury for consideration.
No consultants.
No, we do it ourselves.
Do the items you submit in your procurement procurement plan contain the specification of the item you are to procure and the cost, therefore?
We have cost estimates,
Cost estimates, yeah.
and we've got a service and a description of a service, not the specification.
Not
per
the
se.
specification.
No.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure if News 24 is here. Last week they issued an article. This article suggests that Mr. Ket Vosumzimatlala leased or rented clinics or healthcare facilities from the SAPS 6 months before he was awarded the 360 million rands contract. Are you aware of that?
The article is incorrect. The rental of facilities is not done by subs. It's done by Public Works. Vosimuziket Matlala rented the facilities at Public Works.
Okay.
But
this is the crux of the issue. I get your point, and we did not say SAPS.
No.
This is the crux of the issue. The issue is there are healthcare facilities that are rendered by Mr. Matlala 6 months before getting the healthcare tender from SAPS. Is that report accurate? Is that report accurate that Mr. Matlala was given a lease for the use of healthcare facilities in the state before he was actually awarded a 360 million tender, 6 months before that? Is the report accurate?
That report is accurate.
Okay. They call him a tender prophet. They call him a tender prophet because only a prophet would have known that in the next 6 months, a tender requiring these same facilities would be awarded to me. Now, this actually raises a serious concern in the eye of the public. Because it suggests that 6 months before the SAPS undertook the process to award the tender, Mr. Matlala knew. As a result, he was preparing to work in respect of that tender. In the eye of the public, as we talk, me and you now.
Correct. I must put it on record, as I have indicated, Chair. We had no knowledge as subs how and the dealings or how Mr. Matlala acquired the facility at Public Works. All we know is that Public Works had indicated to us that we must vacate the facilities.
Because Mr. Matala is coming.
They just informed us that there is a supplier appointed. And we refused to vacate the facilities because we have a need for the facilities. Under no circumstances was SAPS involved in the facilitation of the acquisition of that facility. From my perspective, my department under General Stolle is responsible for the lease. General Stolle had no knowledge of that, and we have advised the National Commissioner accordingly. And National Commissioner has written to Public Works on numerous occasions indicating to them that we will not vacate that facility, and that's the position that we are still holding even
So
today.
you were told to vacate the premises or the
We were-
facilities because the great prophet, Pastor Matala, is coming.
We were told to vacate because a supplier has signed
So the supplier was not named.
No.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. Did this process undergo quality assurance? And what was the results thereof?
I'm not sure which process, sir.
The entire
Honorable Chair.
process of appointment from BEC, the procurement process, was it quality assured?
I have indicated the quality measures that we have in the process. I have indicated that the bid spec has a quality assurance that sits. I have indicated that there's a level of quality assurance, pre-tender quality assurance. I have indicated post-tender closing, and prior to tabling at BC, there's 2 levels of quality assurance that takes place there. And we have, futuristically, there's probity now, but there are quality assurance processes that we have embedded in the process.
Were there any procurement procedures that were flouted in awarding the tender?
The internal audit has picked up that the suppliers that should have not advanced to the next level through the evaluation process have been advanced. Yes, the process
Has there been a
flouted.
consequence management effected to those found to be responsible for that?
I have indicated that the National Commissioner is waiting for the forensic investigation, and I think I preempt that his understanding is that he needs to have a holistic picture of who else was involved in the process so that we can have everybody going through the disciplinary process at once and not to have others left out of the process. And yes, in terms of the framework published by National Treasury, anyone that is found to have led a tender into irregularities, consequence management must be initiated and concluded.
Does the internal audit report say anything about your BEC people? Does it say anything about flouting or irregular process about your BEC people? Again, you are the custodian. Someone was here.
Of the BEC?
Someone was here
Yes.
who said, he had spectacles as well. It said, I'm the custodian of all dockets in the country.
Yeah.
So when now you are a custodian of all the BEC members. So are there any BEC members who would have been fingered in these procurement irregularities by the internal audit report?
No, internal audit report is silent in terms of who, but they have singled out the facilitator, and the facilitator can only be one person, but they have not mentioned the name. But they have indicated that the BC and BAC, and I have responded to the evidence leader that consequence management would have to take place, and each member would then have to go and account.
You chair the BAC.
Yes, I do.
What measures do you take to ensure that every procurement process has been followed?
I do have the procurement. What I normally would do is to make sure that the processes pertaining to procurement process have been followed. I do make sure of that before the tender is advertised.
Just pause there. You'll continue. So you check if procurement processes were followed. Now let's take this part. We're going to proceed. Now, internal audit say No, in fact, there are procurement processes that were flouted. In a process where now you gave a thumbs up as the chair of the BAC. Do you think that consequence management must start with you? How would you have missed this great central thinking around any procurement process? That at least the process must be done. Then discussing who is given the tender is a different discussion, but the due process must be followed. Now, you preside over a tender that is given to someone with flouted procurement processes. What must SAPS do to you?
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that in terms of the documentation that was provided to us and the reasons that were cited in the report, we have no reason not to believe the information that was provided to us. Honorable Chair, I've also indicated that we have interrogated the report jointly as the Bid Adjudication Committee, and we found nothing untowards what was presented to us. I must indicate at this present moment that, and I think I have also indicated, that should there be any criminality that is built into the evaluation that took place, we might not be in the position to pick that in the procurement process, and that's where we are lacking, and we need to be in the position to have tools to be able to detect some of the criminality that may have been evident in the process. Passing a supplier that does not qualify for a criteria is criminality, and that should be condemned.
Okay. So you take the BEC report as it is, without verification, and adjudicate on the basis of what you affirmed as the BEC.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the report was complete. What maybe we need to do, as I've indicated, in order to have seamless processes that happens at the Bid Adjudication Committee, was to include another level that will give us that verification. The documents that we receive are voluminous. We are unable to go to each document and verify every information that is in the documents. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that it is impractical for Bid Adjudication Committee to go through each document that is provided. If that is the expectation of the committee, the Bid Adjudication Committee will have to be a standing committee, and their sole responsibility would be to do that. However, if there are any things that are presented in the document and they are untowards, Bid Adjudication Committee has a responsibility to do that. I have also demonstrated that we have, in some instances, I've demonstrated in the minutes where we have looked at and there were things that were missing, and we went back and requested that information. In this instance, the Bid Adjudication Committee members felt that they had sufficient information to adjudicate an award.
Do you agree with me that a U tender process or procurement process can be done, concluded, and awarded within a space of 2 weeks after the closure of the advert?
In a normal environment, yes. The work of SAPS is of such a nature that the members of the bid evaluation committees might not be readily available to evaluate within a short space of time. But a normal tender process, 2-3 days, you can conclude the evaluation depending on the magnitude of a tender. But the availability of members of the bid evaluation committee vis-a-vis their responsibilities in the operational environment is the one that prolongs the process. It's one of the reasons that prolongs the process.
No, I was asking that because I don't understand why this rush to an extent that we even forget to follow the due process. The last issue is, are you aware of the referral of the tender to IDEC?
No.
Do you know that you don't know that the tender has been referred to IDEC for forensic audit?
I'm aware that it is referred to the forensic auditors, but whether that the forensic auditors are IDEC, I don't know, but it could be.
Are you confident that that forensic audit result will not bring your name to have
I'm confident.
been at the wrong side of law.
I'm very confident.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Worship.
We'll pass the microphone to Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Fani, on paragraph 25, you reflect that Colonel Maleka, who was the acting section head, independently reviewed the bid evaluation committee report. Then, how is the independent review of the report undertaken? Can you reflect on that? And also reflect on the meaning of independent, because it is there on paragraph 25.
Colonel Malika at this instance was the section head of the when this tender was being adjudicated, evaluated. By virtue of his position, he has to conduct the due diligence with regards to this tender. He may, at his behest, request others to assist him with the evaluation, but it is expected of him to do the quality check on this process and attach his signature that he has done this process. The same is expected of the component head.
No, I wanted you to reflect on the independent review of the bid evaluation committee report. Can you reflect on that? And also reflect what is the meaning of independent? Because I don't think that independency reflect to Colonel Malika alone, according to the paragraph 25. Can you read paragraph 25?
The section head of procurement, Colonel Malika, who was at the time the acting section head, independently reviews the bid evaluation committee report for accuracy and ensures it aligns with the advertised bid specification and all associated documents, such as the standard bid documents.
Yeah. Then I wanted to check if this was done by Colonel Malika or it is always done by the section head.
It is done by section head, and he is the acting section head. He was this acting section head at the time, and he has signed the document.
Then can you reflect how independent review of the bid evaluation committee report is undertaken? Can you reflect on that?
The requirements of this is to be in the position to look at what was advertised, what was received, and whether the bid evaluation committee has done the evaluation correctly and accurately. And when he has satisfied himself with those conditions, he can then sign the report and send it through to the component head, who will also do a verification of what he has received from the section head.
And then independent, what is the meaning of it?
Independent, he is assigned the responsibility.
Meaning that he alone can decide on that. That's my meaning of independent.
He may assign duties and responsibility, or him with others may be able to do that. But he's the
He
one.
can take that decision
He can take that decision.
and do it.
Yes.
Okay. Then again, on paragraph 26, how is the checking of calculation for pricing is undertaken? Is there a guiding framework on the calculations of prices?
The National Treasury has made a stipulation and has provided a formula on how to calculate.
So you use them.
We use the National Treasury formula to calculate.
And then paragraph 27. On paragraph 27, you talk of the section head verifying documentation that ensures that all claims in the report are supported by evidence. What will be the nature of the evidence in that regard?
Where it says, where there was a requirement for a lease agreement, he would then have to ensure that that claim of having a lease agreement is evident in the document. So that's type of claims that that I'm talking about in this document, where it said that the supplier has, for an example, a registered nurse with occupational health. Such a claim will have to be verified, and there must be documents in the record for that claim. And if he's satisfied that all the requirements of that specification have been met, then he signs off and sends it forward for verification.
Okay. On paragraph 42, when you reflect on the chronology in the awarding of health risk services tender, that eventuality was awarded to Medicare 24, Tshwane District Pty Ltd. The meeting of the 16th January 2024, paragraph 18, that meeting was held, which talked to the pre-advertisement. And then on that pre-advertisement, there was an assurance group in component procurement that talks to a quality assurance group. Then what is their duty? What is their role? And what is the quality assurance group that we're looking for in that pre-advertisement meeting?
The role of this committee, Honorable Chair, is to make sure that there's a bid specification and the bid specification is complete. They then look at that the bid specification special conditions of contract have been populated and they are correct. They also look at that all the standard bidding documents that are required to be attached to the document are attached. They also have to look at that it is clear whether there is a side briefing or not. If side briefing was not included in the document, they would then go back to the bid specification committee and say, this commodity requires side briefing, can you build it in the process? They will build that in the process. So they will look at the quality of documentation that has to go out on tender, pre-advertisement of that tender.
How is it constituted?
The component head, it is her responsibility to ensure that the tender is complete. She will constitute that at her behest. Normally it's a section head and the people that are working in that section head. You have two section heads in procurement, one that deals with movable government assets, which is anything that is portable to be carried around, and the other one is in the facilities space. So if it is a facilities document, the section head in facilities would then be roped in to make sure that they check that documentation and they sign it off.
Okay. Then they will give you the report. Or where will their report go to?
Then they will ask from me the permission to advertise the tender, and I'll duly authorize that.
Okay. Then on general subs procurement, there is a shared sentiment amongst provinces that the failure to decentralize procurement and maintenance of vehicles is one of the problems affecting the responsiveness of subs to crime. And then what is your view on that perception?
It would be ideal if we could decentralize some of the functions, particularly those that are not of strategic nature, the tactical matters. What we would not want to do is to render South African Police Service into loss of audit findings in terms of the quotation process that were followed. We also would not want to have subs to have abuse of the procurement system with regards to the three-code system. The risk has been identified in the three-code system in a sense that you could buy this water with 50 rand. If the three codes come, one says 47, one says 48, and one says 51, you will check the cheapest of the three. However, if you consolidate the demands, you may find that in a arranged contract, you could pay the price that is close to what the shops are selling, or slightly lesser or slightly higher, depending on the logistics that are involved. The costs is determined, and the transportation is also included in that pricing. So that decision to have centralized contract is to consolidate the demands and making sure that there's value for money, like National Treasury is doing with regards to the transversal contract, deriving value for money for government, and also making sure that there are not multiple entries and multiple things that needs to happen, which could render us into more irregular expenditure when the accounting officer come and audit. What we need to be doing is to look at whether the delegations in terms of drawing from these contracts has been duly done, and that the people have the authority to do what they're supposed to do. The challenge that we've got is that of financial authorities and availability of funds, and we are looking into that from a financial perspective. But decentralizing everything could put us in a much more severe and dire situation than we are in right now. We would have multiple people doing procurement, which could be to the detriment of the organization.
But can you say that you have been blamed for not responding on time to crime because of that?
Maybe, Honorable Chair, I need to come in here and explain what we're doing as procurement in the organization. Only the head office does the tenders. The procurement out of the transversal contracts, we're using mainly the transversal contracts from National Treasury, is done by the procurement in the provinces. The provinces have got a procurement structure, and that procurement structure is the one that has to respond to the needs of the procurement, and not my office. We have decentralized that function. It is there in the delegation of authority, and the delays that are happening in that space are not necessarily delays from my office. The provinces have got duly authorized delegated responsibilities in the procurement value chain.
Okay. As this committee, we have received a testimony that there is a culture of fear where officials cannot say no to the executive. They have an influence on procurement. Have you ever been faced with that, or influenced directly or indirectly?
I have never, in the 33 years of me being employed and a tax-paying citizen in this country, been approached by any of my principals or any other person to influence the procurement process and have corruption created. The answer is no.
Do you want to tell me that you have never been influenced to say that, take this company?
No, never.
Then on the issue of Medicare?
Never.
It went normal.
I saw Medicare submission at the BAC. Prior to that, I had no knowledge that who has bid it and who has tendered for this process. No, I have not.
Your role requires a great level of independence and transparency. Would you say that you are able to exercise independence in the execution of your duties? Can you say that?
I am totally independent. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the only leg of the procurement process where my involvement is not there is the evaluation process. Any other level, I independently exercise my responsibilities when presented with the information. I have also indicated, Honorable Chair, that upon my return, we would have to consider, I would have to have a conversation with the National Commissioner to withdraw me from the bid adjudication so that I can have a full grip of the procurement process right up to the submission of the tender to BAC, for that BAC to then evaluate and make sure that, and then I can be held accountable for anything that happens in the bid evaluation committee, because I would have reviewed everything and made sure that everything is done. At this current moment, with the authority given to me, I cannot be in the adjudication and be in the evaluation at the same time. It will be contradictory and it will amount to no segregation of duties.
Even a single member of the BAC has never influenced you
No.
for a particular tender.
I do ask, when you listen to the recording, you will take note that I do ask at the beginning of each BAC that anybody must declare anything or give any conflict. No member has, and I would then, if there was a member that has tried to influence me, I will declare in that committee because it is required of me to declare.
The negative widespread that says perception, that says supply chain in subs has been captured by top cops. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure which top cops. I am responsible for procurement. I am not aware of that.
National Commissioner,
National Commissioner, in his personal
the
capacity,
deputy,
no one in subs has approached me. I cannot vouch as to whether they have approached other people, but in as far as I'm concerned, National Commissioner has never asked me to do him procurement favors.
we're not going to get a report that you are influenced by the deputy National Commissioner on this Matlala tender. We're not going to get that report.
You will not get that report because nothing of that nature happened.
If we
in as
get
far
it,
as I'm
you'll
concerned.
resign.
You will
You'll
not,
resign immediately if we get that.
you will not get that report because it never happened.
Okay. On AG's findings, SAP's AG findings for 2025-2026 financial year reflects on that irregular expenditure has increased by 140%, reaching to 740 million. And the findings, they point to the weaknesses in the bid evaluation committee, who lack requisite skills and training and fail to exercise the due diligence when evaluating bids. Do you agree with that first?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the Medicare 24 tender award, according to your knowledge, did the supplier certify all requirements in the evaluation criteria when the tender was awarded?
According to my knowledge, in as far as the report that was tabled at BAC, Honorable Chair, yes, they met the requirements.
Why are you sitting with the bid evaluation committee that doesn't have skills, required skills? What have you done
The bid
in
evalu-
addressing that? Because you are saying that you agree with AG, then what have you done?
The bid evaluation committees, we do not have a standing bid evaluation committee in the process. Each tender has a bid evaluation committee put together to evaluate that tender. We always request the end users that are technically knowledgeable to put the spec and evaluate on that spec to come together. The issues of suppliers that are put forward, we are having a challenge with regards to that. And yet, hence I am saying, and I've said earlier on, that we need a technology that will assist us. And we also are looking forward, we have put processes in place for professionalization of our people. We have already contacted National Treasury to make sure that National Treasury come and train all the possible beat evaluation committees in South African Police Service. They've referred us to National School of Government, and we have contacted them with that regards. We are serious about making sure that all this historical irregular expenditure, that did not happen in 1 year, it's historical, and we are in the position of clarifying and making sure that we have knowledgeable people that would be able to do that. Should this persist, then we would look at what then makes the irregularities that come at that time. But we have already engaged National Treasury to ensure that we check up. Not only National Treasury, we called in the bodies that govern procurement, such as SIPS and SAPICS, to come and speak to everybody in procurement from Colonel upwards, to help them understand what the importance of ensuring that we've got sound governance and sound processes are, and what is it that they can assist us with making sure that our knowledge gap with as procurement is jacked up. Procurement is not a static environment, it's fluid, and it is required that we have knowledgeable people in that space. I have already arranged that. They came and they did that. I have also solicited the work of the risk and compliance team to come and explain to us what are the things that we need to do in making sure that we identify the risks, specifically for people that are at various levels. And they did come, and that process we embarked upon in August. We have redefined our risks,
Dr. Fani.
and we are with that. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, may you please stop speaking.
Qali, Chairperson, you have started.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
The time has expired. You must look at me, Doctor. I allocate 20 minutes per speaker. When 20 minutes expires, you stop speaking. Honorable members, it's 3 hours now from 2 o'clock. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 5 minutes past 5. Advocate Zikalala, I wanted to use the word "getuigskrif," which is a testimonial. I mistakenly used the word kennisgewing, which is a notification. The appropriate word is "getuigskrif." It's a testimonial. So, I get verbeter, meneer. Can we request the Chief Whip to instruct members to leave the House and come back at 5 minutes past 5? You want me to write you a letter, Chief Whip, and request you to instruct the members?
briefly.
We have written to the supplier to correct the, we wrote to them twice. We have written to them to correct the non-performance. They did that, and I requested them to furnish me with a report of the correction they have done. And I wrote to the end user and say, is this correct? They said it's correct. And then the end user highlighted that not everything was done. And we have written to them again and indicated that they need to remedy, to correct the situation. In which case they made a written submission, and I provided that written submission to the end user. And subsequent to that, prior to the end user responding to us, I think they responded a month later, but the contract had already been terminated.
Okay. So it was terminated before they corrected?
It was terminated before they could correct, yes.
They could correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you wrote to them to correct that poor performance, it means you detected it as well, that indeed there's poor performance here. Hence you wrote to them ultimately?
Yes, we did. The end user picked it up, and in the framework, only places that responsibility on me to deal with issues of non-performance with suppliers.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm picking up two things here in your response. A is that there was a poor performance that you detected. B is that before they could correct it, the contract was terminated. Those are two issues that I've highlighted.
Correct.
Now, you are saying here, I don't know to which honorable member you are responding, but you are saying, confidently so, that there was value for money, even though the contractor or the service provider was irregularly appointed, but there was value for money in your assertion. Now, how can be value for money in a service which is poorly performed?
The definition of value for money is what guides us. What I'm indicating with regards to value for money is that the service that was provided was evaluated by the end user, and the end user paid for what the service that they have received. What they have not delivered as a service, we have not paid for.
No. Remember, you have said here, the contract was terminated before they could correct poor performance. Remember, that's what
Correct.
you said.
Correct.
So they can't coexist. You can't have poor performance and value for money in the same context. I mean, in the same, on the same bread. It's impossible. I agree with you with what you are saying in terms of common law and in terms of the PFMA, that there can be value for money even though there is irregular appointment. That's what the law says. But in this case, you are saying in your statement, poor performance concerns were raised with you, you attended to them. Before they were corrected, the contract was terminated. And you say there was value for money. How is that possible?
Right. Maybe, Honorable Chair, we need to define the performance that was expected from the supplier in this instance. The people that they have evaluated and they have done assessment on, they did as per the requirement. What was a poor performance was that the numbers of these verification was not happening at the speed that it's supposed to. And for what we have paid, we have received service. That's the context that I tried to prevent, to put across.
Doc, when were these concerns raised with you? That for poor performance, when were they raised with you?
I think a month or so before termination, and we gave them 14 days, and a week after that, we gave them a feedback on outstanding work, and they responded, but before we could write, had given us, the contract was terminated.
So they were raised before the contract was terminated?
That's right.
And they continued to work even after they were raised?
After they were terminated?
I mean, no. after the concerns for poor performance were raised, they continued to work for a month, right? Because we are saying
Yes.
they were raised a month before,
Yes.
so they continued to work.
They continued to work.
Did you pay them for the month? Are you owing them any money for the work they did?
I don't know whether there are invoices that are still withheld by finance. That process is independently run
But
by
why
finance.
do you say there was value for money? Why do you say there was value for money? Because you don't know if for the work that they did after a concern was raised about their performance, they were paid. You don't know. And if they were paid after that concern was raised, it means there was no value for money because their performance was poor. And you say voluntarily, unprovoked, that the contract was terminated before they could correct their poor performance.
That's correct. The contract was terminated before they could correct their performance. They had made a written submission to us on how they are going to improve on performance. But that undertaking we could not respond to them in terms of their undertaking because the contract was terminated. I could not vouch here that what they had said they would do, if they were given an opportunity, they would have done. But what I know at the time of termination of contract, they had made a written submission on how they are going to turn around.
But you cannot vouch that indeed they did what they said they would do.
I can vouch that.
No, but you are saying you cannot vouch. Now you say you can vouch.
No.
So which one should we take?
I'm responding to what you are saying, Honorable Chair, that I can vouch that the numbers that they were supposed to push, they did not push.
So they underperformed.
They underperformed.
Then there was no value for money. There was no value for money if they underperformed. No, let's go to another question,
Okay.
because here we're not making any progress because you are just being dismissive and evasive. You are defensive for something I do not know.
No,
Do you know Mr. Bejani Chauke?
Bejani Chauke.
Yes.
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him? Okay, before we go there, are you a member of the ANC?
No, I'm not the member of any political party. I'm not the member of ANC.
Do you know Bejani Chauke? Okay, before we go there, can you allow this committee to take your phone to be investigated so that we can see who you communicate with?
They can take the phone anytime.
Do you know Bejani Chauke?
I know Bejani Chauke.
How do you know him?
He ran for office in the ANC. As the police, I have followed that process.
You are saying that before you became the divisional commissioner of supply chain in SAPS, you were in the National Treasury.
Correct?
Why did you leave the National Treasury for SAPS?
I got promoted.
You
The position in SAPS was a promotion.
Was a promotion.
Yes.
Did Bejani Chauke not play any role in your transfer from the National Treasury to being the divisional commissioner of SCM?
I have no knowledge of that. No. All I know is the position was advertised, I met the requirements, and I applied for the job.
So what is your relationship with Bejani Chauke?
No relationship.
Are you calling each other?
I have Bejani's numbers. We're not calling each other.
How did you get it?
How did I get Bejani's Chauke? We have a mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke.
Can you explain that mutual relationship?
The mutual relationship with Bejani Chauke is, how did we get to meet with Bejani Chauke? I need to remember now. I met a friend who has a relationship, not a relationship, who knows Bejani Chauke. I went for a meeting with this individual, and Bajane Chauke joined in that meeting. I got to know about Bajane Chauke while I'm in SAPS, not prior to that.
So that was the last time you met?
That was the last time we met.
You don't call each other, you
We don't
don't
call
text each other.
He texted me, but I did not respond to the text.
Can you share the content I mean, verbally?
If it's here.
Yes, can you share it? What was he saying to you?
At some point, he texted me and said, can we have coffee? And I did not respond to that text.
So, did Bajane Chauke play any role in facilitating this tender?
I have not spoken to Bajane Chauke about this tender.
So, do you know if Bajane Chauke has a relationship with Ket Matlala?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Do you agree with me when I say you are the biggest role player in the SCM value chain of
Correct.
SAPS?
Correct.
Because you appoint bid evaluation committee members, you sit in the bid adjudication, you sign after a decision has been taken. Now, the preliminary report here makes a finding, and they criticize the appointment of members of in fact, not the appointment, but that they had no skill, so they were not competent. And you are the one who made that an appointment of those members. So don't you see this as an indirect attack to you? Let me not say attack, but don't you see it as an adverse finding against you?
The appointment of these members, I do have an appointment letter of these members, but it's not in the file. It specifically indicates, and it makes a specific. I don't have. I'll make it available to the evidence leader. It specifically makes pronouncement that those people are competent, and I worked on that principle that they are indeed competent.
No. But I'm saying the finding by the preliminary report. I'm trying to look for this paragraph now on the report. Okay, no, we will come back to it. But the other point that I'm making here is that if there is a finding that is made which says that proper procurement processes were not followed, you are the first person who must be blamed because of the role that you play in the value chain of the SCM of SAPS. You sit in the adjudication committee on the basis of your position, not on the basis that you have been nominated by the commissioner, like other members, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All the members are appointed by the National Commissioner.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They are appointed by the National Commissioner, except you. You sit by virtue of your position.
I'm appointed by the National Commissioner.
But I'm saying in the adjudication committee, you sit by virtue of your position. Is that correct?
No, by appointment.
But your role, you are appointed on the basis that you are a divisional commissioner of SCM.
Some appointments in the past were done in where the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain was not the chairperson. The CFO was the person. The criteria for appointment is determined by the National Commissioner.
So has it ever happened that there will be an adjudication committee with no Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain as either a member or the chairperson?
In the past, yes. No. The Divisional Commissioner in the past, I'm informed when I look at the documents, was a member, but not the chairperson.
Was a member by virtue of being the Divisional Commissioner
Yes.
of SCM.
Correct.
Now, the point here which I'm making is that you are a member, we are either a member or the chairperson by virtue of the position you occupy or of the role that you play in the value chain. in the SCM value chain. Do you get my point, Doc?
I get your point. It could be correct, yes.
Do you agree with it? Because here you are playing an important role, correct?
Correct.
In the SCM value chain.
Correct.
So you sit in this committee by virtue of the role that you are playing.
Correct.
Yes. And you don't just sit there to occupy a seat, but to play a particular role.
Correct.
And that role is necessitated by the position you occupy.
Correct.
So, part of the responsibility that you must play is to oversee the process. If it is indeed in line with the procurement processes, or policies rather.
Correct.
Yeah, then it means you must be blamed here. You are the first one who must be blamed if processes have not been followed.
That could not be correct, because I have indicated in this committee that the documentation that was provided to me provided me with sufficient information together with the members of the BAC to make an informed decision with regards to what was presented to me. As for irregularities that happened, which are not apparent in the report, those were not explicit for us to know. And for that, we need to find a clear forensic investigation of what happened in that space so that we can be in the position to determine what actually happened in that evaluation space.
Now, do you agree with me, Doc, if I say signing something, any document, even if it's not an appointment letter, without satisfying yourself with the content of that document is negligence? You are being negligent. If you just take something and sign, that's negligence. Do you agree with me? You are omitting a responsibility of satisfying yourself with the content that is contained in that document.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that I was satisfied with the report that was tabled and the information that was contained in that report. Whether there were other irregularities I have indicated outside the process, outside the report, I could not vouch for that. But based on what was presented to us, I have attached my signature together with the rest of the members of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
On page 18, there is some confusion that I need you to clarify. On page 18, you are saying 22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication as service providers to render health risk management services to SAPS. And then on page 22, you are saying the adjudication process evaluated and only 12 bidders remained. So can you give clarity, or what do you mean by these two statements? Is there no contradiction?
Page 12, we just taking account of what was received. We received 22.
So when you say received, you mean people who applied in total for the tender?
People who submitted the bids, yes. They were
Who
in
responded to an advert?
22 in total.
Who were received by the bid evaluation committee?
Subsequently, these were received by the Bid Evaluation Committee.
So it means we're supposed to remove adjudication there. That's what creates a confusion, because you are saying on page 18.
Correct.
We are saying on page 18,
correct.
22 bids were received for evaluation and adjudication. So you have made an error there, correct?
Correct. We
So
should have
that
said
word
received
must
for
be removed.
evaluation. Yes.
So you understand where my confusion comes from?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Well spotted. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Now, these 22 bidders responded to an advert, correct?
Correct.
And then the evaluation selected how many bidders? How many remained? 12, correct?
12, according to the report, yes.
So the adjudication committee dealt with 12 bidders.
In the next round of evaluation, yes.
In the next round of evaluation.
Yeah. The mandatory requirements, checking of the mandatory requirements is part of evaluation process.
So they dealt with 12 bidders.
Correct.
They
Correct.
received 12. I mean, they received 20. I mean, they received 12 from the bid evaluation, and then they dealt with 12. And they, after dealing with that 12, then their adjudication came out with one company, which was ultimately appointed.
Correct.
And then you signed.
On behalf of BSc, yes, I did.
Now, when you sign, before you sign the appointment letter, or not the appointment letter, right? Because the appointment letter is signed by the National Commissioner.
No.
You signed the report. What is it that you sign?
It's the bid evaluation, the bid adjudication committee made a decision on the appointment of the supplier.
Yes.
And we all as bid adjudication committee signed what was in there, what was adjudicated. And by virtue of that approval, in the delegation of authority document, I am delegated to then sign the appointment letter of that supplier.
Yes.
Based on the outcome of the bid adjudication committee
Yes.
process.
Okay. Then before you sign, what is it that you consider? What verification do you undertake?
The verification has already been done in the evaluation stage for the things that needs to be verified, such as the CST, tax clearance certificates, and all that. So basically what we do, we then call the supplier in, we do the appointment letter, and the supplier sign, and I sign after the supplier has done so.
So your verification, because remember, there are these 12 companies which came to you as the bid adjudication committee. Leave the 22 that went to the bid evaluation. These 12, what do you do with these companies? Because you don't just appoint, you look at all of them before you appoint this one company that you finally agree upon.
Correct.
So what considerations do you make when you evaluate the other companies for you to arrive to a determination that this is the correct company? What considerations do you make?
The report indicates to us the reason for advancing the suppliers. It will indicate that they all met the mandatory requirements, and those that did not make it gives us the reasons why they have not made it. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the process of verification, that the claim that the other suppliers have actually made it to the through the evaluation process. We've got the quality assurance in the process to do that for us, and we rely on those quality assurance to do that. And the reason for that is because of the amount of work that has to go into that verification needs to be done. For me as the bid adjudication committee chairperson, or any of members of the bid adjudication committee, to go back to the source documents to verify that information could become very cumbersome in the process. Hence, there's a segregation of responsibilities between what the bid evaluation committee needs to do and what the bid adjudication committee needs to do.
Okay. Now, the finding that was made by the internal audit team, does it relate to the company that you finally appointed, or it relates to a process that was that you underwent towards the appointment of the company?
The findings are relating to suppliers. It appears in the report that it's not only MediHealth 2420 that filtered through unfairly. There are other suppliers that also filtered through unfairly in the process.
Yeah, no, but let's leave the other suppliers. Is there any finding that was made in relation to a company that you appointed?
Yes.
What was that finding?
The findings are that they were not supposed to have filtered through, that's one. That they do not have a third-party agreement with the owners of the buildings that they are operating in. And then there's also issue that they were fronting at the time when after the adjudication. During adjudication, Mr. Matala was the sole owner
Yes.
of the contract.
Yeah, let's talk about findings which were prevalent
Yeah.
when you appointed them.
Yeah, those are the findings.
Yeah, but these people were appointed by you, remember, and adverse findings against them are made, and you distance yourself from that. Because yeah, I was going to understand if we were talking about a process to which you were not involved. To say maybe the PEC failed to do A, B, C, and D, or the bid specification committee failed to do A, B, C, and D. But here, they are talking about a company that you appointed. They are making adverse findings against the company that was appointed by you. And you want to say, and you want to distance yourself from that. What is that really?
I'm not distancing myself from the findings that were determined in the bid evaluation process. I'm not distancing myself from that because I am the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain. I need to deal with that. What I have indicated in this committee is that what was presented to us and which we deemed sufficient at the time has indicated that the process was okay. Irregularities that could have...
The time has expired. Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. General, I want to understand in terms of Medicare 24, how did a bidder whose sole director, namely Kat Matlala, has a criminal record for theft and who was already implicated in procurement fraud as far back as Tembisa in May 2023, pass through your bid chair, evaluation and adjudication committees without any red flags being raised? And does SAPS not even conduct basic criminal or background checks on its suppliers?
In the procurement process, no, we don't do that. There are instances where there are commodities where we run background checks. And for instance, in the IT environment, we do that. The end user will indicate to us if we have to do that. In this instance, no, they were not done.
For a 360 million rand contract, you don't check who you're dealing with?
We didn't do it, Chair. In the procurement process, this normally gets done by the end user.
No, but I don't care about the end user. I care about supply chain management because Auditor General shows us that in the past financial year, you had SAPS had over 650 million rand irregular expenditure. You're telling me that you didn't do criminal record checks on Kat Matlala?
No, we didn't. I do not.
General, I want to move in terms of the same matter. There's a criminal case at the moment that's open in Brooklyn, in Pretoria. I've got the case number here for forged signatures that were used during pre-employment medical screening by Medicare 24 of SAPS recruits. Can you guarantee to us today that every recruit that they signed off on actually did go through the relevant assessment? Or were they basically certifying that those assessments were fraudulent?
I cannot vouch on that. I do not get involved in the operations.
But you said earlier that there was that the services were rendered.
Honorable Chair, the end user certified the payment indicating that they received the service. If there was any service failure, I am not privy to that, particularly what the honorable member is picking up now.
But
that was never raised with me. It's the first time that I hear about it.
That's very interesting because the National Commissioner knows about it. You're part of the national management. In other words, so if forged medical authorizations were issued, do you understand that you, as the head of supply chain, you are the gateway of forged medical authorizations? Let me explain. Is it not entirely possible that applicants with disqualifying medical conditions, including substance abuse, were then incorrectly passed as fit for duty?
Honorable Chair, that process is managed by the end user, and the end user is the one that makes sure that the quality of the evaluation is in line with what they have in their service level agreement and the contract.
General, stop dancing. Chair,
No.
this witness is dancing around.
No.
I'm not interested in the end user, General. Hear me today. I said
Jo-
this to you 2 weeks ago.
Join the dance or the chorus.
Yes. I said this to you 2 weeks ago in the Portfolio Committee as well. Take responsibility for your division. You are the gateway for corruption at the moment, whether it's willingly or not. This isn't an oversight. It's 360 million rand. Do you know how many detectives we could have empowered with that money? How many dogs we could have bought for K9 unit? Your irregular expenditure increased with 140% in 1 year. The way you've been describing your division today, SAP sounds like heaven. You currently, as the South African Police Service, have hundreds of members that are stuck on prolonged sick leave because of the required medical reports that were never delivered. Again, Medicare 24. These officers continue to draw full salaries but cannot return to duty, and their posts cannot be filled. How do you justify saying that there was no waste? Similar to the question that the Honourable Nomvalo asked you previously.
Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, the end user only pays for the services that were rendered. Where there were no services rendered, the end user has an obligation in terms of PFMA. The budget is with them. They manage the operations to ensure that they're paying for the services that were not rendered. I have indicated that when they raised the issues of performance, we dealt with those issues with Medicare. If Medicare still operated and we had reasonable grounds in terms of performance to cancel the contract based on non-performance, we would have done that.
But you
the-
haven't,
the
and they have non-performed, General.
But-
I'm interrupting you again because you're talking about the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. You allowed Medicare into the police. You, no one else. You. The buck stops with you. Honorable Breitenbach asked you earlier, every member has asked you so far, where does the buck stop? Maybe not using the specific word. You keep going to the end user. I'm not interested in the end user. The point is that the wrong service wouldn't have been rendered did you not allow Medicare entrance into the South African Police Service. I want to ask you the next question. 2 weeks ago in the committee, I asked you, how is it possible that your, whether it's the evaluation committee or the adjudication committee, could have slipped up so badly? Your response to me said that sometimes the people on these committees aren't competent. That's also found in the internal audit findings. Do you remember that response?
I remember making that response, but with the specifics to this one, the appointment of the suppliers explicitly indicate that they were competent. I do have the record, and I will make that record available.
But you didn't go and check that they were actually competent, because if I look at the Auditor General report and I look at the internal audit report, they were flagged significantly for not being correct. Now you can say it could be frustrating to have to go and check every single one, but 360 million rand, it's more than half of the police's irregular expenditure over the last financial year. How do you explain that? And don't go to the end user.
I have to indicate, Honorable Chair, that we rely on, and I'm going to repeat it again, we rely on the judgment of the divisional commissioners that appoint these people to determine whether these people are competent to do the work that they're supposed to. That determination is done there, and it is recommended to me. It would be, I do not have the competence to go and check whether those people are competent in their work.
General, I'm sorry, again, then we can close the bid evaluation committee and we can close the bid adjudication committee and we can ask all the DivComs to come and sit there and decide. And you're right, you don't have the competence. The entire team doesn't have the competence. This is extremely embarrassing. Do you understand that a large amount of the fruitless, let me say it like this, over 10% of irregular expenditure over the last 3 years in the South African Police Service is Medicare 24. You want to tell me that you are the divisional commissioner, one of the highest ranking police members in the country, and you didn't vet the sole director, someone previously accused of cash in transit heists, armed robbery, and the list goes on for over 2.5 decades, and he manages to become a major supplier of services to the police. Explain, and don't go to the end user.
Honorable Chair, the procurement process that's approved in the South African Police Service does not make pronouncement for security checking of the suppliers. I have indicated that there are instances where we have done that, where we are looking at security of information and any other reasonable or any other risks that we have identified in the process. In this instance, it wasn't done.
So you've basically breached the South African Police Service. You're a breach. That's what you're saying. Your office is a breach to the security of the South African Police Service. Don't look at the chair.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, it's quite simple. You allowed a criminal to get a 360 million rand contract in the South African Police Service.
It's not allowing. It's not true.
You did. How else?
No,
You didn't vet him. You didn't vet him. He was flagged. He didn't comply with the majority of the relevant things he was meant to comply with. That was found in 2 different audits. There were fraudulent signatures on medical certificates. So, General, you allowed it. Whether willingly or not, you allowed it.
No.
And it's not the committee. The buck
it's not
stops
allowing.
with you.
Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to that we did not allow. I have indicated that the adjudication committee looked at the information at their disposal. I have to concede that irregularities were picked up. It is not a deliberate act that we wanted that company to come and operate in the South African Police Service. The process that was followed, in fact, if you look at the process was correct, but there are steps in the process that were not done correctly.
Then the process wasn't correct. I'm sorry, General, you keep on telling us about processes. You even gave us a printout. So you don't need to repeat it again. And I'm sorry if I come across rude. The point is just, you can say you didn't allow it, whether it was willing or not willing, you gave access. You and your team allowed a man like Kat Mkhwanazi to get access to the South African Police Service. Answer me this. Which specific evaluation criteria did Medicare 24 fail to meet?
According to the evaluation report that we received, none. According to the internal audit, they have picked up that from the mandatory documents, they did not meet some of the mandatory requirements and they pulled through.
So the fact that that latter report that you spoke of now wasn't just some, it's an entire list, indicates things that they didn't comply with. Doesn't that show that whether willingly or not, you allowed Kat Mkhwanazi to become part of the furniture at the South African Police Service Management Office?
I would not vouch, I would not say willingly allowed Kat Mkhwanazi to come into
No, I said willingly or unwillingly. You allowed him.
The choice of the word allow. We adjudicated and it has turned out that the evaluation was flawed.
let's say it like this, you left the door open. Who authorized the shortening of the advertising period?
No one.
Why was it shortened then?
It was an administrative error from my people, and they will be disciplined with regards to that.
Who are you going to fire?
We do know who advertised the tenders within the process.
No, name them. Tell us the name.
It is, I don't have the name here with me.
You don't have the name for the person that extended, it can't be.
No, there's no one that extended anything. They just advertised it for 20 days instead of 21, which is an administrative error.
Who's being held responsible, General? That's my question.
I've indicated, Honorable Chair, that National Commissioner has indicated that we should put everything in abeyance until the forensic audit report is completed. Once that is completed, everyone that has been listed to have flaunted the processes will be disciplined.
So all of them are still in their positions a year later, and the person that did that, potentially involved in corruption, is still in his or her position. What was the emergency that justified breaking Treasury regulations for that specific tender? And you should know better because you're from Treasury.
There wasn't any emergency. I have indicated that it was an error. No one authorized for shortening of the tender process from 21 days to 20 days.
And what disciplinary steps have been taken against anyone regarding this entire process?
I've indicated, Honorable Chair.
Don't go back to the forensic investigation, General. You keep
It
doing
is what
that.
it is, Honorable
No,
Member.
it's not. I mean, even News 24 were able to complete something in less than a month. And it was accurate. It's your department. Everything does not need a forensic investigation. It's like the new buzzword. If something goes wrong, hey, we need to forensically investigate. 3 years later, we've forgotten about it and no one's fired. What have you done? Have you laid charges against anyone?
I have not laid charges
Has
against...
anyone pocketed from this?
I have no knowledge of that.
So how on earth, why would Kat Mklala want to do business with SAPS?
Any supplier that looks at opportunities in any government would do that. What motivated him to do business with SAPS is unknown to me.
No, but you see, the reason I asked this is this. You know, you disregarded, SAPS disregarded capable bidders. Let's list them: Netcare, Metropolitan, Alexander Forbes, to name but a few. Not any of the small players, but Medicare 24. Kat Mklala's guys, they get in. Explain it. It doesn't make sense. General, I'm telling you now, and I said this to you in the portfolio committee, somewhere in that office of yours, someone is pocketing. I'll escape.
Honorable Chair, I have no knowledge of that. If the forensic audits pick up such anomalies, we will definitely deal with the National Commissioner. I believe he will make sure that the process is expedited so that we can find finality to this process.
You testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unfairly disqualified, correct?
Correct.
So please explain to us, how was it fair that the bigger companies that I mentioned were actually disqualified despite having met all the requirements?
The companies that were disqualified were at the mandatory point. The report indicates clearly, if we can go back to the report. The reports clearly indicate what are the reasons for the bidders to have been disqualified, and they were disqualified based on those reasons. Big or small, if there is something that disqualifies you as a bidder, we will disqualify you.
But there were 10 companies in total that fulfilled all the requirements.
That's right. In terms of price, the supplier bid at the cheapest price.
Without fulfilling the relevant requirements, because you didn't check.
Having been evaluated based on the report that was submitted.
No, having
I
been
would have to
wrongly
repeat
evaluated.
that.
You didn't evaluate
No,
them.
having been wrongly evaluated, yes.
According to your own testimony, there were multiple processes, checks, due diligence mechanisms in place to ensure proper oversight. Is that correct, General? Do you still feel that way?
Correct.
Really?
Correct. The signatures are attached to the reports to indicate that those checks were done.
So if those checks were done, let me just get my numbers in front of me. How is it possible, you explain this to me, that 2022-23, you had 289.7 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. 23-24, 278.8 million rands worth of expenditure. Cherry on top, 24-25, times it by 3, 667.8 million rands worth of irregular expenditure. That is just over 3 billion rand. 3 billion rand. How is it possible? You said earlier that once you are done with the South African Police Service, you would like for contracts not to be cancelled, because things need to be done right. This is showing the opposite in terms of irregular expenditure. It's getting worse. It's not getting better while you're there.
Sure. Honorable Chair, let me respond this way. The tenders that were evaluated, we've got a mixture of tenders that were published and tenders that were evaluated. Tenders that were, when I got into South African Police Service in 2023, I developed a new procurement policy, and that's the procurement policy that is running now. Prior to that, there was another procurement policy. But tenders that are evaluated, even last year or years thereafter, were advertised and only concluded in those financial year where they were. And there were irregularities that were picked up either at the advertisement point or at the evaluation point. What we have indicated is we have found that the bid evaluation process has flaws in it. We acknowledge that. I have not disputed that. And what we are saying is that we needed to have another layer to make sure that the evaluation processes are not at the level where
Thanks,
they are.
Gerald.
And that's where we are doing the probity.
You said that at the portfolio committee. I don't buy another layer, you need another management. I'm telling you now that you can add another 10 layers. It won't change the reality we're facing here. This is blatant corruption. The fact that Medicare 24 was reported, you testified that these processes and requirements exist to ensure that entities are not unqualified or unfairly disqualified. That's what we spoke about earlier. Despite all of this, we ended up with a shell company, specifically Medicare 24. So how is it possible that through all of this due diligence that still happened? Are you telling me that an external journalist, actually several journalists, had greater insight into the integrity of your own internal process than what you did? I mean, if all of us can see this, if all of us in here see this, if every single different political party sees this, you must be blind.
Majority of the things that have been indicated on the process were indicated in the media after the internal audit process had
You're
taken
missing
place.
the point. I'm not interested. That's back to the end user, General.
No, I hear what you're saying, Honorable Chair. In terms of the audit findings that, may I?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Can we move to Honorable Matthys?
I might be covered. Thank you, Chair. Lieutenant General, let's start off with your work at ESCOM. Your position there was a commercial and contracts manager. Just briefly, what exactly did that involve? Briefly, please.
Briefly. I've said to the evidence leader, I struggle because I used to be a lecturer part-time. It involved 3 areas. That was procurement, warehousing, and contract management specialist services.
Okay. Were you involved with the tender that was awarded to Acha, I'm sure I'm pronouncing this wrong, Hitachi, what is it? Hitachi, Power Africa. I got it right. Yeah, that one. And Chancellor House.
That would have been done at the head office I worked at the police station, at the power station.
So
No,
you
I
went
wasn't.
in- Okay. And then why did you leave ESCOM?
CSIR offered me a lucrative deal I could not refuse. I was
Okay.
headhunted.
Okay. National Treasury. I know you weren't there during the period when I think it was Oracle that was appointed to do the integrated management system, but you joined later while this project, and the project is still currently under investigation by the SIU. And it was more than R1 billion that was spent on that system, which you also just spoke about earlier, the integrated financial management system. What's your take on what went wrong?
I need
Briefly
to.
also.
I need to explain. There are two procurement officers at National Treasury. There's a transversal that deals with all government institutions. There's a procurement specific to the department, which dealt with that part. I was not part of that.
And you didn't get any gossip around what happened there? And you didn't get any gossip from your colleagues from what was going on there?
I was aware that there was audits done on the contract, but to what extent the audit outcomes were, I'm not privy to that information.
Okay, and then at the National Treasury, did you encounter any outside interference in your work
No,
at all?
Not at all.
Everyone is just scared of you.
not necessarily scared of me. There has never been anybody that was bold enough to come and ask, and I would have exposed them if they did.
Okay. Let's go to your SAPS and then the Medicare tender. Do you know if these services that the Cat Mkhwanazi was doing, the health risk management, has it always been outsourced by SAPS?
Yes.
Always. Do you think it's something that they should insource because it's a core service?
It's the determination that has to be done by the end user based on
You're using that end user again. I'm just asking that it's a core service of SAPS, am I correct? And it's probably it is in the top 5 tenders that SAPS puts tenders out for. And I'm just asking, do you think that this should be an insourced service that SAPS should do?
I do not have a scientific answer to it. I would not.
Is it a core service though that SAPS?
It's the core
requires?
service. It is required. We hire people, we retire people. Yes, it is core.
Okay, and then the MTN and Vodacom tender, you were at SAPS during that period,
During that time,
and that went to court.
no, the one that went to court, I was not part of it when it was awarded. I came subsequently after that.
But it happened when you were at the National Treasury, right?
That's
So you
right.
would have dealt with it, but you said you weren't in the transversal contract department.
Yep. The award of the tender to the 4 big mobile network operators included Cell C, Telkom, Vodacom, and MTN. And that award was done and audited. This was above board. The process of contracting with MTN was done at SAPS, and I was not part of that process, and I was not at SAPS at the time.
Let's talk about IDEC. We had the head of IDEC, Advocate Johnson, that was here, and she told us that she received the referral from SAPS to investigate this Medicare 24 allegations. So you were aware of that, or you are aware of that because you've indicated
I am
that
aware
earlier.
of that
Yeah.
now, yes.
So if the preliminary report, which you are familiar with, it was dated in January 2025, am I correct? And the complainant was referred to IDEC in February 2025. And then the final report is dated April 2025. Are we together on the dates?
Yes, we
So
are.
can we conclude that the complaint to IDEC was based on the preliminary report?
It's highly likely, yes.
Yeah. And is this common in your experience? Is this a common practice in your experience?
No, it's not normally the common practice. The National Commissioner, I think, with his office and internal audit, do the determination when to do the referrals, and they will respond based on information that's known to them. I'm not normally part of that referral process.
Okay, you said you had a meeting, or the minister called a meeting because he wanted to be briefed on the Medicare 24 tender. Who invited you to the meeting?
We normally get invited by the Office of the National Commissioner.
Normally, were you invited by the...
I was invited by the Office
Okay,
of the
so
National
you didn't
Commissioner.
have any engagements with the minister directly at all?
The minister was part of
Bes-
that meeting.
Well, in the meeting, but prior to that? But prior to the meeting, had you had any engagements whatsoever?
none
with the
whatsoever.
minister? Okay. Who was present from the minister's office?
The minister was there. I think his support staff was there.
Okay, was his chief of staff there in particular, Mr. Kabendi? And I'm sure you know him because he was just here the
No,
other
not
day.
the chief of staff. I'm trying to remember.
You don't know him?
I know Mr.
Oh,
Kawendi.
okay, so was he there?
Yes.
Let's move on. He was there. And what was his input in the meeting?
He did not have any input at all.
Okay. In your experience, again, is this a common practice for ministers or deputy ministers to call supply chain officials to meetings and ask them to explain tender processes and also to review a tender process? Because you've got quite a long
No,
history.
it is not. It is not a norm. In fact, since I've been to SAPS, it was the first time that a meeting was called. As I've indicated, the minister at the time said he's worried about the reputation this contract would have, and he needed an explanation
So he was
or a
worried, but
briefing.
he said he was worried based on a media report. That's it. He didn't say there was anything else, just a
Yeah,
media report.
the media
and
report,
And
and-
he summoned the entire supply chain to come and explain and to also ask for it to be reviewed. How many meetings did you have with the minister?
One.
It was just one.
One.
So the second meeting, so in his testimony, he said that he had one meeting where he asked for an explanation.
Correct.
Then he asked for the process for you to go back and review.
Correct.
And then who went back? You didn't go back to
I didn't
him
go
after
back.
who went
No.
back in your knowledge, or how did it work?
It probably would be internal audit and legal because they were doing the work.
Okay. And then did you get any feedback after the meeting?
No, I didn't.
And then you said you did the presentation at the meeting, but at the same time you weren't really involved in this process. So how did you familiarize yourself with it to make the presentation?
I did not make a presentation.
Okay.
I was there present in the meeting and the question was asked and I spoke to the process, not a presentation. I spoke to the process
The
as I
process-
understood it at the time.
Okay, the process just generally for tenders or the process for this Medicare 24 tender in particular?
The process for Medicare tender specifically, what we have done, what reports were submitted, and that we have concluded the tender based on the bid evaluation committee reports.
And then you convinced the minister that there was nothing untowards because he told us that he was told initially that there was nothing untowards in the tender. That's why he sent you back to go and review this process and come back and give a report.
We have indicated to the minister that based on the report that we have received, we had not picked up anything. And in that meeting, a decision was made that we need to audit the report. We welcomed that,
So, Doug, you
request.
honestly didn't pick up anything, and this thing has blown up, and there's just so much that should have been picked up. So, did you properly prep to do this presentation? Because at your level, during your process of prepping to go and do the presentation or whatever it is you were doing to the minister or engage the minister on it, you yourself didn't pick up anything.
With all honesty, no. And in the
Don't
meeting,
think that's troubling, though. Wow.
we are concerned, I have indicated.
No,
that-
you though, because
No,
you're
me,
the one
I am
who's in charge
concerned.
there, that you went there and you were like in your suit and say, no, this thing is proper. Like there's nothing untowards, we did the right thing. So it's either you didn't do your job properly, and then that is a concern in of itself, or what happened? Or you were misled. And then even if you were misled by your subordinates, it's a problem.
The BAC actually was misled because the report had indicated that all due diligence was done. And that's where I have a concern. And that's why I have indicated to my team that they need to go and redo the process and redo this standard operating procedures to make sure that we arrest and pick up these issues.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
they are
saying-
defining that
I'm
now.
saying that's what you say now, but when you went to present, because you would have had to prep to go and explain that this process was proper, you didn't pick it up. And you should be concerned about that. Let's go on to your relationship with Petuna Linono. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, who was one of the members on the bid committee and then later left to go and join Medicare 24.
No relationship.
But she's on this bid committee. You don't know her officially, like nothing. Never met her, never spoken to her. Aren't you supposed to? I mean, there was one of the
No, no, no.
honorable members asked about integrity and whether you vet, well, not vet them per se, but are you not responsible for ensuring that you have sound and incorruptible members?
Like
on
other
the
members that were on the committee, I knew her as a colleague, as an employee in human resources, and that's as far as I have known her.
Okay, so when you found out about her role in this matter, what happened?
Her role in matter is post facto.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that matter was dealt with in the investigation by
Okay,
the
but,
internal audit.
Just let's talk about you,
No.
because she's under you, am I correct?
No, she's not under
Or
me.
she doesn't report to
No,
you?
she doesn't report to me.
Let's move on. Have you played any role in, since you've been or started your career, and particularly in government, have you played any role in any corrupt activities?
In the time that I have been in government, I have never had any irregular expenditure.
I'm not asking, that's not the question.
No.
Have you played any
No.
role in any corrupt activities?
No.
Unknowingly, and then later you realize, like, you, I'm being used here
No.
to aid corruption.
No.
So, okay. Have you been vetted since joining SAPS?
Yes.
When was this?
I'm awaiting. I need to do polygraph. I was meant to have done it before I went on college, and then my vetting will be
So
complete.
you've been in SAPS like for 3 years and
For 3 years, yeah.
holding a very, very high position, even a very dangerous one. And the vetting process is still not complete.
It's not complete.
Have you had a lifestyle audit?
I believe that General Matlu and them have done a
Have
lifestyle.
you had one?
Yes.
You've had one.
General Matlu has indicated to me at some
Have
point
you
that
had one?
Yes.
Yes, you have. When
Yes.
was it?
maybe a year ago or two.
And? Did you get the results?
She said there's nothing.
There was nothing. Did you get the results? Not what did she say? Did you
We-
get, like,
we-
who did the lifestyle audit rather? Let me ask you that.
The Office of Ethics and Integrity does the lifestyle audit
Yeah.
of all members in SAPS.
Okay.
If there are adverse findings, they will then let you know
Okay.
that there are adverse findings. But if there are no adverse findings, they don't give you any report.
And this was done?
I would love to believe that it was done a year or so ago.
But what do you mean you'd love to believe? Because for them to do a lifestyle audit, they have to engage you in some way, check your bank accounts, blah, blah, blah. It's a process.
No, they don't. They by virtue of them being there, they get the information and they do the lifestyle audit.
But where do they get the information from? They didn't ask you any questions at
No.
all.
No.
Is that the actual process?
No, nothing was asked.
So then that means you haven't had a lifestyle audit.
It probably could be.
No.
No, let me put it this way. I've had a discussion with General Matlo with regards to performance of lifestyle audits. And General Matlo has indicated that lifestyle audit and subs have been done. And she has indicated that for those members where they have picked up an anomaly, they have engaged those. Hence, I am saying...
Were you included in that, do you know? Because she could have been talking about other people and not necessarily you. Did
I would
you
love
say-
to-
Because the National Commissioner said they haven't concluded lifestyle audits yet alone, they haven't concluded vetting yet alone lifestyle audits.
sir.
So I'm very shocked to hear that. But
On-
okay,
on-
let's move on there.
Cool.
So you were appointed to SAPS in 2022. The last 2 financial years, we've had a total of almost 1 billion in irregularities on procurement of goods and services. You know that, right? In 2023 and 2024 financial year, it was just over 289 million. And then whooped, it went up to 649 million in the 2024-25 financial year. So I know you've said that you've never had a tender cancelled before, and this Medicare one was the first time. But procurement irregularities, how do you rate yourself in this regard? It's scary. For the average South African there at home,
the irregularities the irregular expenditure that is on that irregular expenditure framework are mainly as a result of this Medicare and RT69.
okay, but it's a lot, don't you?
It's a lot. May I just qualify something? The RT69 is not a tender that was done by us as subs. It is a tender that was done by National Treasury, and that tender is not irregular. What subs did was subs did not utilize the tender after they had indicated that they will participate. So all the expenditure that happened outside that contract were declared irregular, but the contract itself is not irregular.
Are you listening to yourself, though, General?
I am.
Yeah. And the whole nation is listening to you.
Correct.
So the tender is not, that's proper, but the actual spending was not, I mean, and I guess you're going to give me the same story that you gave one of my honorable members. Are you the divisional commissioner for supply chain and assets for SAPS? Is it the best? Are you the best? Are you who South Africans deserve right now?
I would love to believe yes.
No, but are you? Because you can see the state of our country right now. Do you think you are who we deserve as South Africans right now? I mean, we just spoke about irregular. I mean, you did a disclaimer. But even if it was 1 million or 2 million, it says a lot. It's irregular expenditure.
I cannot be just judged by one indicator, which is significant though.
Oh.
I would like to believe that I have done an immense amount of work in making sure that South African Police Service procurement is all right. I am putting effort into the irregular expenditure process, which is the only indicator in my performance at the moment, which is troublesome. But in fact, in all other areas of procurement, I have improved subs. For an example, subs used to build 1 police station a year. I have been, in the last 3 years, building in excess of 15 police stations.
And how many do we need? Okay, let's move on. It's fine if you who South Africans deserve to head up that department. And I'm going to conclude now, and I want to talk about this issue of tenders. I'm sure South Africans are sitting, and those that are watching here, this whole tender process, it's like, what the actual? It's a lot. And it is the reason for, it opens, just listening to it's even blowing my head up. So I can just imagine for the ordinary South Africans. It's the door is wide open for corruption. I mean, even if a company's tender is awarded fairly, we have the issue that pretty much the costs are doubled. Do you procure toilet paper for SAPS? Does SAPS procure toilet paper, not you in particular?
Yes, they do. That subs procure toilet paper.
Toilet paper, yes.
Yes, we do.
And that is our point. So a normal person goes and we spend 5 rand on toilet paper, I'm saying, and after you even buy it in bulk, and I'm sure the toilet paper costs 100 rand a roll. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you've been in the space for long enough. There are core services, and I asked this earlier, there are core services of state departments that should be insourcing, that they should be building state capacity. Because outside of the corruption that it causes, we even have a problem that children die in pit toilets, and this is not under your watch, but I'm saying just generally as a country, because we cannot even do a basic thing like doing a proper toilet for kids. They are dying in pit toilets. People are dying in hospitals just because of a tender system. We had a whole PKTT team that's established to deal with political killings because people are killed, politicians are killed, CFOs are killed because of tenders. So they're either killing to get a tender or they're killing because they don't want the corruption in their tenders that are done. So what would you say? Okay, Chair, I'm done because this is more of just a political speech.
I want you to
But-
stop speaking.
Yeah, I'm done. But I just wanted the gentleman with his vast experience to speak to the process.
If both of you can just
of us
stop speaking.
Getting rid of this tender process for core services, and that we must insource and strengthen government entities, and we probably wouldn't be sitting here today dealing with an issue of a Medicare 24 tender when SAPS could have long built
Honorable
an efficient
Matthys, I
system.
no longer
Thank you,
hear
Chair.
you. You have stopped speaking. Can we move to Honorable James?
Thank you, Chair. I'm still laughing at the reason for all the toilet paper in SAPS. We know why. I'll reserve my thoughts. General Fani, earlier on you said poor performance but value for money. Do you still believe that? Poor performance but value for money. You are justifying poor performance. And I was thinking about this. It's like saying, I have a cheating husband, but he's providing. Does that make it right?
It's not right. Chair, maybe for what I should have said, which based on the discussion with honorable members, I should have indicated that we paid for the services, so money did not disappear. But in terms of value for money, we have done the determination. It's not me that said there was no value for money. It is the person that did the determination, and that report is available in the for committee members to interrogate it. But indeed, poor performance we have experienced.
Okay. Before I get into my question, it's just something that I picked up now. The minister only ever called you in for the Medicare 24 contract. Nothing else. Nothing else. And because that had surfaced in the media. No other contracts.
Nothing whatsoever.
So before this contract, there was nothing else in the media that popped up.
Nothing else.
That would have grabbed his attention or grabbed your attention that would sort of have an urgent meeting.
I have never been called by the minister or his office pertaining to issues of procurement.
So even though in March 2025, and I just came across this now, there's a headline, accused appear in court for over 88 million tender fraud in SAPS. That was also an article. Are you aware of that article?
I'm aware of that article.
You're aware, but the minister didn't worry about that. Because it appeared in the same platform, public domain. The minister didn't worry about that. He didn't call you in about that.
I was never called in.
But specifically the Medicare one. Doesn't that make you wonder why? Why did the minister only have interest? If he was worried about SAPS's image, shouldn't he have called you in for that other article as well? What do you think? Common sense. And now?
It's reputational damage. It's equally
Yes, but
important.
it's very simple.
Yeah.
Why were you taking so long to answer now? Should the minister not have called you in for anything else that surfaced in the public domain?
What the practice that he has established to call us when there is anything of possible reputation, yes, he probably should have
But he
called us for
didn't.
this one. No, he didn't call us.
Okay. General Fani, you have served as the Divisional Commissioner since August 22, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your witness statement, you state that during your time at SAPS, there have been no arrest for procurement corruption, which you say indicates that all audited and investigated tenders yielded no element of corruption. Is this correct? So no arrest during your time?
I have indicated there's only one arrest that was done for a procurement matter that was concluded before I was at SAPS. For all the procurement that happened under my watch, there has not been anyone arrested.
And this basically means that everything is hunky-dory.
Not necessarily.
Everything's fine.
It's a commitment I've made with my team to make sure that we clear issues and we ensure that we do due diligence. There are challenges that we are experiencing and we need to deal with those challenges. But that commitment I made on day one when I arrived at SAPS, and I'm going to make sure that the people that work in my space do what is required so that we can avert such issues in the future.
But it doesn't mean everything is fine. The fact that you
No,
have
it doesn't
no
mean
arrest
ev-
doesn't mean
No, no,
everything
no.
is fine.
Not at all.
Like you indicate and like
Not
you
at all.
insinuate in your paragraph.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean everything is fine, no.
Yeah. At the end of paragraph 75, you go on to say that you are aware that the audit findings in the audit reports remain a concern and should be eliminated. You also describe these so-called concerns and errors as unnecessary and unwelcomed. Serious allegations of fraud, corruption, and you describe them, you water it down as unnecessary and unwelcome. Is that your evidence?
It's not an evidence, it's a statement.
Is that how you describe corruption? Is that how you describe corruption?
No. I'm describing the process.
When the AG came before Parliament and raised the alarm about SAPS's escalating 3.2 billion irregular expenditure bill, while unsuitable bidders secured tenders, what went through your mind as the head of supply chain?
It's a concern that I have, basically to indicate that even irregular expenditure that happened 5 years before I joined the SAPS is the reason why it's accumulating to the value that it is. What we need to be doing is to intensify our efforts to making sure that we have an engagement with National Treasury for condonation of these, so that the tally on irregular expenditure can be kept. But the most important thing is to make sure that we do not have further irregular expenditures in the process.
So it's just doubling and tripling, despite what you have inherited. You haven't done anything about your inheritance. You just say, you know what, this was before my time.
No, I have.
There's been no arrests.
With regards to
All this irregular expenditure, the 3.2 billion, you said earlier on there's been no arrests.
the ones that where the determination tests were done and were concluded in my presence, there has not been any arrests with regards to those. The determination test is not done by my department, is done by independent department, and in those independent departments, they have not detected any element of criminality. Should they have detected elements of criminality, they would have raised the necessary arrests with regards to that. One contract which was concluded and it was irregular, which was concluded before my time, is the one where the people ended up being arrested a couple of weeks back.
I want to ask you also about the AG's material findings regarding awarded bids during the 2024-2025 financial year. Are you aware that the AG stated in her report to Parliament that SAPS has not implemented adequate internal controls to prevent irregular expenditure, and that this exposes the department to financial mismanagement and non-compliance. I think you answered this earlier on.
I'm aware.
You are aware, and what
Yes.
have you done about it?
We have put in processes in place. I think in that committee, we have National Commissioner has indicated. We have processes in place that we're going to do. I had indicated earlier on that we have set in August and we have devised plans to make sure that there's no further irregular expenditure that happens in the process.
Is one of those processes having a criminal check?
It will, definitely.
It will. You
Yes.
didn't have access to that prior to this. So the AG had to have findings, and only now you're going to utilize the tools that's at your disposal. There was no forward thinking, there was no being proactive prior to the Auditor General's findings.
I think we were selective in the application
You
of
were
that.
selective.
And we need to now subject all of them to that criminal check.
And South Africans can trust you in this job.
They can.
So you depend on the Auditor General to tell you that something's going wrong, despite you finding great irregularities and inconsistencies. You wait for the AG to tell you that this is what you need to do.
The AG reported on the irregular expenditure. We had already engaged in the process to make sure that we deal with the issues, and we have also engaged on the process to engage National Treasury for the condonation of those processes. And it is a process that we will finalize, and I think my team is working on that. I will follow up when I come back to make sure that all the condonation processes are concluded, and that the processes we are putting in place now are going to bear fruits as we are envisaging that they would.
Let's discuss specifics, right? And my throat is a bit sore today. We're actually very lucky. Regarding the tender awarded to, I think it's Rafani. Do you recall why the AG found the same bidders were unfairly disqualified and that functionality criteria were omitted?
Remind me which
The tender awarded to Rufani, I think it's 191939. The AG found that some of these bidders were unfairly disqualified. Have you ever had that? Where bidders were unfairly disqualified?
it rings a bell.
It rings a bell. Why
Yes.
were the bidders? Why do you think there's these scenarios?
We are again at the issues of bid evaluation committee. Honorable Chair, I must indicate the bid evaluation committees are bringing us into a position of disrepute, and we have put processes.
Under your watch? Yeah?
Not necessarily under my watch. Yes, there has been one or two contracts under my watch, but most of them are historic in terms of the irregularity. Honorable Chair, I have inherited, and I will continue to make sure that we iron out the processes and the issues that leads us into irregular expenditure, and we have started the process with that regards.
There seems to be a lot that you're going to do after this appearance here today.
Yes.
But that's good. Regarding the horse truck conversion tender, do you recall why the AG found that the winning bidder did not meet the pre-qualification criteria?
Is
Is this simply another error, or
Yeah.
you say an
Correct.
unwelcomed error,
correct?
unnecessary error?
Correct.
Sure. You served as the acting chief procurement officer at National Treasury for a year. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
What is the minimum period required for the advertisement of a tender? You said this earlier.
21 days,
21
legislated
days.
to be 21 days.
Regarding the Medicare 24 tender, right, the AG flagged that the tender awarded to Kat Matlala was not advertised for the required 21 days, and this despite you being in National Treasury for over a year. And the AG said it was not advertised for 21 days. And that evaluation phase was ignored When was the bid advertised and published on the SAP's website?
We do have the chronological issues here. The bid was published on the 31st of January,
That's correct. When did it close?
and it closed on the 19th.
Is that 21 days?
It is 20 days.
Is that 21 days?
It's not 21 days.
I'm saying that this was one of the irregularities found by the AG.
Correct. The bid should have been advertised for 21 days. It is an
Exactly.
administrative error.
So you can't say here and make it seem as if though I'm incorrect. 21 days is not 20 days.
I have considered that it
Yes,
is
you
not
had to
21
consider.
days.
It took you a moment, a few seconds now. Because you almost wanted to make me look like a fool here by saying it, no, it was like almost like thinking what else. 21 days is 21 days. And it closed early.
The insinuation that I was trying to make the member to look like a fool, I have considered already that it was not advertised for 21 days, but for 20 days.
What was so urgent? What was the emergency?
There was none.
Why did you have to close a day early?
There was none. There was no reason for it to be closed early.
What did you do about this? Who was held accountable for this?
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the National Commissioner has asked us to put everything in abeyance until the forensic investigations are done. I can't take action now, but action will be taken for
Why
sure.
can't you take action now? It has already been identified. This has gone public. It's in the media. It's all over. What are you waiting for to take action? What must happen?
Honorable Chair, we have been advised to put everything in abeyance, and I have responded to that.
The AG also flagged the award of the panel of service providers, finding that one awarded bidder did not meet the minimum functionality score, but was not disqualified, and that there were inconsistencies between advertised evaluation criteria and those applied during adjudication. Is this merely another unwelcomed error?
Correct.
The AG's report further recorded that bid evaluation committee members lacked training. Oh, so many members said this earlier on, and did not exercise due diligence. Can you confirm that everyone serving on the BEC and the bid adjudication committee is qualified and possesses the requisite skills and experience? I think I heard you answering this earlier on, but I want to put it on record again.
The bid evaluation committee is not a standing committee. It is a committee that gets put together for each need or for each tender. And for that, we are requesting that the end users nominate adequately qualified. We explicitly do indicate to sit in these committees. So there's not one bid evaluation committee. There's
So the fact that
multiple
they're not
bid-
qualified, that's the end user's sort of responsibility to ensure. That's not part of your scope of work.
The determination of the flow of and the exhibit of knowledge of the processes should be adequately determined by the chairperson as he conducts the evaluation.
And this is not in your department.
It is in my
This
department.
is outside, but
That-
it's not you. You're not responsible. You're not going to take accountability for this.
No, I have taken
You are
accountability.
blame shifting. You keep on
No.
telling us about.
No, I'm not. I have taken accountability for checking up the knowledge of the bid evaluation committee and any other possible member. That's why I have contacted National Treasury, and National Treasury referred us to National School of Government, and we are engaging in making sure that everybody is checked up in terms of the bid evaluation committees.
I put it to you today. Do you think that you, as the head of this department, do you think you lack some streetwise, I don't know how to say this, because you are in there and it's almost as if though you are walking with your head in the sand. Everything is going on around you and you continue as if though nothing is happening in that department and everything is fine.
Honorable Chair, I need to fine-tune my processes and find out any additional processes that will close my blind
My
spots.
final question. So do you accept institutional responsibility for repeated supply chain management failures since you have joined SAPS in August 2022?
By virtue of my position, I would say it is my responsibility to make sure that there are no audit findings that pertain to procurement processes. And in instances where members of the bid adjudication, bid evaluation committee that has transgressed, knowingly or unknowingly, we deal with those matters as they are investigated. I cannot solely take responsibility for errors that are committed in my lies. I cannot take accountability for any errors that were criminal in nature. But I do take cognizance with regards to the gaps that exist in the process, and I need to close those gaps.
Thank you, General. You have failed the accountability test. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you passing a judgment, Honorable James, when we call you Judge James?
No, I'm not, Chair, but in accountability, it's never the General. There's so much happening in that department. It's actually sad.
Okay. Who is the next speaker? We are now left with the last three speakers. Can I see the first speaker to raise a hand and I recognize him or her? You want to start, Honorable Shongwe? Okay. Chief Whip, you understand. Thank you.
Axolisa Chief Whip, ngisabheke eGoli Chief Whip. And ngihamba ngebhasi angithi uyasa. Sawubona mfo. Uyaphila General?
Sawubona bhuti.
Uyaphila?
I'm all right, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Hey, uphethe isibongo sakamlife, abantu bakwaMlife amaTswana. Uphinde uphethe igama isibongo futhi seXhosa, samaXhosa, ufani.
Utikela, thank you.
UngumXhosa?
Tatam ngumXhosa.
Uyathetha?
Yathetha 80%.
Hayi asike sithethe okukhomsha manje hey. Ngiphathi kakuhle. Nansi yabona ndinengqimi yabona. Nansi ingqimi apha kum. Asithethishe mfondini. Into ithi dada apha kum. If
Honorable Chair, either English or Afrikaans. My mother speaks Afrikaans, so English would be correct. Thank you.
Oh, Mkhwanazi. Sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying either English or Afrikaans. My mom is also Afrikaans, so.
Where did you grow up?
My mom is Kalata. I was born.
Work Afrikaans program.
I was born and brought up in Sasolburg, in
So
Free
you
State.
praat Afrikaans altyd.
Ek praat baie goed Afrikaans.
So salons praat Afrikaans.
If you can.
Jare, ayen, kom bly hier.
Don't just use Honorable Member aid to blow. It will lose the meaning. Thank you, Honorable
No
Chair.
problem.
English, if we
Thank
can.
you. I want to know something. I didn't pick up kahle on the early stages of actually when we started. You said you're a qualified engineer. I didn't pick up anything speaking related to finances and stuff like that. Are you qualified in finances?
I have studied finance up to master's level.
To master's level?
I have done finance in the programs up to master's level. Yes.
Oh, okay. No,
In my BCom, in my MCom program, I also did finance master's program.
All right. I think I want you to relax and understand that since we've started in this committee, our aim is to get to the truth so that it assists us.
Correct.
Not to get somebody to maybe lie to us or omit certain things.
Correct.
And on that note, Chair, I would like to address you, Chair, if I may be permitted. You normally open, Chair, and say people who speak here are protected by their parliament privileges and stuff like that. You also say anything they say cannot be used against them. I notice AfriForum has these Paulo Sullivan tendencies of threatening people. They said they're going to open a case against Nkabinde, who spoke here in Parliament. So, Chair, I need you to help me on that one. Uti, what does that really mean when we say whatever we say here cannot be used against you? Because it doesn't help our people like General Fani. You be afraid to kuluma lang. Ngoba so kulumi qiniso manje. General, do you know about a blue light case signed between SCM Division and a company in Gauteng province for the supply of blue lights and siren for the police vehicles in Gauteng around November 2016?
The case was in the media, and I am aware of that case.
Were you briefed internally?
Come again?
Were you briefed internally in the division?
In the division,
Yes.
supply chain.
Yes.
Not briefed per se,
But you know about
but I know about the case.
What processes were followed in the awarding of that contract for the blue light in Gauteng?
The procurement process has changed since I came in as a result of the court ruling that indicated that the finance minister has overreached his accountability or authority. The processes that were prevalent at that time are unknown to me, so I cannot vouch to them.
But do you know that there were any irregularities in awarding of that contract?
It has been indicated in the media that it was irregular, hence the people were arrested. I am aware of it.
Just what you know, what are those, if you may enlighten me?
The outcome of that had indicated that the people behaved unethically in the award of the tender, and those people were charged. Some of them were in procurement. When I got there, they were transferred out of the department, and I stayed with the vacancies as a result of those transfers. And some of them were discharged in service, and that's as far as I know with regards to that matter.
Do you happen to know how long ago, maybe?
You had indicated it was 2018.
2016?
And yeah.
2016.
But I do know
From
about it.
2016.
Yes.
And the matter has not been resolved till now.
The matter has not been resolved.
Wouldn't you suspect something is wrong there? Why do we take so long to, if there is something that is corrupt, why do we take so long to get to the gist of the matter or understand who was wrong and get that matter finalized?
Once the matter goes to litigation, the matter is then handled by Legal Services Litigation Department. They are dealing with that matter on behalf of South African Police Service.
Are you saying to me that there is no way to really tell whether there was corruption done there, or it's just a thumb-sucking issue where you can just take a chance? Or is it a way of victimizing black business people?
Honorable Chair, I would not vouch that there was corruption. In fact, Honorable Chair, I would even indicate that I am not privy to the documentation that led to the charges and the dismissal of the people. I am aware, though, that such a matter is still in court.
You know, this business person once complained that, in fact, it's a popular knowledge that regarding this case, there were no white or Indian or any race except for a black person who was targeted for this matter. And there were allegations that there was money being solicited from him in a way. For example, the two cases that Mr. Sissoko, the two dockets that Mr. Sissoko took when he was at IPIT, he still has them at IDEC, the two cases of that matter. Since I've told you about that matter, what are you going to do about it to help our black business people who are being targeted for having huge tenders?
The requirement for making sure that the procurement process is fair and equitable rests with me. That's why I have indicated earlier on that if we knew at the time of the evaluation and adjudication that Kate Matlala's had controversial issues, we would have evaluated the tender and only subjected to legal services had he been the winner of the tender. So that on its own is to ensure that the procurement process is fair and that any irregularities we deal with in terms of the support that we get from legal services to make sure that the exclusion or the reason for deviation from awarding the Medicare 24 would have been justifiable. That is to ensure that the process is fair in terms of what we are doing. And I'm also making sure when we do the bid specifications and stuff, that the issues of competition commission are put into the process so that we do not have specifications that run perpetually favoring one supplier. I have questioned a number of suppliers in the process, and I have ensured in the process that extension of suppliers nilly-willy is not happening in the South African police services as one way of making sure that there's fairness in the process.
Okay. What is the role of the accounting officer in awarding this of such a contract?
The accounting officer's responsibility is he has delegated his responsibility, but he gets briefed. The briefing that I have with him when I go for my performance, I would bring a sheet that indicates these are the tenders that are awarded. These are the tenders where there were deviations. This is the information pertaining to the function of my portfolio in that. He would then take note of that. It in fact becomes portfolio of evidence for my performance to his office.
Who signed this contract?
The tender awards.
Yes.
I'm duly delegated to sign the contracts after the bid adjudication committee has approved the award of a tender.
Was there any investigation on any irregularities of any sort of this matter?
Of
This matter, was there any investigation on the irregularities?
For MediHealth specifically?
No. This one, I'm to the blue light one. I'm specific on the blue light.
Was there any investigations?
Yes.
I would love to believe. I cannot vouch for that. It happened way before I came.
You never followed on this matter?
No, I never.
But it's still in court now under your department. Do you know that? I'm saying it's still in court under your department right now. You know that, right?
The matter is now with legal services, the litigation department, and not with me.
So how would a commissioner be related to signing or being part of tenders? How do they link? If tenders are on your department or at your office, how do they link? Explain that to me.
Which commissioner? National commissioner?
Yes, national commissioner.
No, he doesn't.
In this regard, Patlani, would you link how does it happen? If there is a...
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, I'm not privy to the tender process that took place at the time.
In general, the current commissioner, if he was said to be involved in awarding tenders or something, where and how would they be linked? Do they have a role to play?
The national commissioner, the national commissioner, if he had not delegated the award of the tender, he will get involved in the awarding of the contract, but he would have been advised or have received a report from bid adjudication committee that recommends and give him a report. But if he had delegated the responsibilities to the bid adjudication committee, he would have no role to play.
Okay.
Unless, if I may, Chair, unless there is any document in the process that suggests otherwise, which I'm not privy to.
Okay, I'm interested in this. I wish you knew isiXhosa ke Mntakababa, but you said 80%. Please reply to with this isiXhosa so that I can hear you kahle kahle. Are you saying in your tenure as a leadership lab, corruption and such matters of amatenda issues are wrong and stuff like that? That's never happened. Kuhlale kuclean nje kuhle kakhulu.
ESAPS?
Yes, since uphethe
the what we call in terms of the framework that is published by National Treasury, the determination test has to be done. And if the determination test pick up issues of corruption,
Yeah.
we will discipline. In fact, we open a case if such has happened. The determination tests that are there suggested that we need to discipline people for irregularities, and those processes are underway at the moment.
So in this tender, yabo Kate Matlala, were you involved?
I was in the bid adjudication committee,
Umhlanganisele or hambe yonke into straight?
and Maz Nokmaz.
If bomhla bekubonakale something where ukuthi uhlanganisele or something, bozo you pick up at what stage? Or have you picked up such?
No, I have not picked up such. It is expected of any police officer when they pick up issues of criminality, they must report and they must open a case. I have not picked up any. Hence, I have not opened any case.
So are you saying that right now at this stage, Kate Matlala got that tender fairly?
I cannot vouch on that. I am aware, though, that there were irregularities in the evaluation process, and I cannot ignore that. But as for whether there was somebody that assisted, I have no information at my disposal.
In your department, these pickups that you found, these findings that you found, are they part of your responsibilities to find, or they were found out somewhere else? Because Nguzwa ngathi, you are saying in your space he did very well. The tender was awarded very well in your space, in your understanding.
In my environment, in terms of whether we have picked up whether there were irregularities, I can confirm that we didn't pick up any irregularities. The internal audit audited and picked up the irregularities in terms of this tender.
So if it is like that, as you say it, whose head must be on the block?
I would have to wait for the audit report.
Asibuyele emuva baba, sorry kancane.
Yeah.
Whose head must be on the block?
As I've indicated, I would have to wait for the
Okay,
audit
okay,
report.
okay,
The
okay.
determination.
Man kancane mfowethu. Let me, please, African people, help. The question is, what are you going to do? The question is, whose head must be on the block? Your head or somebody's else head?
I operate in a collective, and I believe that in that collective, with the information that we have provided, we were correct. We just need to be in the position to justify, to find reasons why the evaluation process was transgressed. And then that investigation will then determine who needs to take accountability. Accountability must be placed on someone.
Okay, I need to ask you this question. Please state your name on record.
My name is Molefe Isaac Fani.
Do that exactly. Whose head must be on the block?
We would have to probe.
Lolo, mana but asiyenzi belula. Whose head must be chopped should we find out ukuthi it was not done correctly? Who must be, whose fault is it? Ubani emele simcharge?
From where I am, Honorable Chair, members of the bid evaluation committee.
Members.
Yes.
And when does it get to be you? When does it get to be you who must be chopped?
If I have transgressed
So in this
and
regard,
I have not exercised my responsibilities.
oh, okay. Help me here. I'm not. Chair, Yakulu? I see your light is on, Chair.
Yeah, I'm warning you.
Or you, time. Anyakwazi Chair, masengidibha in. Ayufuna ukungivimba. Ngiyadlala Chair,
I'm
ngiyadlala.
warning you. You have 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. No, what I'm trying to get to here is this. You see, Mfethu, South Africa is suffering from leaders who don't want to take accountability. And if departments fail, there's chopping of players down there, but never the heads. So I want to know in this regard, if a department fails to pick up a tender of such amount, which has a whistleblower shot and killed kabuhlungu, why must it not be the heads, your head that must be chopped? Why must it be somebody out there? Maybe say to me, it must be you and your team. Can it be that? Would you advocate for that?
No,
You
I would
wouldn't?
not. I am accountable for closing the gaps that have been identified in the process. in as far as taking accountability for the bid that is not evaluated properly, either fraudulently or otherwise, which the forensic investigation has to determine. And then we will then place responsibility with regards to that. But in as far as the exercise that I have done, assisted by the bid adjudication committee that surrounds me at that time, I would not take that accountability for now. But I do take accountability for the gaps that have been identified in the process, and I will definitely close those gaps.
And if we find out that those gaps are vital, since January, if we find out that those gaps that you are talking about caused problems, they've destroyed people's life, they've also made people to die or be killed, if I may say. Since what must we do now?
I have to indicate that I have indicated in my submission that we have made sure that the procurement policy that we put in place has been vetted and has been reviewed by the policy committee. The reason for that is to make sure that all angles that could be problematic in terms of governance and controls are looked at by an independent body. And in this instance, because there are gaps that have been identified, we really need to go back and relook at those governance and review the process.
Chair, I don't think I'll get answers. Yeah, I'm grateful, Chair, for the time. Thank you, my leader.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sir, you've spent much time telling us, or Doctor, I should say, telling us about the process. We have your graphic, bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee. When you were at the Treasury, the SIU did an investigation into the SAPs and determined at the time that no bid evaluation committee was convened in regard to that PPE tender. Now, the bid evaluation committee, according to your graphic, bids and makes recommendations on the awards of a bid. So who made the recommendation at that stage? Was it by any chance the same person or same team who made the recommendation for this particular tender? I'm looking at who and what you inherited.
All the documentation pertaining to this matter are out for investigation by the investigators. What I have been informed is that the process was followed. As to whether that process was legitimate or not, I am not privy to that information. It happened in my absence. I do know that there was a steering committee that was put in place to look at all the matters pertaining to the PPE. As to who are the members of, I do know that it was chaired by General Vuma, and there was a co-chair. As to who was part of other processes in the process, I'm not privy to that. I found the documentation not in my office. I do not have any documentation to make an informed comment on those documentations.
I do hope when the final analysis comes out that you don't find that the self-same people who made sure that tender went through didn't make sure the Cat Matlala's tender went through. That would be most unfortunate. At that time, that particular corruption, that particular contract didn't go before the bid committee. Now, you knew that had happened when you came into the SAPs. And here we are. It seems to me you're telling us that this entire process with this tender to this person was either done behind your back or that you knew about it and allowed it in. I mean, those seem to me to be the two options. Is there another option?
I didn't know about it. If there are only two options you are giving me, it was done behind my back. But what I know in front of me is information that was provided to me and the bid adjudication committee that was correct. And that's as far as I know.
Is this the biggest tender that SAPS has ever proffered, 360 million?
It's not the biggest tender that has been awarded by SAPS. No.
Okay, I've looked through a few of the others, and they're much smaller amounts. So I would have thought that this had been probably would have been starred by you as head of the division as something one would have paid particular attention to, but that seems not to have happened. I do agree with my colleagues in asking that surely a contract of this magnitude would have or should have been carefully monitored in terms of the regulations, and yet it just wasn't. No background checks, in fact, no checks at all. A 2-minute Google search by a civilian would have prevented us from the need to be here today. That's my belief. So is it, I know you keep saying you're not to blame, and it seems many other people are, but surely the accounting officer, General Masimola, should he be held to account? It's either him or you. Somebody has to be held to account for this massive bungle. Your thoughts on that?
The National Commissioner has an ultimate accountability for procurement processes within the organization. And I think he has taken a lead to make sure that he comes to the bottom of this. And that's what he has started as a process, to make sure that he takes accountability in terms of the PFMA responsibility that he has.
Do the members of your division have regular lifestyle audits? I know you say that you had apparently had some secret lifestyle audit done on yourself. Do you know if the members, I mean, it seems obvious to me that anyone in the supply chain division, in any entity in the country, that's where the money's looted, in supply chain. And I've worked in many portfolios. That does seem to be the situation. Are your members, do they do lifestyle audits on them? I mean, sometimes it's so obvious. We've seen with the hospital looting, people driving around in Lamborghinis. I mean, it's hardly brain surgery to see who the thieves are. Is it done in your division?
I'm not privy to such. I think the committee can request a written confirmation from the National Commissioner, and it should be in the
I
position.
think you should be requesting that it's done. You're head of the division. You're head of a division that's just given out money to a person with a criminal record longer than I am. So surely that's something you, as the head of the division, should be asking for.
I have made sure that the declarations and the making sure that they declare additional income out of the South African Police Service is done on annual basis, and I do get confirmation of that, and I do intercept that. I mean, I do interrogate that. I personally sign and give them permission if they want to do private work. And I do interrogate that. In instances where a person requests to do additional work for the services that they provide for subs, I do ask them in terms of how they're going to be able to do that, and I've declined some. And those are the two checks that I do. In as far as I'm looking at whether they are okay from a lifestyle perspective, risk and assurance does that.
Mm. You say that the detection of corruption can't be detected during your processes. I'm wondering how that can be considered to be due diligence if it has such a glaring flaw, the system, or even the process. It seems you're trying to wash your hands of a massive case of crooked looting in your division, claiming you just couldn't have noticed. Now, I put it to you, this is a prime example of rubber stamping. I feel sure that the IDAC investigation will show what it's all about, but it just seems to me that you should have known what it was all about. You should have been there. You should have been able to stop it before it happened. Is that not your job as head of the division?
It is my responsibility to make sure that the procurement processes in supply chain are seamless. I have indicated that where there is corruption that happens outside of the process, which leads to the process being flawed, I cannot detect that in the procurement process. That's why it is important that we have a technology that tracks every documentation that is submitted, so that we can be in the position to check for the deviations, if anything at all. And I'm accounting, and I've already activated that process, so that I can vouch that the documents that were submitted are indeed the documents that were used to evaluate the tenders. And that's what I'm hoping, that in the next financial year we will get allocation with regards to the technology that we need.
I was listening to you earlier, and you say you'd set up a system. And in this day and age of state capture, following the Zondo Commission and just so many commissions revealing massive corruption, endemic corruption, frankly, you've only just now set up an entity to ensure that the audits are picking up anomalies. Surely, I mean, you've been there for 3 years. Has it taken you 3 years to come to the conclusion that there's a problem?
Not necessarily. I think what I have also done was to make sure that we have appointments of people in key positions, and that we optimize the structure and we have segregation of duties. I have done that. I have implemented the structure fully. We are in the process of interviewing, of advertising and interviewing credible people that would come in that process. One of the weakest links I've got is that in the procurement environment, I've had the component head acting since I got into subs. I have had the section, there were attempts to fill the positions with no success. And we are working into that, and we are making sure that that is concluded. Hopefully before the end of this year, we would have that concluded.
You know, you've had the job for 3 years, and with your massive CV, especially in the Treasury, some of the steps I believe you failed at must have been really red flags to you, surely when you worked in the Treasury. I mean, it's inconceivable that you missed the red flags. And surely there were specific red flags highlighted at the Treasury or any of your other former positions from which you were headhunted. It's almost inconceivable to me that you missed what any civilian would have picked up in about 5 minutes.
I'm not sure if a civilian that would read the report that we had would arrive at any conclusion different from what we did, without having to go and start the process from scratch, which the BAC does not have the luxury of time to do that, and which is something that we need to look at now, in terms of we cannot reevaluate the tenders. I take notice that we need to do verification, but we cannot reevaluate. How we are going to go about that is what I have asked my team now. I have sourced the services of a specialist within subs to map our processes and to have standard operating procedures, to have checklists, and to have reports and the methods of verifying certain steps within the process. And he has until December to do that. And we are hoping that with that process, we are going to reduce the anomalies that are happening in the process. But I must stress the making sure that we've got electronic submission of the bids will eliminate 90% of the problems that we've got.
You know, a basic CIPRO search will show you who the directors are, or in this case, the director. Surely that would have set bells ringing in your head. How do you feel about the rather messy way that this very crooked contract was eventually cancelled, where the SAPs went ahead and still paid the supplier for some months, even though everybody knew it was about to be cancelled? It seems very bizarre to me.
If payments were done after the contract was cancelled, I do not know how the finance was advised, if they got any advice whatsoever. I'm not accountable for payment of suppliers within the organization. It's a different department that does that.
Wow. Okay, so for 3 years you've headed up the division, and each of those years, each of the three, the Auditor General says your division failed to have sufficient checks to prevent irregular expenditure. That's not just from this year. It's a repeat finding from the previous 2 years on your watch. And during that time, irregular expenditure has soared. So do you feel like you're doing a good job?
We have, in the second year of me being here, it was the first time, it was the first audit that happened. We put together a comprehensive checklist that must be complied with in order for us to be able to verify and be in the position to identify some of the things that happened. We implemented it, but it seems like the checklist has not, and any other endeavors that we put in place, specifically ensuring that the section head and the component head review and give analysis with regards to that, has not given us any assurance that we will not have repeat audit findings. I took initiative when that happened in the second year, which is this year, and in August I put my team together and I made sure that the team come up with tangible processes and systems that will be in the position to assist us. We have a comprehensive actions with regards to what needs to happen. On my return in January, we will review what has been done already, and we will make sure that we implement those.
I'm quite sure you'll be called before the Police Portfolio Committee to speak to a specific timeline to implement the recommendations that you come up with, because civilians out there, they've seen the Tembisa looting, that people are driving Lamborghinis while patients die in their beds with zero equipment, zero medication, zero anything. They're starting to think that this contract was Tembisa Part 2. When we have SAPS members coming crying every day that they have to fix their vehicles out of their own pockets because they know if a vehicle goes or if a tire goes flat, that vehicle will disappear for months into an archaic system, and they'll have nothing. And so they just pay it out of their own rather meager salaries. I was at stations where bird lice fall out of the roof onto the heads of the detectives, where 5 of the ceilings have collapsed. It's everywhere in every station. So to hear that taxpayers' money is looted in this way is horrific to South Africans. It's absolutely horrific. A couple more. Would you support a mandatory independent evaluation panel for all tenders above 100 million?
Correct. We have looked already at the thresholds. The appointment of the bid adjudication committee will be subjected to a threshold, above a certain threshold. In fact, it has already been implemented. I was informed by my team. I just don't have the thresholds with me because of me being in training, where above a certain threshold, the bid adjudication committee now must recommend to the Deputy National Commissioner, and above a certain threshold, the National Commissioner must personally approve those tenders.
I think that's a very good move.
Yeah.
Very good move indeed.
Yeah.
Finally, SAPS has been linked to several, as long as I've known, tender scandals over the years, way before your time. I'm sure when you leave it will carry on. But what do you see as the root causes? I've heard how you're addressing them, but what is the cause here? Is it a failure of management to implement psychometric testing when people come in at the very basic level, a failure to do lifestyle audits? What is behind this, that we actually have thieves within the SAPS working with criminal syndicates? It's absolutely breathtaking to think that the people we should run to for help might turn around and rob you.
Honorable Chair, I think the paper-based procurement system should be eradicated immediately. We need to have an audit of what was received and be in the position to vouch that that was consistently applied throughout the process. And be in the position to also know and be in the position to have a full text retrieval of any information if we so need to do the verification. Having to go into the archives, into the documents and look for certain things and verify all those doesn't seem to be working for us, and that's where an oversight or some of the information gets missing in the details. I would really love to have a technology where we can submit tenders and we can have full text retrieval, or we can call up any report at any given time in any committee and be in the position to do the validation or reconciliation of what we have at our disposal.
Thank you. I'm hoping that in 1 year's time, when you come back, when we see the Auditor General's report, we will not see a replication of the same complaint. and be told that there are hundreds of millions of rands of irregular expenditure, because that will all sit at your door. So we'll be watching. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, good afternoon, General. No, I think, General, many issues have been canvassed with you, so I'm just going to deal with very few issues. I think the first one, I want to follow up on the question that was asked by, I think it's Honorable Matheus, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a question about what appears to have been a javelin, where somebody works in a process that produces a certain outcome on a contract and then disappears from SAPS to go and become part of a company that has acquired a tender. Would you not consider that as a sophisticated level of corruption?
It appears from a layman's perspective, it appears to be questionable in terms of you are in the process, you resign and you go and work for the person that tendered. But it would require, it is a red flag, it would require to be probed, and we need to get to the bottom of that and make sure that if there is any malpractices in terms of that move, then it is dealt with accordingly.
But General, you think that under normal circumstances, the world is designed like that?
It's not.
It's not?
No.
So then you can't say for a layman, even for the other man who's not lay. The logical conclusion should be to say this was a javelin and this is a sophisticated act of corruption.
Correct.
It would therefore follow that in the process of the awarding this tender, it's justified to conclude that at least we have one example, there may be others not yet confirmed, that there were people who engaged in the process with a criminal intent.
It appears correct.
Okay. Now, the second issue I want to follow up on is the one by, maybe before I follow up on that issue, I think it's on paragraph 64 of your main statement, where you are making references, maybe let me go there with you, where you are making references to the fact that 64, the procurement component head is responsible for retaining all that paragraph. You see that paragraph, General? And then your next sentence there says, I cannot personally vouch for missing documents as I rely on the integrity of the process and the report signed by those directly involved. You see that paragraph? Have you ever asked this procurement person a question about this matter? Have you ever asked this person, him or he, what happened to them? What is your own view about the missing document? Notwithstanding the fact that, as you indicated, the National Commissioner has sanctioned an investigation on the matter, but have you ever asked a question? Because it would seem to me that, naturally, as a chair of the BAC, and something like that occurs, and there is someone that should have been more responsible in that I would have asked a question.
The issue of documentation management is a concern. And that's why I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that we need to have a technology that assists us with electronic submission. It will completely eliminate the issue of documents that go missing when they have to be audited. It becomes questionable if the document was there and all of a sudden the document is no longer there in the process. And because it is a paper-based system, it becomes very difficult for me to manage document management. We do have document management center where all the documents are supposed to be archived, but from time to time we do get documents that are missing. And I therefore require that I have an electronic system to be in the position to do that. And that is something that I'm going to push very hard with our technology management services to ensure that that system gets implemented. It is about time we do.
I agree with you on that, General, but you still haven't answered the question. The question is, did you ask this procurement head, after having known, whether yesterday, today, or 2 days ago, a month ago, when it has come to your attention that indeed certain documents were missing on a process that this procurement head has a responsibility as a leader in that area? Did you ever ask that person?
Not the person complete, on individually. I have asked the whole team, and I have ensured that the whole team understand. That's why it's critically important for us to be in the position to ensure that we have a standard operating procedure that tells us exactly how to manage the documents, how to archive the documents, and who's responsible for what documentation. And those documents are being developed at the current moment.
How did you ask the whole team? In what way did you ask the whole team? Did you write to them? Did you call them into a meeting? How did you ask the whole team?
We've had a discussion about documentation management in my management team. I sit with my management team. The head of procurement sits in my management
So
team.
it was in the meeting?
It was discussed.
Okay. The follow-up question is, well, when Honorable Cameron was asking you about security checks, in your answer, you said, and I noted, that in some circumstances, security check does get done. What could be those circumstances?
I've made an example that we would not allow anybody to operate on an IT system if they have not been checked, because we need to ensure that we do not allow anybody to get into our system and interfere with our system if they are not checked.
So basically, it's only in the IT system where such is happening. It's not anywhere else.
It's what I know that the checks were done on. In other environment, it is the prerogative of the end user to ensure if they their risk profile for that contract or service is of a nature that they need to do that check, they do that, I presume.
Do you appreciate the significance of being a chair of a committee? Let me just give an example before you answer. We are members of the ad hoc committee of Parliament. We were chosen by Parliament to be who we are. And then we elected the chair of the ad hoc committee. In your own opinion, do you think that the chair enjoys the same level of authority as individual members of the committees are? And maybe let me add and say, in circumstances where the committee veers off of its mandate or responsibility, and therefore accountability has to be enforced, do you think that while we may be collectively responsible for that as members, but the chair would not have an additional responsibility?
The appointment letter of the members of the committee places responsibility on each member of the committee equally, except that I have an additional point where I must chair, and the deputy chair has an additional responsibility to deputize. But it does not take away the fact that I need to ensure, as the chairperson of the committee, that I share the meeting in such a way that the award of the tender is, or the adjudication of the tender has been done in a manner that is diligent for us to be to take accountability and to be proud of the results of what we have adjudicated.
So in a sense, you confirm that, or you agree with my understanding that the chair, by virtue of being the chair, has added responsibilities.
The appointment letter, I need to state it in this manner. The appointment and the rights I have is exactly the same rights as any bid adjudication committee member. My virtue of being the bid chairperson of the bid adjudication committee places me on making sure that governance issues and making sure that what is put at our disposal is then in a state or in a manner in which the adjudication process would flow, and that adjudication of the tenders is done correctly. That is my, in a way, I would say that then places me above everybody else to ensure that all those processes are done correctly. It's by virtue of my appointment as the chairperson, but more specifically, my appointment as a divisional commissioner.
Okay. So which means that in terms of accountability, because you talked about responsibilities that you said members of the committee enjoys the same level of responsibility, but I would imagine that beyond responsibility also comes the question of authority.
As the chair, yes.
And accountability.
Correct.
So in essence, the chair of the committee should be more, is expected to be more, to have added responsibilities, which include additional responsibility for accountability, as compared to ordinary members of a committee.
Chair, I would more go along with the issue that accountability is equal for members of the bid adjudication committee, but I have authority by virtue of being the chair, as the honorable member has said.
But you remember that you are exercising your responsibility in this context, both in terms of your substantive role in SAPS.
Correct.
As well as the assignment given to you by the National Commissioner to
Correct.
chair the BAC.
Correct.
Why do you think that does not distinguish you from other members in terms of authority and accountability?
In this specific instance, where I have, together with other members, adjudicated on the matter, as I've indicated, I have looked independently on the issues and did not pick up any, and the members also independently did that and they did not pick up any. When we jointly met in the bid adjudication committee, we consolidated our efforts, we consolidated our thinking around the matter, and we have all arrived at that. At that time, I had no reason to present anything contrary to what I had already established in my analysis and what transpired out of the bid adjudication committee. And therefore, as the chairperson, I have afforded everybody an opportunity, and based on what I knew at the time, I then agreed with the members of the bid adjudication committee that we need, I also support the award.
No, General, there's no dispute on the process you undertaken. And please hear me very well. The process you undertaken, which you have explained here since the morning, has also been fully understood by myself.
Sure.
But where I do not get a sense that you have an absolute appreciation is the role of leadership in the context of your position, substantive role in SAPS, as well as your delegated responsibility by the National Commissioner. I don't get a sense that you are, because you are very evasive. You don't want to accept that by virtue of those two that I've referred to, it therefore imposes on you a burden of leadership which comes with accountability.
That statement you made now is correct. I am expected as the chairperson, and by virtue of being the divisional commissioner who is knowledgeable in procurement processes, to assist the committee.
And therefore it follows that as much as you are equal in the committee, in terms of your assignment in the committee, but you in particular, as a lead of that committee, has more responsibility than the rest of others.
In that context, I agree.
And that will include accountability as well.
Sure.
Sure. All right. I don't know if you are aware of what Lieutenant General Spear told us when he was here with regard to the period at which he was an acting national commissioner, and during which time where Mr. Matlala came to see him and he raised his concerns about the same contract. You are aware of that?
I have had bits and pieces of the evidence because of the training that I have the other side. That part I missed. I could be made aware. Maybe if you relay what happened, I will.
Okay. When he came to us, in one of the comments that he made, he told us that there was a time when the National Commissioner was away and he had been appointed or assigned a responsibility of being the acting National Commissioner. And coincidentally, at that time, Mr. Matlala visited him in the offices of SAPS, wherever he works, and raised certain concerns about the contract. And that he was not given an opportunity to do that which he has to do in relation to that contract that he had acquired from SAPS. And so they had a discussion. So we asked him, when you left the acting role, did you come back to speak to the real person, the real man in charge of the job, and he didn't come? So my question was, are you aware of that? Aware may be in twofold or one. It may be that you are aware of that as it was happening at the time, and also when we were told about it after it had happened, or you just happened to know about it from the time when we were all told about it?
The first time I get to know, I'm not sure. There's a part that I heard of General Sibia where they asked about the clinic. I'm not sure if you're talking about the clinic, but this one specifically, I got to know about it when the article was published, and the minister subsequently thereafter summoned us to come and explain.
No. I don't want you to know I'm not asking a question because I'm seeking your knowledge of the substance of the meeting, the details around which they engage. I wanted to ascertain if you are aware that at some point Matlala went and complained to General Sibia that he was not being assisted.
No, he did not share that with me.
Now that I'm telling you about it, will there be any relationship in your own view, knowing the institution where you work? Will there be any direct or indirect relationship that exists between General Sibia and this individual who participated in the contract awarding processes and later on jumped to join the Matlala company?
Look, what should have happened under normal circumstances, the procurement manager gets activated when the supplier is disgruntled about a procurement process. I do get from time to time suppliers that complain about procurement processes, and when that happens, I take it to my team to start the process of validating the claim and making sure that they provide a response. In this instance, I don't know what prompted the supplier to talk to General Sibia, and the normal process would have been that the supplier should have been sent to me to be in the position to deal with the complaint, or at least to inspectorate if the nature of the complaint warranted that a further investigation be done. Inspectorate does that type of work.
All right, General. No. It's my last question, this one, but I'm going to come back to it because I would like you to answer it in a way that help me to understand the issues I want to understand.
Sure.
You have explained what, under normal circumstances, should have been the point of call for an unhappy supplier. Clearly in this case, me and you can tell that the circumstances were therefore abnormal. And I want us to deal with the abnormality of the circumstances. And my intention is to gain an understanding from your side as to whether you understand what could have been the circumstances that gave rise to the abnormality in that process. And that is why I was saying, why does, what is your understanding? What is the relationship, directly or indirectly, that you think or you know exists or might have existed between the Javelina and General Spear?
I cannot vouch to that relationship. I do not have full context of how that meeting was arranged and what were the matters that were discussed. I do know, though, that suppliers that are disgruntled may come and discuss their disgruntlement with officials, appropriate officials in the organization. So, Chair, I cannot vouch on what the nature of the relationship is between the two individuals.
General, the two individuals I'm talking about, it's not Matlala and Spear. Leave that one.
Okay.
It's Spear and the person who was within the system that produced the contract that was given to Matlala and later on jump off to go and join Matlala's company. So it's not Matlala and Spear. Rather, it's Spear and your colleague, your other colleague, Spear is your colleague as well, who departed immediately or whatever the time after the contract was delivered.
I'm not privy to the nature of the relationship that they had. No, I don't.
We've never heard about it as well.
No, I never.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm done. Thank you. Thanks, General.
Thank you.
Advocate Zigala.
Chair, thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Lieutenant General Dr. Molefe Fani. We have come to the end of the proceedings. I want to thank you, Advocate Zikalala, and your pupil, Pillay. I hope that we will meet you next time, Pillay, having graduated from the program that you are currently on. Our proceedings are going to happen in Gauteng on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and probably Friday. I think the Secretariat would have spoken to you, honorable members, and made proper arrangements. We are going to have a committee meeting on Monday. We will confirm it will be a virtual meeting. We will confirm the times with you once we know when and how are you traveling to Gauteng. Thank you so much. I had to release the SC. We reported yesterday that he had a throbbing ear, and he was not improving today, but he forced to be with us for the larger part of the meeting until at some point when he requested to be released, and there are other members who had commitments here. Honorable Skosana, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, who requested to be released before we could conclude today's proceedings. So we have come to an end. I know it is something unusual to you, but yeah, I'm going to persuade you to stand up and There is nothing more I can do from this table. I must just persuade you to stand up and leave because we no longer have further items. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Fani, safe travels.